is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 744. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, are you properly fueled up for this set review?
I sure am. I had a breakfast burrito. I have the second one in reserve for the long review. I got my coffee. I got my Spindrift. I'm ready to roll.
Dude, I got my Arnold Palmer. I also just had a breakfast burrito that I wasn't as smart as you. I only ordered the one, so I might crash out halfway through. But we are properly fueled for this thing. This is Outlaws at Thunder Junction set review, the common and uncommon review. We're going to go over every single one of the commons and uncommons in this set for you today so that you can get a feeling for it before you even play with the cards. That's right. You're going to know what the color pairs do and a deep dive on each and every card and the common and uncommon slot as well. Before we get into that, I want to mention our Patreon. We have a Patreon that supports this show, and we really appreciate each and every person who supports us over there. It's patreon.com/limitedresources. You get a thank you card and a sticker in the mail, no matter what level you sign up for. And you get access to our Patreon feed. And if you go up the ranks, you even get some cool early looks and some behind the scenes stuff as well. Again, thank you to each and every person who supports us on Patreon. It really does mean the world to us. We're also supported by Ultimate Guard. That's right. They are the best in the business. Do you need sleeves, deck boxes, ways to organize your cards, carry your cards, that type of stuff? Ultimate Guard is the absolute best. If you remember when they first came out, they just hit different. They had these great manufacturing processes that made the products way sturdier, feel way better than the stuff that we were used to at the time when it was kind of just flimsy plastic stuff. Now we're talking premium here. And if that's what you want, Ultimate Guard's the place to go. You can go to ultimateguard.com to check out their full catalog, and you can order and buy stuff from your local game store or your favorite online retailer. We highly recommend them, and we thank them for their sponsorship of the show. Luis, we're going to go over every single card today that is either a common or an uncommon from Outlaws at Thunder Junction, and we're going to talk about them, and then we're going to give them a grade. But that, of course, means that the grades, well, we've got to kind of define those.
Yeah, so we use a grading scale that goes A through F with 2 subgrades. And in the common and uncommon review, you won't see very many A's, but you also won't see very many F's. They actually don't make cards like that very often anymore. Our A's are your bombs, your game winners, your cards that are good in many situations, especially when behind, and the best cards in the set, cards like Aurelia's Vindicator or Izoni. Your B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors, headliners for a set, go-to cards, and reasons to be in a particular color pair. I guess this set has got is color pair is going to be the most likely scenario. You also end up with a lot of solid removal spells here. Cards like Reckless Detective or Neighborhood Guardian. Usually the best common removal spells creep up into the B range. So that's kind of like the cap on where B commons tend to end up. C's are playable. These are your kind of average cards, your pawns of limited, and you're going to end up with a fair amount of them in your deck kind of no matter what. Also kind of like slightly overcosted removal or good combat tricks both fall into like kind of the C range. Cards like Unauthorized Exit or Vitu-Ghazi Inspector. These are cards that they're playable. You would just prefer not to run them. Like I mentioned, they don't make that many straight up unplayable commons anymore, but there are cards that are just a little bit behind the curve, and if you have to run a couple of these, you're just not that happy. We're talking kind of expensive removal or situational cards like Basilica Stalker, Defenestrated Phantom. Those are like the low end of the Ds, where when you get these cards in your deck, you feel like, wow, I ended up a card or two short. Fs are cards that are basically just unplayable. Cards that cost 10 mana, cards that refer to planeswalkers, things like Leyland of the Guild Pact really kind of fall into this category, and you don't frequently find these in the common slot. There are 2 other categories. These are subcategories. One is sideboard, cards that rarely make the main deck, but they can be really good out of the sideboard. They kind of get a separate grade because we're evaluating them in the context they'll be seen, which is post-board games, cards like Pick Your Poison, just your classic destroy target flyer, destroy target artifact kind of cards. Deal 1 to all creatures is typically a sideboard card as well. And then lastly, we have build-arounds. This is a really nice category of cards that aren't good enough on their own, but if you combine them with the right cards, can really do good work. Cards like Chalk Outline or Case of the Pilfered Proof or build-arounds, but they get their own build-around grade. In this case, Chalk Outline would get like a B to a B plus build-around grade. It actually ended up working kind of the tail end of the format, whereas Case of the Pilfered Proof didn't really end up working. So that was kind of like, ultimately we would have given that, with this knowledge, probably a build-around D or so.
You said that builder rounds aren't cards that there are typically that are not good enough. Can we just end it there, or
we'll see.
Is that our modern take on it?
I'm coming in with clear eyes and an open heart here. Marshall.
Okay, I'll follow you in that way. Before we get into individual cards, you wanted to break down the mechanics that we'll see so that when they pop up, our listeners will have an idea of what these mechanics do and how they work.
Yes. So going into the mechanics, the first one we're going to talk about is Spree. So Spree is actually kind of funny. It adds a different graphical element to the card. Spree cards have a little plus sign next to their mana cost because the way Spree works is it's a spell that makes you choose one or more additional costs. It has no base effect. So for example, Requisition Rate is an uncommon. It's white sorcery, has Spree, so you have to choose one or more of the following options. Pay 1 mana, destroy target artifact. So that would make it white and 1. +1 another mana, destroy target enchantment. So now if you want to do both, that's white and 2, or you can just do either one. And the last one is pay 1, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature target player controls. So this card is white and 1, destroy an enchantment, white and 1, destroy an artifact, or white and 1, put a +1/+1 counter on all your creatures. But you can pay an additional 1 to do it all. If you want, if they have an artifact, they have an enchantment, and you have a creature, you can pay 4 mana on the raid, kill both their things, and get a counter on all your creatures. So Spree is a powerful scaling mechanic, though a lot of the Spree cards, first of all, their base cost is usually 1, because that's like the floor. But you then have to spend at least 1 more. They actually ended up being kind of on the cheap side, though. There are some you can spend a ton of mana into. So
okay.
Spree doesn't intrinsically make you do things differently. It's just powerful modal cards that, give you a lot of options and flexibility. So it's kind of a cool mechanic that doesn't, it's like the opposite of linear or parasitic. It doesn't really need anything else going on. It's just, here's a new way to do kind of like a kicker-esque mechanic. It's a slightly new twist. So plot is the next one, and plot is a kind of big mechanic as well in this set. There's a lot of cards that work with it. So plot is a cost you can pay and exile that card. And then on a later turn, you can play that card as a sorcery without paying its mana cost, and you can only plot as a sorcery. So to give you an example, Sheriff of Safe Passage is 2 and a white for uncommon. It's a 0/0, and it has a +1/+1 counter on it, plus an additional +1/+1 counter on it for every other creature you control. So when you play this card, it basically is an XX equal to the number of creatures you control. But it has plot of 1 and a white. So first of all, it costs 3, but the plot cost is 2. So you're going to go 1 mana discount if you do this. And because it checks to get counters on when you cast it, clearly the idea is to cast it when you've got a bunch of other creatures in play as kind of like the finishing blow, just to make sure you've locked in like a 4/4 or something. So I can imagine a game you're like turn 2 plot Sheriff, turn 3 play a creature, turn 4 play a creature, and then play Sheriff. And you ended up getting basically a 2 mana 3/3 that kind of didn't do anything for a few turns. It just chilled in the exile zone. But you're going to see a lot of cards with plot that kind of combo with plot by themselves, like, the cards that like you can play in a better way because you were able to plot them, or like they work nicely at getting to play them as the second spell or whatever. And then cards like I just mentioned, there's a second spell theme. There's cards that reward you for like having basically set them up in a way that plot really lets you do. So we're gonna talk about the cards that work with plot, because there's a lot of them that don't have plot, of course, themselves, but they work combo with cards with plot, and we'll call that out when we see them. Intrinsically, plot is, again, a fine mechanic. It's like suspend or foretell. It's just you don't have to pay for it. You don't have to wait a certain number of turns. You just have to wait at least 1 turn. Crimes is another one. So crimes, this makes sense. There's a kind of like sheriff outlaw themes going on here. What a crime is you've committed a crime when you target your opponent, one of their creatures or permanents they control, or a card in their graveyard or their library. So basically you end up, if you target them or any of the things that they do, so then you've committed a crime, which apparently we're all inveterate lawbreakers at this point. We've committed lots and lots of crimes.
Like every turn.
But targeting, them, a permanent they control, or anything they control actually, and card in their graveyard. So it's really easy to commit crimes if you have anything that basically says the word target. You actually even commit a crime if you basically look at any of the stuff across the board in any way. Like if there was a card that says choose a creature, destroy that creature, it wouldn't be committing a crime, but that's just, you wouldn't print that card in this set because that would break people's expectation. So crimes, there's a couple things going on here. One, there's cards that just reward you, like Deep Muck Desperados, 2 and a blue for a 2/4 that says whenever you commit a crime, each opponent mills 3 cards, but trigger this only once a turn. So basically it says, hey, if you're able to continue targeting their stuff, you just get to mill them out. And then there's a cycle of lands, deserts even, that when they ETB, they ping your opponent for 1, but it's targeted, so it counts as committing a crime. So that's like a natural way to commit extra crimes. And then there's plenty of cards in the set that, gives you the opportunity to commit crimes, because it's whether you cast a spell or trigger an ability or do any of those things. Like, as long as you're targeting them with a card that says targeting, you're basically committing a crime.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be something that would happen often.
Yeah,
just naturally.
It will, and then there's different cards that pay you off different amounts. Mm-hmm. So mount is the next new mechanic, and this is kind of like vehicles, but it works a little differently. Basically, mounts are creatures, and they're always creatures. You just cast this creature, and it's a creature. It's not like a vehicle; you have to activate it, but it has a saddle cost. And what the saddle cost is, for example, if it's saddle 2, it says tap any number of other creatures you control with total 2 power or more. This is the part that's kind of like vehicles. And then this mount becomes saddled until end of turn. Saddle only is a sorcery. Now, because they're always creatures, it's not like saddling activates them or wakes them up. It doesn't, again, intrinsically do anything, but each card tells you what happens. For example, Bounding Felidar is a 6-mana 4/7 cat beast mount with saddle 2. And it says, whenever Bounding Felidar attacks while saddled, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control, and you gain 1 life for those creatures. So this is a 6-mana 4/7. You can attack and block with it just like normal. But if you saddle it up, if you get something to ride it, you something with 2 power as a sorcery, you saddle it up, and then you get to attack, it triggers this additional ability. So they're basically, mounts are creatures that pay you a little bit extra when they do something, usually attack. That's the natural play pattern of you play this, you saddle it up, and you attack. And then they do something cool. And that's kind of what mounts are. And they clean it up by making it a sorcery, because it's just so aggravating that you can always just have an ability that you can use, like for arena especially. That's really good. The next does
where it stops you every half a second. Yeah.
Yes. The next theme is Outlaws. And so Outlaws are a creature classification of outlaws are assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks. So we'll see how this plays out, because one of my concerns is there's no real way to look at a card in the set and think, is that an outlaw? Like, probably if you look at someone and they look vaguely evil, they're probably an outlaw. But I bet if you took all the art of the set and you asked people to determine which of these are outlaws and which aren't, there would be some false positives and false negatives, just because it's not quite as distinct as dragons. But cards that reference outlaws will just reference them and tell you what the card does. So, for example, Take the Falls, blue for an instant. Target creature gets -1/-0 until end of turn, but if you control an outlaw, it gets -4/-0 until end of turn. And of course, the card always draws you a card. Looks like a good card, actually. We'll talk about it when we get to it. But basically, this is a decent 1-mana trick. But if you have an outlaw, it becomes a really good 1-mana trick. So there's cards that reward you for this. There's also destroy target non-outlaw creature. So it can kill anything except an outlaw, and that's the sort of thing. So in general, outlaws are basically, you want your creatures to be outlaws. There's a lot of things that pay you off for them, and it's a general positive. And how much of a positive that'll be, it'll just depend on what build around cards you get. There's no overarching you get a bonus if you have an outlaw intrinsically, but if you can draft cards that care about outlaws.
Okay.
And then lastly, we've got deserts as a theme. So there are a bunch of deserts at common, and it's kind of like caves, and then some at uncommon and rare even. But there's cards that just talk about deserts and can do things, if you have them. There's, for example, Dance of the Tumbleweeds is a card with Spree even, that one of the options is search your library for a basic or a desert and put it on the battlefield, right, to kind of support the desert theme. And there's cards that if you have a desert, do X. If you control a desert, you can do this thing. So basically, it's a little bit like Caves Redux. We'll have to just kind of evaluate the cards as if is it worth putting deserts in your deck and trying to find deserts to make these cards better. So a lot of mechanics going on here, and they do overlap in some different ways. But I bet outlaws and crimes are going to go together a lot. But yeah. But these look cool. The mechanics, I'm optimistic about how the mechanics will play out.
Okay, well, let's see how they weave into the color pairs, because that's where we're going to start. We've got Signpost uncommons, and interestingly, this set seems to have 2 for each color pair, 1 legendary creature and then 1 something else. So let's just jump in here and see what the signposts tell us about what these color pairs are doing. The first card up is Gem Lightfoot Sky Explorer, which is 2 blue white for a 3/3 flying vigilance. This is the legendary creature. It's a human scout. And all of this initial block are uncommon, so I won't call that out until we get to our main color. So 4 mana, 3/3 flying vigilance. And it says at the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card.
Right. And this is the kind of a plot reward where you're like, so you cast Gem Lightfoot on turn 4 and you don't draw a card because you cast Gem Lightfoot. The next turn, if you can not only play a plot card that you plotted previously and it won't count towards this, you can also spend your mana plotting other cards. So it kind of works on either end.
Okay.
So I think that, this is a pretty strong card to begin with. 4 mana, 3/3 flying vigilance is fine. Like you don't turn that down. And then you also get to basically set up turns where you can use your mana to plot and you can do that. So you're still developing your board and drawing cards, but also like, imagine you draw this in like the middle or late game. You're just like, I'm just going to take a turn off and do nothing and draw a card. Or you just put a bunch of instants in your deck.
Totally.
Imagine passing with this on turn 5 with just a 4 mana, instant spell that does some sort of interaction. Like this card is really strong. When your opponent plays this on turn 4, you're just going to want to kill it. Like
this to me screams lightning rod, right? I mean, this is the type of card that you can't keep attacking into. It hits you in the air and it'll generate value over time. So it's just like an absolute must kill, which is about the best compliment you can give, to a creature.
Yeah. I mean, it's a must kill that also has good stats and can brawl. Like it's not like a 1/1 where you play it and you can't block on the next turn. So Gem Lightfoot honestly looks like a B+ to me.
Me too.
And I wouldn't be that far from an A-. Like it just pays you off very quickly.
Yeah. And we'll get a better feel for how many plot cards and, what your deck consistency can look at to see if you can really go off with Gem. But even just at the baseline, what we know right now, B+ for Gem Lightfoot. The other blue-white card is Wrangler of the Damned. This is 3 white blue for a 1/4 human soldier with flash. And at the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, create a 2/2 white spirit creature token with flying.
Huh. Well, I can see that, the theme's coming through pretty strongly.
Wow. Yeah. This is a true signpost pair here.
Yes. Both of these cards look excellent. I think this one's a little bit worse just because the stats are a little bit worse and it's a little bit more expensive. But I actually think getting a 0 mana 2/2 flyer instead of drawing a card is kind of better.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you spend the turn not doing anything or spending your mana on other stuff, I kind of would rather just get a 2/2 flyer than draw a card.
I mean, that's
how often
for free.
Is the card better than drawing effectively a 0 mana 2/2?
Yeah, no, it is rarely going to be better than drawing and casting.
Yeah. But
the play pattern though, I mean, these cards seem to go very well together, right? You play Gem, say go. Next turn, play land, say go. Get a card. Play Wrangler on your opponent's turn, and now you just got this 1/2 punch. I mean, you're already way ahead at that point, but then you can just say go again, and now you're getting cards and 2/2s and all this nonsense. But it is meant to be played on your opponent's turn to get around its own ability or to surprise them or something. I mean, 1/4 flash for 5. I don't know. Are you ambushing anything great in combat with that? Probably not.
Not really, no.
So, but it lets all your other things that care about drawing a card on end step without having played a card during your turn or doing something.
It's funny. The flash is a little bit of a trick in that it doesn't work with this card intrinsically. I use the word intrinsically a lot today. It's in my head, but
I like that.
It doesn't. You're looking for a way to be like, oh, if I flash this out, I can get the trigger or something.
Yeah.
There's none of that. So that part's a bit of a trick. It's kind of the cost you pay for making this design actually is like, there's a lot of people scratching their head trying to figure out how they can use the flash to get this card to work. But
the answer is it plays nice with everything.
It works
else.
with the other cards that are good with it. Yeah. Yes. Like turn 4 Gem Lightfoot, turn 5 land pass, draw your card, cast Wrangler is a great play pattern.
Totally.
So I would give just a straight up B for Wrangler, I think.
Okay.
Like at 5 mana, But
I think so too.
actually,
I mean, you just end step it. You know,
I don't know. If imagine if you pass the turn and your opponent goes end step, play this, untap, draw, plot a card, go, get a 2/2. Like you're in a spot where you kill their 1/4, they're left with a 2/2 flyer. There's not that many big of a window of opportunity to kill if 1/4 that comes into play at the end of your turn.
Yeah,
like,
the flash is very sneaky here because you know your opponent ideally will have some type of removal available, but if they don't know that this is coming, you know, then they just say, okay, well, I'll just play my creature and say go. And then you flash it in and you're basically locking in getting that first 2/2 flyer because there's few cards that you would want to play over getting a free 2/2 flyer. Yeah. And if you get a second one, it's kind of GG, I bet, you know. I'll still go B on Wrangler, but yeah, I see the upside here. This card seems really, really, this 1/2 punch is really gross too.
Yeah. I'm pretty into.
Yeah. I hope that works.
I don't know.
That's a cool combo. Next one is Intimidation Campaign. And this is 1 blue-black for an enchantment. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, each opponent loses a life, you gain a life, and draw a card. Okay, well, that's a good start. And then it says, whenever you commit a crime, you may return Intimidation Campaign to its owner's hand. Dang.
I mean, obviously,
what does this remind me of?
On Disinformation Campaign.
Yeah, that's it. I forgot about that card.
That card was gnarly. That was the same cost. It basically does the same thing, except they also discarded a card. I think it was just discard and draw, though I don't think there was any life loss. But it was whenever you surveil, return it to your hand. And this is whenever you commit a crime, which is actually easier. Way more cards, I would imagine, do that.
Definitely. Also, you know, there's a tension there with Disinformation Campaign about like, do I cast something that doesn't do anything else but gets me the surveil? This is like, I just get to cast a removal spell, keep myself alive longer, and pick up my Intimidation Campaign and just keep doing it. Right? That is sweet. Like that is what I want to do right there. I am sold on Intimidation Campaign.
Yeah, I mean, this card is. Basically, you don't make them discard, but the extra life gain, the life loss is fine, but the extra life gain is really where it's at. It just buys you that extra time to be screwing around with this.
Yeah.
I think even for sets that are pretty fast or have a lot going on the board, this card offers quite a bit of extra card advantage. There's some matchups where if your opponent plays this on turn 3, you're just going to groan and be like, oh, strap in. We're in for a long one here.
Definitely. Some matchups are going to just straight up lose this thing on 3 if they, you know, looking at their deck, they don't have an answer to it. Like, can you imagine blue-black versus like red-green or red-white or something? You know, if they don't happen to have something that kills this thing, it's like they just can't ever win. What grade would you give Intimidation Campaign?
Probably like a C+ is kind of
build around B.
I could see this one being like a solid B+, but I would not start out assuming that the format's going to be in a place where you can just mess around with this too much.
Okay. What about a build around? I mean, this looks like an incredible build around, right? Like if you just make sure that you can commit crimes consistently, like let's say you could pick this thing up every turn. You know, or every 1.5 turns or something like that. I mean, that's like really great build around, right? A- build around or something like that. Let's see what the legend does for this color pair. It's Lazav, Familiar Stranger. This is 1 blue-black for a 1/4 legendary shapeshifter. And it says, whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on Lazav. Then you may exile a card from your graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, you may have Lazav become a copy of that card until end of turn, and the ability triggers only once each turn. That's, you know, if you told me there was a Lazav thing, I would say this is probably what it does.
I was just gonna say, like, Lazav needs to get a new routine here. I feel like we're going a little deep on this, but I guess he's a shapeshifter. So, although
not a. I guess it would be too much, but he's not a changeling or anything, right? Like,
no,
he doesn't work with what's it called?
Yeah,
Outlaws.
He's not an outlaw, but he can turn into one pretty easily. So
he can.
Again, committing a crime is just not going to be that hard. And the first time you do it, you end up with a 2/5 and then becomes a whatever creature until end of turn, which has a +1/+1 counter. The counters work really nicely because, like, if you turn this into a 2/2 flyer, it's really a 3/3 flyer. And as it stacks up, it gets bigger and bigger. Though you can only turn it into a creature the turn you exile that creature.
Like
it's
right
not
away.
Like the other Lazav can keep turning into the same creature over and over again when you crack a clue. Mm-hmm. This one, at the moment you exile the creatures when you get to turn into it. So that is something relevant.
Yeah, but this one the first line of text is great, right? Whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on him. Done. Like that already, it's 4 toughness. It's going to be difficult to kill. I'm assuming that committing crimes is relatively easy, or you're going to be able to build your deck such that, it will happen multiple times in a game, not just like, okay, I got my one crime committal and I'm going to use it. It's going to happen, multiple times during the course of a game. And if this thing just picks up a counter every time, that's already good.
Yeah. I mean,
it doesn't need to be anything in any graveyard to have that happen. And then occasionally it'll just become something big. I like B for Lazav, Familiar Stranger. That just seems like a really solid card. Like if you just told me 3 mana, 1/4, commit a crime, put a counter on it, I'd already be there. And this thing has upside beyond that.
Yep, I agree.
Vile Smasher, Gleeful Grenadier is next. This is black-red for a 3/2 legendary goblin mercenary. So that does make it an outlaw. And whenever another outlaw enters the battlefield under your control, Vile Smasher deals 1 damage to target opponent. So assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, warlocks.
It's a solid card. I mean, it basically is an aggressive 3/2 that just is going to ping your opponent a couple times over the course of the game.
Yeah.
I don't have a big problem with that.
No, I don't either.
It's not the kind of gold card that you're going to go super deep building around, and it's low cost, so you're not splashing it. But if you're black red, you're just going to want this card in your deck. It's a 2 mana 3/2 that's going to get you somewhere between 1 and 4 incidental damage if it stays around.
Yeah. So especially if you're aggressive, which just color pair generally is, this is one of those ones that will go with the wins of its color pair, right? If red black ends up being one of the better color pairs, Vile Smasher's like BB plus easily. And if red black is one of the weaker color pairs, then cards like this that are kind of stats and, build around-y ish. But if that isn't the name of the game in this format, then it ends up being a C. But this card definitely looks like a B to me for Vile Smasher. Like I would start off with that and then, adjust accordingly.
Yeah, I like it.
At Knife Point is the other black-red card. It's 1 black-red for an enchantment. And it says, as long as it's your turn, outlaws you control have first strike. And whenever you commit a crime, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with tap. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Activate this only as a sorcery. And this ability and that whole thing only triggers once each turn. The commit a crime, get a 1/1.
Yeah, but I mean, how many times are you committing 2 or 3 crimes in the same turn? Not that often. So
right.
If you can reliably do 1 a turn, this card's awesome because you end up with just a bunch of 1/1s, and they have first strike because they're mercenaries themselves. So they have first strike, which means you could end up in a spot where you have 3 of these, you just tap 2 of them to make the other one into a 3/1 first strike and an attack for 3.
Yeah. How does it work with getting you to the point? So, there's a big downside here, right? You play at Knife Point, and if the first clause about giving first strike isn't changing things fundamentally for you, then it kind of doesn't do much, right? So now you need to start committing crimes kind of every turn, every other turn to get there. At what point are you happy with it? Two creatures, 3?
If you get 2, you're probably doing okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's I think because you still get this benefit of the first strike just with your other outlaws. Mm-hmm. I think at it's you break even at 1.5, which means if you activate it twice, you're a little ahead. If you activate it once, you're a little behind.
Okay.
And in a long game, if you get 3 or 4 out of it, of course, it's just absurd. I mean, just imagine turn 2 outlaw, turn 3 outlaw, turn 4, you cast at Knife Point, attack with your first striking outlaws, then play one of the tap lands, ping them, and get a 1/1. And then next turn, it's just pretty easy to imagine. These lands are going to be pretty high picks.
They are. One other question that I have for you then along the same lines, because this is I like to take, it's not just magic cards, but kind of anything in life to reasonable extremes and then kind of back them back from, okay, that's the extreme. At what point am I happy? What if it just said, creatures you control get first strike? Let's say you fully built around it and every creature in your deck happens to be an outlaw. Where does that sit with you?
This card would be pretty strong at that point, I would say.
Okay. So if you're heavily building around it, it does give it a significant bump up as well. Yeah, this looks fine. I mean, it just looks slow to me. There's the possibility that you play this and it doesn't quite do enough in enough time, for you to matter. The thing that I do like that's a really interesting twist on at Knife Point, though, is that giving all your creatures first strike, is it only on your turn or is it on both?
No,
it is only your turn. Okay, good. Then that means that you don't get to build up like an army.
No,
because that does stall out the game.
They have,
hardcore.
I think, basically figured out that first strike's a bad mechanic, and first strike on your turn is an okay one.
I see. Yeah, that's interesting. So what do you want to give at Knife Point then?
I would say build around B. This looks like a good card when you build around it. It doesn't look like a card you really want to put in your deck if you're not doing something to make it work.
And by build around, do you mean committing crimes or outlaws or a combination?
Mostly committing crimes.
Okay.
I mean, a card that was 3 mana, your creatures have first strike on your turn, even your entire team always, is still not that good of a card.
Right. It is, by the way, reasonable to assume that you're going to naturally have a lot of outlaws in this color pair. Vial Smasher cares only about that. So, I bet you if you just drafted the average deck, over half your creatures would be outlaws in this color pair anyway. Next is Jolene Plundering. How do you say this again? Pugilist. Like it means like a puncher.
Yeah, it's a boxer.
Like boxer. So Jolene Plundering Pugilist. Jolene, look at the uppercut. There's only boots left behind. That's nice. Yeah. It's 1 green red for a 4/2 human mercenary, legendary. And whenever you attack with one or more creatures with power 4 or greater, tell me if you've heard this song before, create a treasure token. Nice. And 1 in a red, sacrifice a treasure. Jolene deals 1 damage to any target. Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
counts yourself too. Yeah, that's sweet.
Jolene goes pretty hard. Like, if you cast this card on turn 3, your opponent, yes, they can trade a 2-power creature for it, but you get a treasure at least. And if they have any X ones, you get to throw it at that. And if you have other creatures with 4 power, like you can imagine in this color pair, especially casting a turn 6 Jolene and getting a treasure immediately from some other creature.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Jolene's 3 mana 4/2. That is traditionally a stat line that is a bit fragile, but does hit very hard. And as you mentioned, the ability to attack and then before block, sacrifice that to ping off any 1 toughness blockers, like a 1/2 or something annoying that would trade off for it's really nice too. Yeah, I like Jolene a lot. That looks like a B to me.
Yeah, I would say B for Jolene. Like, there will be games where this is a little bit disappointing, especially if you're on the back foot. But there's going to be plenty of games where you just play Jolene, have a removal or a combat trick, and just run away with the game.
Next is Cactus Folk Sure Shot. This is 2 green red for a 4/4 plant mercenary. that is an epic creature type.
It's definitely like a cactus dude with like some sort of
with a crossbow
arbalist type thing, or some sort of like crank bow that I don't even know.
It does. And it has reach, and you could justify that multiple ways: the weapon or just the fact that it's a freaking tree. It also has ward 2, so 4 mana 4/4 reach ward 2. That is a nice speed bump / attacker. And then it also says, at the beginning of combat on your turn, other creatures you control with power 4 or greater gain trample and haste until end of turn. Man, this thing's scary. They play this thing on 4 and they're like, go ahead. And you're looking at it like, man, I'm going to be taking a lot of damage next turn if they just go like land something, 4 or 5 power, start slamming with everything. And ward 2 does mean that there are going to be some removal spells that at least on curve won't take care of the Cactus Folk Sure Shot.
They are really hammering the build-arounds home here.
We have had nothing ambiguous so far.
Every single color pair just has 2 build-arounds that pay off the same thing. We've got like the 2 plot build-arounds, the 2 commit a crime build-arounds, the 2 outlaw build-arounds, the 2 4-power build-arounds, and it continues. You look at the rest of them.
Well, what do you think about? Well, we'll see about green, black, and blue, green. Those are the ones that have been muddy.
Yeah,
in the past, so I'm curious on this one.
Look, they've taken your criticisms to heart, and they want the build-arounds to work. And Cactus Sure Shot, it actually doesn't really work in that sense because I will just always put this card in my deck. 4-mana, 4/4 reach ward 2 is just great. Part of the risk of playing a 4-power or 4-mana creature is they can answer it, but with ward 2, they're just not getting a mana advantage ever, and has reach. And then it also even just sends some of your other creatures in. So this is another B here, and I would even lean towards B+ if you're really getting value from the haste and trample part.
Definitely. This is one of those cards where they actually just overshot on rate. It's just like this card's just excellent at face value, and let alone wherever it happens to fit in. Next is Miriam Herd Whisperer. This is green-white for a 3/2 legendary human druid. It says, as long as it's your turn, mounts and vehicles you control have hexproof. And whenever a mount or vehicle you control attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it.
I mean, 2 mana for a 3/2 is a pretty strong start. And it makes mounts a pretty safe bet, because like they have to kill the Herd Whisperer before that they do that, and then before they can kill any of your mounts or vehicles, and then you get to get a +1/+1 counter on every attack. I would be happy to play this in my deck if I had like 2 mounts. I don't think you need many more than that. Like, because a 2-mana 3/2 is already like a pretty strong.
You're leaning on that part more though, right?
Yeah.
On the base stats, just like.
Yeah, I think because I think the base stats are a big part of it, you know?
Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty solid. I mean, I'm a little dubious of, mount and vehicle build around or whatever, but this one does seem to give you what you'd want out of it. The real question is, especially for mounts, how many of them are just straight up good? Right? Because like vehicles have proven to be very finicky and limited. They are rarely worth it. And when they are, usually they're really worth it. But, mounts, they get to just be creatures as well. So if you're kind of getting free rolled that, then all of a sudden Miriam looks really strong. What grade would you give Miriam?
I would give her a C. I don't think Miriam is a card I'm going to, be anxious to build around or anything like that.
Congregation Griff is the other one. It's 1 green-white for a 1/4. Wow, flying lifelink. And this is a Hippogriff mount. And whenever it attacks while saddled, it gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of mounts you control. So it counts itself and then any others. And the saddle cost is 3, which is traditionally pretty high.
Yeah, 3, but it's already it's a 3-mana 1/4 flying lifelink, so
yes,
you don't have to saddle it to get that big of an upside. Basically, if this is the only mount you have in play, you can saddle it for 3 to give it +1/+1. That's not that exciting. But if you have 2 or 3 mounts in play, all of a sudden you're talking a very different game.
Right. Yeah, I really like this card. 3 mana for 4 toughness. With flying and lifelink, yes, it's only 1 power, but it is easy to see how you could get that 1 power up a little bit. A +1/+1 counter of any sort, any type of its native ability, anything that you could do to just get it up to 2 makes this card like really difficult to deal with. And I really like 4 toughness on a 3-drop like that. Yeah. It is rare that they get to just untap and kill it, no matter what.
Yeah, I think that the stats here, and the fact that it plays with itself, if you really want to spend 3 to give it +1/+1, or spend 3 power to give it +1/+1, makes this a C+ without any other work. I think I would just be happy to put this card in my deck. Definitely. And then if you have a couple other mounts, then you might get paid off a little bit in future turns.
So there you go. I would even go B- on the Griff.
B-, yeah. I'm fine with that.
That brings us to black-white, which is Ruthless Lawbringer. This is 1 white-black for a 3/2 vampire assassin. And it says, when it enters a battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent. Wow.
I mean, this is so aggressively costed. It's a 3-mana 3/2.
Wow.
And it lets you throw your worst creature at their best permanent. Sounds pretty great to me.
That's interesting. Yeah, because normally when you read that text, you may sacrifice a creature or another creature. Yeah, that's kind of red flag, right? You're like, okay, this better be good, right? Because it's been proven time and time again that if you have to sacrifice actual board state that you paid for to get things going, it usually isn't worth it, or it ends up being kind of in the mid range. But this thing, like you said, random token creature, something that's under a pacifism, just whatever, and it gets to go for anything. That's some really good flexibility.
Yeah. And, the black-white theme here is going to be making tokens and sacrificing them, as we'll see with the next card as well. And I think that's just going to make Ruthless Lawbringer. I mean, this looks like a B to me. Like, I would always want this card in my deck. You're just not paying very much for it. And that's one of the things I like about all these build-arounds that we've seen is the stats are such that they basically make the card playable if you're only somewhat working towards them, and really good if you're actively working towards it. And that's, I think, a pretty good place for build-arounds to land.
The other black-white is Baron Bertram Greywater, which is 2 black-white for a 3/4 legendary vampire noble. Now, vampires aren't
they're not
outlaws, but assassins are, right?
Yeah.
So Ruthless Lawbringer is, but Baron Bertram is not. 3/4. So 4 mana, 3/4. And it says, whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 black vampire rogue creature token with lifelink. This ability triggers only once each turn. And then Baron also has the ability 1 and a black, sacrifice another creature or artifact to draw a card. So the one thing we're missing here, right, is where are the tokens coming from? So we just have to assume that
you have to find other ways to make tokens.
Yeah.
But a 4 mana 3/4 that sacks another creature artifact to draw a card would not be quite good enough. So you will want a couple ways to make tokens. This is a true build around. Mm-hmm. It's a build around B, but if you have no ways to make tokens, I don't think I would put this card in my deck.
I agree. But if you do, wow, right? You do a thing, makes a token, you get a 1/1
If you get one free token out of this, very much worth it.
Totally. And 1/1 lifelinkers count. I mean, they add up really fast. So you can see Ruthless Lawbringer and Baron Bertram both need tokens really to pop off or be great. But I'm going to assume that that's going to be built in. We'll find out shortly as well. I like build around B for Baron Bertram Greywater. Next is red blue. What could it be? Slick Sequence is red blue for an instant, and it says it deals 2 damage to any target. And if you've cast another spell this turn, draw a card.
I like this card. This card is sick. I mean, so you're sitting here and you're like, okay, 2 mana deal 2. That's not that good. Mm-hmm. It's fine, but it's not that good, especially gold. But then if you just line this up in a turn where you've cast another spell, you get to draw a card.
Yeah,
2 mana deal 2 draw card is amazing. And
that's a game changer.
This is cheap enough that you could do that without, I think, putting too much work into it. And it also works very easily with plot. Right. So I think Slick Sequence is great. I would just give this card a B. I would always be happy to put this card in my deck.
All right, let's see if they stay consistent with Crown Violent Cacophony, which is the legend. It is 2 blue-red for a 2/3 flying zombie horror, again legend. And it says, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Crown Violent Cacophony and draw a card. Yeah, they did. They kept it very consistent. So it looks like, they're going to be leaning really hard on the plot mechanic here.
Yeah, and just putting cheap spells in your
deck, cheap spells.
I mean, look at Crown. If you can play Crown and trigger it immediately, you get a 3/4 flying draw card for 4 mana that has future text.
Come on,
this is another B plus actually. I would even give Crown a B plus.
I like B plus as well. It just trying to set that up. It does remind me. You mentioned Suspend. An old mechanic that's has some similarities to plot, and it's easier now, right? Because you could just leave a card plotted for as long as you want, and then the turn you play Crown, pop it off. Also worth noting that if you can manage to do 2 on your opponent's turn, you will also get to trigger this. Mm-hmm. There was one more thing I wanted to say, but now I can't remember. Anyway, sweet card. And both Slick Sequence and Crown look really good. All right, here's our first test, Luis. It's black-green. This is Honest Rutstein, which is 1 black-green for a 3/2 legendary human warlock. So that does make it an outlaw. And it says, whenever it enters the battlefield, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Wow. And creature spells you cast. Oh, and I remembered it. I'll go back to it. But creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Wow.
Absurd.
So a Gravedigger that makes it cheaper to recast what you bought back plus anything else that's a creature? Wow.
Yeah, I think this card's awesome. I would be in for a 3-mana 3/2 Gravedigger, but then it just makes your creatures cheaper. So it just lets you use those cards so much more effectively, and just has an ability in play. Like, I can really easily imagine you trade off your 2-drop, turn 3, you just play this, get your 2-drop back, and then turn 4, you can play a 5-drop.
Jeez.
Honest Red Steam's awesome. These uncommons are pushed, but they look like in a fun way. Like, all these cards look like they're really well costed and, aggressively costed, but that just means all the colors look like, at least from the look of the uncommon build-arounds, that they can compete against each other. Though Honest Rutstein is not a build-around. Honest Rutstein is just
stands on
it's a good, honest card.
It is.
It really does what you want. Like, I would give this card a B+ as well. Like,
yeah, this is
it's just a good value card.
Totally.
I guess what I'm surprised by when I look at Honest Rutstein or like Ruthless Lawbringer, like some of these cards, I would just have expected to pay another mana on all these.
Yeah, this seems like it could have been 4 easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, the interesting part here, too, from a bigger picture perspective, is this is exactly what we expect out of black green. I know it probably feels a little boring if you're a designer of the set to be like, oh, good, we're doing graveyard recursion again. But you know what? It works, right? And like a lot of the stuff that they've tried hasn't. It's been more interesting, but just a lot less powerful and hasn't been able to keep up with the sets that we've had. So, you know what? I'm fine with it. Like, I'm like, you know what? This is good. Like, stick with this, black green. You're good at it. You're the one color pair that really exhibits this thing. And as it turns out, Badlands Revival also continues down that road. It's 3 black green for a sorcery that says return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Return up to 1 target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. That's really good too.
Yeah, for 5 mana, you get a creature just immediately back, and you get a permanent. So it could be a creature or anything else you want that's a permanent back into your hand. So it's a 2-for-1 that also casts one of the creatures.
That is great. I mean, that is the type of 5 mana thing that will actually get you board presence so that you don't just die, and set you up for later on in the game as well. Now, these are perfect. These are, you know what? Like, these are just absolute cookie cutter black green cards, but they fit and they're powerful. So like, bravo. That works. The one thing I wanted to mention, by the way, or what do you want to give Badlands Revival? It does have some setup cost. It's still worth it.
It's like I'm hesitant to give these A's because I don't think they're quite there, but I think this is like a B+. Like, it's just not hard to imagine what the value you get when you just cast one of this card, right?
Totally. And you can get a huge mana advantage if you somehow discard something that costs 5 or costs 6, 7, 8 mana, and then you can even get card advantage. The one thing I wanted to say about Slick Sequence and Crown, by the way, it says whenever you cast your second spell, if you are new to our game, spell does mean anything that you put on the stack, from your hand. It can be any type of spell. There's a little weird shortcut that we call the red-blue deck usually the spells deck, but it often refers to instants and sorceries. But in this case, it doesn't mean any spell. Okay. That moves us to red-white, and our first one is called Form a Posse. And this is red-white X for a sorcery. Luis, I can't read this without thinking of Fourth Ear Lingus. Like, I just cannot.
Slightly worse than Fourth Ear Lingus, we're going to say. But it does make X tokens. They're just 1/1 red mercenaries with that ability we saw earlier, which was tap, give one of your creatures +1/+0 as a sorcery.
Okay. So how does that scale? If we do X equals 1, we're pretty unhappy. At what point do we get happy?
X equals 3. At X equals 3, I think you're feeling pretty good about it.
Okay, you get 3 bodies, and they can kind of work together to, send out their outlaw in the front, that's all pumped up and ready to go. This does seem a little lower power level than some of the ones that we've seen, because you kind of do need to get to 5. And even then when you do, it's not like you just win the game on the spot or something, right? It's not like some devastating card. Still, I can't imagine cutting this from my red-white deck. So I would give it like a C+ or something.
Yeah, I think a C+. Like, it's a 5 or 6 mana card that if you need to, in a pinch, you could play for 4 mana and not feel too terrible about it.
Yeah. The legend is called Eartha Joe Frontier Mentor, and this is 2 red-white for a 2/4 legendary core advisor. And when Eartha Joe enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with that ability that it can tap to give a creature you control +1/+0 at sorcery speed. So you're getting 4 mana, 2/4 with an extra 1/1 with an ability. And it says whenever you activate an ability that targets a creature or player, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. Hey, that's powerful. I like that card a lot.
So by itself, you get a 2/4 plus a 1/1, and then that 2/4 targets the creature to get +2/+0.
The 1/1 does, yeah.
Sorry, the 1/1 does, or it splits it up because it copies, so you can actually just go +1/+1 to 2 different things.
Yeah, and then if you have Form of Posse or any of these other things that happen to do that, I mean, you could easily imagine a really crazy turn, where you just tap a few of those and send in a few 5-powered creatures or whatever that are, basically expendable. I mean, I like Eartha Joe just because this is a card that needs no help. Like that's already just good enough. And then if you happen to build around it at all, you're starting to get better and better. So I like that a lot. I mean, I would say at least a B for Eartha Joe. I mean, you're getting a 2/4 and a 1/1 for 4 mana. That is difficult for the opponent to like run over. It is a nice little offensive package as well. It's just hard to imagine this card being bad at really any point in the game.
Yeah, it's not going to be. I mean, this card is just the value you get immediately makes this card good just on its own it's by itself.
I would say at least a B. Would you go B+ for Eartha Joe?
I would go B+. Okay. 4 mana 2/4 with a 1/1 with an ability that also it also has another ability. Like there's a lot. It just adds up nicely. B+
for Eartha Joe. Last color pair, and this is the one that's had the hardest time finding its footing, is Simic green-blue. So this is Doc Orlock, Grizzled Genius. This is the legendary Bear Druid, as it turns out. It's blue-green for a 2/3, and it says spells you cast from your graveyard or from exile costs 2 less to cast, and plotting cards from your hand costs 2 less.
I mean, if you
2 mana, 2/3.
if you play this on turn 2, you could have the ability can stack really nicely. Where like if you plot twice on turn 3, you're gonna run your opponent over the next couple turns.
Yeah, that's true. What's the spells from my graveyard or exile cost 2 less to cast about?
It combines with cards that let you cast cards out of those zones, basically.
Okay, because that doesn't matter for plot, though, right?
No, that is not paying
for that. Plot. Okay, so whatever. I'll just need to find stuff that cares about that. I mean, this certainly doesn't jump off the page in the way that the others do.
Yeah,
I mean, our beautiful Simic. Look what they did to our boy.
Yeah. It's a 2 mana 2/3. Like
it is a 2 mana 2/3, and what you said is definitely true. It just has more of a build around element, I think. Like it's not as good on its own as many of these, cards like Eartha Joe or Honest Rutstein. They like pack a punch and then also give you some value down the line. And Doc Orlock looks a little more like, if you build around me properly, I might be able to make some really cool things happen. Like you said, you play Doc Orlock and you start, you do 2 or 3 plots, and then all of a sudden the next turn they're just getting ran over. That's powerful. I think it's leaning on the 2 mana 2/3 a little harder than I'd like compared to its contemporaries here, though.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like I think that is more of the value in this card than I would like compared to the other cards.
I mean, I guess I would give it a build around C+ or maybe B- or something where, if you really commit to things, I mean, that cost reduction is massive, right? I mean, this card has an absolutely high ceiling where you could really pop off, but it just requires a lot.
Yeah.
Let's see what Make Your Own Luck does. This is the other card for Simic. It's 3 blue-green for a sorcery. It says, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may exile a non-land card from among them. If you do, it becomes plotted. Put the rest in your hand. Huh. And that's a sorcery.
This card is great.
That has some really explosively cool potential.
I mean, 5 mana draw 3, but then you just get to cast one of them. Not this turn, because plot makes you wait a turn, but like you just get to cast one of those cards.
Yes, you do. So whatever the most expensive is, or
I mean, I know you love this card. I've always been a proponent of making your own luck. Like, look, here's the way that it'll play out. Normally, you could never just spend 5 mana on turn 5 to draw 3 cards and do nothing else. Like, that's not a winning strategy.
Right.
Here, you still are doing that in that their turn 5 or their turn 6, depending who went first. They could just whack you. And you didn't add to the board. But then next turn, you're presumably playing something, whatever the most expensive card you saw, which could be 4, 5, even 6 mana. So you're getting that back, and you have a bunch of other cards in your hand to play with.
Yeah, it's basically saying, okay, you need to kill me while I put my shields down. But if you don't, you're going to have a very difficult time because I'm going to spend 10 to 12 mana next turn worth of stuff. You know, to me, this would be like the perfect type of card where this is either the only or one of like 2 cards that you have that don't affect the board, that aren't bounce spells or creatures or removal or something that does something relevant, you know, to affect the board so that you can keep yourself alive. Because, you know, this is a perfect example of where blue, those bounce spells can shine. Like this is where they go, okay, turn 4, play a thing. And you say end step, bounce to your 4-drop, untap, make your own luck. Now you're way ahead. They have to spend their turn recasting it, and then you get to untap and go play this 5-drop for free and cast 2 spells, right? And now they're just way, way behind. But I would want to build around make your own luck for sure. Like, given the way that modern sets have gone, taking turn 5 off completely is unacceptable. So you do need to make sure you do that. But this has the power to bring you right back, assuming that you can survive that one turn. I like it. I mean, it's also cool. I mean, that's my favorite of all these cards. Like, I just want to try that one out. How big of a tax do we have to put on it because of the build around / you don't get to do anything this turn with this stuff nature?
I still think this card's a B. Like, you don't have to. Like, if you've stabilized the board or are ahead, this card is just going to win you the game. It's going to be really hard for them to
definitely
to withstand your next couple turns. And if you're behind, look, it's not good, but it's way better than a lot of card draw spells. Sometimes you cast this and you're going to get hit down to like 5 life, and then you stabilize because you have a free card in play, plus all the extra gas that you drew. Yeah. Let's just put it this way. If this card's less than a B, I think this format is going to be faster than most people would like. Because like this would still be good even in a fast format. I would put this in my deck in MKM. Like, look how good Doppelgang was. Not that this card's exactly comparable. It's more, Doppelgang's way more of the same thing, which is more expensive and even more power. But overall, I think this card is going to work out pretty nicely.
Yeah, I think so too. And I really do think it's about building around it. Okay, so there's our signpost uncommons. And as you said, they were very black and white, clearly pointing us in directions. So now we're going to go through each of the colors and find out how, you know, which of the cards support those archetypes, which ones we're excited about trying out, that type of thing. We're going to start this time with black, right? Yeah. And that means we're going to start with Corrupted Conviction, which is black for an instant at common. And it says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, and you get to draw 2 cards. Didn't this used to cost 2? Or was that only when it was an artifact?
This is Village Rights, which always cost 1.
Right.
When you spend 2, you get a treasure or a map token or whatever like that.
Or you can sack an artifact.
Yeah, and get a treasure. Deadly Dispute actually still does both. But
right.
Yeah, I mean, this card's very contextual. Like, it basically tops out at C+, and it bottoms out at F, or D. Mm-hmm. I would guess, given especially what the black-white cards look like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was probably a C. Like, you would put this in the decks that want it.
Totally. There will be a narrow home for it. Next is Forsaken Miner. This is black for a 2/2. Skeleton Rogue, it's uncommon. It can't block. Okay. And whenever you commit a crime, you may pay black. If you do, return Forsaken Miner from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah. That's got to be annoying if somebody plays it on turn 1. And, as we've mentioned before, in fact, with our first common here, the sacrifice theme is very real in black-white particularly, but in black in general. And this is the type of card that you could potentially bring back and sacrifice multiple times, get in for some damage.
Yeah, I mean, I I think that if you're aggressive, you're going to be really happy to have this in your deck. You're going to cast this on turn one, and your opponent's going to be like, ugh, because like, what are they going to do? They're going to take 6 and then trade off, and then this comes back at some point. And look, it's not the most high impact card to come back later in the game, but I can imagine a game where you're like, they're on the play, they go land go, you go Forsaken Miner, they play a 2-drop, you attack them, they're like, you know what? I guess I'll trade, and you just play one of those stupid lands. Ping them and get it back right away.
Totally. And if you have any type of recursive sacrifice thing, you know, especially if it's getting you cards, like then you're going to find ways to commit crimes, get this back, redo it. You know, Corrupted Conviction works with this thing just fine. Just, you know, cash it in for a couple of cards after it's overstayed its welcome, and then maybe you'll get it back later. So yeah, this seems, Forsaken Miner seems to have enough synergies and enough power to be quite strong to me. I mean, I'd probably give it a B-.
Yeah, I would give it a B, I think.
Okay.
No, I'll give it a C+. Sorry. That's what I meant. One, I think it's fine. The main, I think, drawback to this is that you need to be aggressive in order for this card to, I think,
or
really
have
pay
like
dividends.
a ton of sacrifice.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is Nezumi Linkbreaker. This is black for a 1/1 rat warlock. So it is an outlaw. It's common, and it says when it dies, you get a 1/1 red mercenary creature with the mercenary ability, the tap it to give +1/+0, etc. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean it's a good card.
Yeah. I just always fear these 1-drops now, because if I just see them creeping up too high, I just start to think, okay, we're going to go in that same pattern. But yeah, I mean, this seems like at least a C+. Like, you know, if black ends up being good, this could be one of the best commons. I mean, it just dies into another, like it actually ties into just a better card.
Yes, that is what it does.
What would you do? C+?
I would probably give it a C+. I think that we are going to end up wanting to put this card in our deck most of the time.
Skullduggery is next. You were talking about
I love this one. This is one of my favorites. So Skullduggery is black for an instant at common. Until end of turn, target creature you control gets +1/+1, and target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1. So it looks like a combat trick that, you know, that does a total of +2/+2 total, you know, kind of equivalent. What this card really is a way to sometimes win 2 combats at once. Like, imagine just the simplest version of 2 2/2s bashing into each other. Like, you just get to win both combats. And it commits a crime because it targets one of your opponent's things. So it's a 1-mana commit a crime spell. So it's even better than it would have been otherwise. And this card's good in basically every format, unless that format involves like a strangely low amount of creature combat. And that's not these formats. Like, Skullduggery, I think, is just going to be one of the best black commons in a high pick.
Yeah, and this is going, where was it? It was Ixalan? I think it was like the pirate trick at the time, right? That was kind of the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the better combat tricks we've seen, especially if small creatures count, and it does seem like they do. What grade did you give it?
I would give it a C+, I think, but I'm going to give it a B-. I think Skullduggery is just going to be awesome.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if the format's even remotely quick or cares about small creatures, this card just dominates. You just can't get better for 1 mana. Next is Unfortunate Accident. This is black, and then it has a little plus, so it means that it has spree. It's an instant. It's uncommon. So it's a little weird to read these out because I said it costs black, but it really costs, you know, whatever you decide to spree. So here's your choices. You can, again, add these up if you'd like. But the first spree is 2 and a black. So that makes it 2 black for destroy a creature. Destroy target creature at instant speed. So that's nice. It is 4 mana, but still. And then you can also +1. So you can add another colorless, or you can just play it for 1 and a black. And that makes a 1/1 red mercenary creature token, which is
one of those mercs in there.
Yeah. So, I mean, 5 mana, you get a 1/1 and destroy a creature at instant speed.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds great to me. Like,
that sounds amazing.
And it's 2 mana for a 1/1 at instant speed if you need that. Like you have the kind of back out, like, imagine this is a removal spell that has cycling make a 1/1. That's kind of how it feels. Like, you're going to put this in your deck as a removal spell, but sometimes you're just going to spend 2 mana and get it 1/1 because you didn't have a 2-drop and they have a 2/1.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And the times when you get up to the 5 mana, you know, you're going to feel pretty good about yourself. I mean, it leaves behind a relevant body and takes out anything, and it's an instant. So this looks like a very good uncommon to me. Not insane, right? I mean, if you're just using the removal side, it's still 4 mana instant speed, destroy target creature, which is pretty good. But, you know, we just had murder in the last set and it was fine-ish.
Even worse than fine, I would say.
Maybe fine minus. Yeah. You know, so, you know, keep that in mind. But still, this thing should perform well. 5 mana, kill anything.
This
and make
looks
a 1/1
like
looks good.
It'll be one of the better uncommons. Like,
okay.
Just a removal spell that makes a creature like,
yeah.
I mean, how much would you value a 5 mana 1/1 that ETB destroys a creature? Well, this is basically better than that because it's all instant speed and you get to do the modular thing and all that. So
yeah,
I just like B for this, I think.
I think so too. B for unfortunate accident. Next is Binding Negotiation. This is 1 and a black for a sorcery. It's uncommon and it says target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, they discard it. Otherwise, you may put a face-up exiled card they own into their graveyard. So you can take away is plot face up?
It's face up. You don't have to guess what they're plotting. So basically, this is a duress for any non-land, which is already kind of nice. And if you want, you can just nug one of their plot cards. And plot's always a sorcery.
And you get to choose it in order too. Like you can look at their hand and go,
and then decide.
You know, that seems actually pretty good.
Yeah, no, I think this card is good. Like it as we've seen, spending 2 mana on turn 2 to disrupt their hand is a nice ability to have. And then the fact that this also can hit something with plot. If they plotted something really good, like you know, you spent 2 mana, they might have spent more. It's not like you even got a mana disadvantage, which is funny because the discard side is a mana disadvantage usually.
That's the weird thing is that this is actually like the strangest counterspell ever somehow.
It's a sorcery speed plot counterspell, yeah.
Yeah, because again, it's really important. If they put 4 mana into their plot and you Binding Negotiation and decide just to put it in the graveyard, like that's what counterspells are supposed to do. You're supposed to get ahead, you know, or ideally to get ahead on mana, but you know, to take care of something that they've already dumped the mana into. The whole downside to, you know, hand disruption spells is that A, they haven't spent the mana yet and you did, and B, you can miss. And if they have anything plotted, then you can just, you know, go, okay, I'm going to Binding Negotiation to see if there's something better in your hand. But I got the backup plan of taking out that thing either way. I guess the question becomes if you face decks that just aren't plotting very much, then Binding Negotiation gets a little clunky at 2 mana to take something out of their hand. So I would be a little less excited about that. I'd give Binding Negotiation a C though.
Yeah, I give it a C. And I think it's going to be a card you're pretty happy to have in your deck, is my guess.
Blood Hustler is next. Great name. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 vampire rogue, and it is uncommon. You'll notice that there's a lot of uncommons because of the shift that they made with the play packs or whatever. There's more now. So again, this is uncommon. So it's 2 mana 1/1, and it says whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on Blood Hustler, but only triggers once each turn. And then it has the activated ability 3 and a black target opponent. And then there's other words, but that's kind of the main part. Loses a life and you gain a life. So you can basically pay 4 mana to commit a crime. It is relevant. It drains them for 1. And then this thing gets a +1/+1 counter. That is slow. 2 mana for a 1/1, slow. 4 mana to activate, slow, but whenever you do it, you're getting the counter, and you get the counters even if you commit crimes other ways as well. I like Blood Hustler. It feels like, you know, you put
a good card.
Yeah, you play it for 2 and it sits there and they're kind of going, all right, that's going to be a problem in a little while. And my guess is a little while comes up a little quicker than it seems.
Yeah, I think that this card is just fantastic because you're going to put this card out. It's going to naturally gain a counter, not a counter per turn, but it's going to gain a counter every couple turns without you using its own ability. And then if you ever run out of things to do, you can use its ability. Like that's just a good card. I would give Blood Hustler a C+.
I like C+ for Blood Hustler too. Also, you know, if you are playing a deck that has a lot of things to care about committing crimes, this is just your repeat crime committal. And it is a relevant ability. Draining for 1 counts. Desert's Dew is next. It is 1 and a black for an instant at common, and it says Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. It gets an additional -1/-1 until end of turn for each desert you control. I am so jealous of that burrito right now, by the way. I should order a second one.
Look, we can't get through, the 700 cards in Outlaws of Thunder Junction without a little sustenance. I don't want to pay the desert's due, though. Actually, you're going to put this card in your deck most of the time, I think.
I think so too. I for the most part, these type of cards hold their own even without the bonus. Like even if you don't have any deserts, a -2/-2 until end of turn can be very powerful in combat, right? It can even take down things that are bigger than the 2 toughness. And of course, instant speed, 2 mana, kill something small is kind of tried and true as well, especially in the current world of 1-drops and aggression mattering, combat tricks mattering a lot. Desert Stew is going to pull its weight for sure. And then if you're building around it all and you get 1 or 2 deserts down, I mean, now you're looking at doing -3/-3, even -4/-4 at instant speed for 2 mana. Now you're like really rocking.
Yeah, I mean, and I also think that most decks will want some deserts because of the ping deserts are just strong. Mm-hmm. They're really high rate cards. I mean,
especially in black.
A tapped mana fixer that commits crimes and just pings for 1, even if you don't care about crimes. So Desert's Due is like, playable at -2/-2, but it's just going to be -3 sometimes and even -4 outside of a desert deck. And in a desert deck, it's obviously just a great card. So I would give it a C. And then in a desert deck, you can get it up to a B if you try hard.
Yeah, agreed. Desperate Bloodseeker is next. It's 1 and a black for a 2/2 vampire at common. It has lifelink, and it says when it enters the battlefield, target player mills 2 cards. So 2 mana, 2/2 lifelink, and that is a crime, right?
Yeah, mostly it's that this commits a crime. I don't think you're generally going to care about milling them.
It is target player. So kind of interesting because in the black-green deck, it looks like you'd like to target yourself with this. That does not count as a crime. No, that doesn't commit a crime.
Yeah. So, when I say you don't care about milling them, I mean that when you want to commit a crime, it's because you want to commit a crime. You will mill yourself if you don't care about committing a crime and you're playing like black-green or something. So it's a kind of nice flexible card, and a 2 mana 2/2 lifelink is not bad. This looks like a C. You'll be happy to play it.
Yeah, one notable thing is it is just vampire. And at some point this thing had vampire rogue or vampire mercenary, whatever. It was it was an outlaw, and they're like, maybe not a 2 mana 2, because that would have been a real pivot card there. Next is Fake Your Own Death. This is 1 and a black for an instant at common. It says until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains when this creature dies. Return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and you get a treasure.
I wonder how
they just keep going back to these things.
Yeah, I wonder how many sets in a row it's been where we have this effect.
No kidding. It has to be part of the matrix, right? The spreadsheet.
Yeah. I mean,
these just underperform generally.
It's really, yes, they do underperform a bit. I think these get a lot better when you have some good ETB creatures.
For sure.
Because then you really get paid off. I think overall, these kind of cards are like D-level cards mostly, and if you really want one, you can put one in your deck.
Yeah, there's nothing really bad to say about them. They are serviceable combat tricks. They do the thing you want. They bump up the power. They help your creatures survive, and they even give you a random treasure. But they just end up playing at like a D+ level.
Actually, I like this one. I think
this is the one that's going to turn it all around. Huh?
+2/+0 and get a treasure.
It's a lot.
It's like a 1.5 for 1 for 2 mana. I'm going to give Fake Your Own Death a C. I think this card will be playable. This time, it'll be good.
I'm D+ing it. They're going to have to show me. Next is Lively Dirge. Dirge? How do you say that? Dirge? Probably Dirge, right?
No, Dirge. You got it right.
Okay. It is 1 and a black plus. So it's a sorcery at uncommon with Spree, and you can add 1 generic mana to say, search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, and then shuffle. No. And then +2 to return up to 2 creature cards with total mana value 4 or less from your graveyard. To the battlefield.
So the total package, if you spend all of it, is 5 mana. Go put a creature into your graveyard. Total mana value 4 or less means you're not necessarily like, you can't bring back 2 giant things or anything, but you could either bring back like 1 4-drop for 5 mana to tune your deck for a 4-drop and put it into play. Yeah, that's not terrible.
Show me the 4-drop, right? If it's great, then that's great. Yeah.
But where this gets really exciting is when you spend 5 or even 4 mana if you've already set it up and just get 2 2-drops back into play. I think that's generally going to be a little stronger.
Okay.
Yeah, this card looks okay. You'd have to have a lot of 2s or cheap creatures. Doesn't even have to be 2s, could be 1s.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd be a little more into it, or some really sick 4-drops. If you have like a mythic 3 or 4 mana creature, this card looks like a pretty nice way to get more uses out of it.
Definitely.
I would give Lively Dirge a C, but I could see some decks going a little higher.
Let's say the deck is aiming for the 2/2 mode, which seems like a nice middle ground balance. Would you need one of those 2-drops to be really good? You know, an uncommon plus, like something.
I mean, clearly that's better, but it wouldn't have to.
You could just get 2 like decent commons back and feel like you got your value. Okay. Next is.
I mean, like imagine you get the like 3/2 Lava Tongue guy who's pinging them when you play Outlaws, and then just a random the 2/2 lifelink.
Yeah,
like, that's still good. You're happy with those 2 cards
for sure. Next is Mourner's Surprise, which is 1 and a black for a sorcery. At common, it says return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, and then you get a 1/1 mercenary, the type of token.
Yeah, I mean, the Weld card from Brothers War that was kind of like this. The 2 mana, get something back and then get a 1/1. Like that card was pretty sweet, and this card I think is gonna kind of enable a bunch of these decks nicely. So
yeah,
I like C for Mourner's Surprise.
I do too.
I like pushed Raised Deads. We're getting some nice Raised Deads here, and I like that. I think Raised Deads play pretty nicely. They reward you for interaction and drafting good creatures and stuff.
It'll be interesting to see what it's like with the critical mass of them, because we've already seen 3. So now it's like, hey, I want to mill myself, or I want to put something crazy in my deck that I could discard or mill and get back. Next is Raven of Fell Omens. This is 1 and a black for a 1/2 bird. It is common. It has flying. And it says, whenever you commit a crime, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn.
Well, if you're good at doing the thing, this card's going to be extremely obnoxious for your opponent.
For sure.
If you're not, you shouldn't play it. So this is a build around C. It's not a card you build your deck around by itself, but it goes well in the crimes deck. And outside of the crimes deck, if you don't have a lot of ways to do this, you should probably not play it. So I like build around C for Raven of Fell Omens.
That's nice. I like cards that go into one archetype every once in a while. This one's for me. Next is Servant of the Stinger. And this is 1 and a black for a 1/3 human warlock. It is uncommon. It has Death Touch. So 2 mana outlaw with Death Touch. And it says, whenever Servant of the Stinger deals combat damage to a player, if you've committed a crime this turn, you may sacrifice Servant of the Stinger. If you do, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, and shuffle. Wow.
All right. But before you say it, yes, this seems like a lot of setup, but it doesn't matter because a 2 mana 1/3 Death Touch is a fantastic card.
Yeah, with a relevant creature type too.
Yes, with the relevant creature type, and just some nice upside where, like, I could imagine, like, on turn 6 or 7, kind of late in the game, your opponent attacks with this. They haven't committed a crime yet, and you're just like, my options are to either block with my 4/4 or take it. But if I don't block and they kill, they cast some spell that commits a crime, then they sack this to go get their 6-drop or whatever. That's not going to turn out well. Like, you're not going to want to sack this in the first bunch of turns of the game. Like, I'd be surprised if you go like turn 2 Stinger, turn 3 play a land, ping you, attack, sack it. That doesn't actually sound like a great play to me because I don't want to give up board presence that early in the game. But a little bit later in the game, or when you don't need this to defend yourself anymore, getting the best card in your deck is a pretty good cash-in moment. Totally.
But I mean, this card's just too good to sacrifice. 2 mana, 1/3 Death Touch that also has a relevant creature type. Like, that's just, you just play a bunch of those. Like, that's a really annoying card.
Yeah, but the sacrifice is even powerful. So you do get, when you want to use it, it's going to be really good.
How does it work? Whenever it deals damage to them, then a trigger goes up and says, if you've committed a crime, a trigger goes up and says, do you want to sack this thing? Okay.
And then on resolution, you get to decide if you want to do it or not.
Okay. That's cool.
And you have a window if they don't block it to like commit a crime before it deals damage. Once it's dealt damage, you can't. At that point, it's too late.
Yeah. The only problem that I have is that this is the type of card I'd want to go search up half the time. So I already have my best card, my Servant of the Stinger, my stupid little Death Toucher. I'd give it a B.
Yeah. Easy B for me.
Next is Shoot the Sheriff. Man, I had a teacher in high school that used to call me the sheriff. 1 and a black for an instant and uncommon. It says destroy target non-outlaw creature. So it can only hit things that aren't assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks.
Yeah.
Did you see the reminder text on this?
Everything else is fair game.
Everything else is fair game. That is amazing. Okay. I mean, 1 and a black instant to destroy a creature is fantastic. That is the speed that we need in the current era. So the question just becomes, how many? I mean, if you're playing against red black, like, is this thing just boarded out, or you don't want it at all?
I doubt you'd board it out, but you will miss sometimes. I bet this actually ends up being kind of a pretty frustrating card, where like it's not like power word kill. It's kind of the same vibes. That was the one that was destroy target, like non-demon, non-angel, non-dragon. The creature types are a lot more common, so it's more often going to sit in your hand and not be able to kill the thing you want to kill, which, that's a drawback. But you're never cutting this card. It's a B. You're just going to put it in your deck, and you're going to hope to play against colors that have fewer of these outlaws.
Definitely. Next is Treasure Dredger. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 human rogue. It is uncommon. It says you can pay 1 mana, tap it, and pay a life to make a treasure.
Nice. 2 mana, 2/2 with relevance if you ever have mana left over and life, I guess. Good in the late game. Like, sounds like a pretty decent little card. I mean, it even lets you kind of store up to ramp something out here too.
Totally. And it is well worth it in the early game to save a mana to store up and pay the 1 life. I mean that pays
turn
off.
2 this, turn 3 play another 2-drop, use this. Turn 4 you play a 5-drop, or turn 4 you just play 1 off curve again and play your 3, and then turn 5 you have 7 mana available and you can really do something big. So I like B for Treasure Dredger. I think you're just going to be happy to cast this card at most points in the game.
I think so too. It's also a rogue. Next is Black Snag Buzzard. And this is 2 and a black for a 2/1 bird at common. It's got flying. So 3 mana, 2/1 flyer, and it enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it if a creature died this turn. It has, what is that, Morbid? And it has plot. So here's our first plot card for 1 and a black.
Great card. I mean, you just spend 2 mana, and even as just 2 mana for a 2/1 flying that you doesn't come into play for an extra turn, that's very solid. And it's not going to be hard to set this up to have a creature die. It does mean if your opponent is playing black, plots a card on 2, and then wants to try to trade off on a later turn, you should think about this card. But Black Snag Buzzard just looks solid C. I think I'll just always put this card in the deck, and it gets even better if you're getting some bonus from plot. Yeah,
this really does seem like a bread and butter plot card in the format. Next is Neutralize the Guards. This is 2 and a black for an instant and uncommon. It says creatures target opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. And now they're trying to sweeten the pot with this. They A, made it an instant, and B, you get to surveil 2.
I mean, I think that they've sufficiently sweetened the pot. The pot is sweet enough now. We'll take it.
Definitely. Because we've seen this at like 1 black sorcery. This happens, and it's been situationally good, but generally kind of mediocre. But this looks really strong to me. Yeah, I like Neutralize the Guards a lot.
Yeah, I would say that you just put this card in your deck. And
definitely. Every
time. Like, this looks like a B-. Like, it looks like a strong card.
Definitely.
Also, it cleans up all those little mercenaries really easily.
It does. Yeah. We've seen quite a bit of token making. I think the only matchup where you're like, is you're playing like red-green or something like that, where this might not nab something, because, this is a type of card that you don't need to have big dreams on. I know you look at it and go, I could kill 10 things. If you snag a Black Snag Buzzard with it and, it messes with combat, or even you just get the surveil too, that's probably good enough already. Seems really good. And there are dreams too. We're being restrained. There is my opponent attacked with everything and I neutralized the guards and it was a huge blowout. Very rare will that happen, but when it does, this card gets credit for that too.
Yeah.
What do you want to give
the
it?
fact that the 1-for-1 scenario is still an advantageous one for you makes this a card I'm always happy to play. But don't be afraid to side it out. If you run into the matchup where it's bad, just take it out. But I would start with this in your deck, and I would give Neutralize the Guards a B-.
B-. Next is Rakish Crew. This is 2 and a black for an enchantment at uncommon, and it says when it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red mercenary token. with the ability. And it says, whenever an outlaw you control dies, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life.
I think this is going to be one of my favorite cards in the set, like assuming it works. But it does look to me like it should, because this reminds me of the Bastion of whatever, the 2 and a black, make a 1/1 token and then drains whenever it dies. It was in the Arena Cube. It was Bastion of Remembrance. It was was good in the format it was in too. I don't even remember which format. Probably Brothers War, I think.
I think it was a vampire card or something, but yeah.
They've made the same card a bunch of times. So in any case, this kind of gets you gives you the first installment for free. It gives you a 1/1 that drains when it dies. And I don't think it'll be difficult to make it so like half your creatures are outlaws, if not more. And then once you start making tokens like mercenaries and sacrificing them for value, block, cast the like village rights card, sack, draw 2 cards, like it just goes pretty deep. You do have to work for this. Like you would need to get 3 or 4 pings off this most of the time over the course of a game, like not right away, but over the course of a game, to think, okay, this is a good card, I'm putting it in my deck. If you play this, it triggers off the token, and then it triggers one more time, and that's all it does in a game. Yeah, you ended up on like the worst end of the deal. But if you trigger this 3 times, then I think you're happy at that point. I don't think it's going to be difficult to do that. I would give this a build around B, but it is a build around. You have to do the work.
Commit to Rakish Crew. Next is Rattleback Apothecary, which is 2 and a black for a 3/2 Gorgon Warlock at uncommon. It has Death Touch. These ones are always weird, right? 3/2 with Death Touch.
3/2 Death Touch is like, what are we doing? What combat are we getting into? Where that, you know, like it's when it fights a 5/5. Obviously, that's fine, but it is just kind of funny.
It's a little weird. It says whenever you commit a crime, target creature you control gains your choice of menace or lifelink until end of turn.
Pretty nice. When they have a board where you want to attack, if you can commit a crime, you give this menace, then they can't block it really, because they'll lose 2 creatures if they do. If the way is clear, you give it lifelink, or if they just have a 5/5 in play and you don't mind trading, just give it lifelink and attack. Mm-hmm. And then you can also do it defensively, like, they think they're swinging for the win. You go, give this thing block, give my thing lifelink, barely survive. Yeah, and this just does trigger multiple times a turn, so you can give it menace and lifelink if you commit 2 crimes. Like, plus a 3/2 death touch for 3 is just passable already. So this looks like a C+ to me. Like, it's just a good card to put in the deck. It's a mercenary or a warlock. It triggers outlaw stuff. It pays you off for committed crimes. Like, just kind of does all the things you want to do.
See, for Rattleback Apothecary. Next is Unscrupulous Contractor. This is 2 and a black for a 3/2 human assassin. This one is also uncommon. It says when it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. When you do, target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Interesting. And you can plot it for its same cost. It's 2 and a black to plot it.
So this one doesn't inherently work with the plot, as in like the plot doesn't really set up possibilities that already didn't exist. Because like you could just cast this and sack a creature. The main thing it does,
if you didn't have a creature,
it lets you delay it. So like, let's say instead of playing this on turn 3, you're like, well, I don't have a creature. I'll just plot it. And then on turn 5 or something, I'll put it into play. Maybe turn 4, you could wait 1 turn. Because the other thing is at 3/2, it's just going to trade off the first time it attacks, in most games anyway. So hurrying to get it out doesn't necessarily do all that much. I like this card. I would like it without plot. It gets better with plot. It does enable your other plot stuff better than it enables its own. Like, it's not a mega combo with plot. It does make the card a bit better, lets you kind of spend the mana early and still get the trigger later. But I would say overall, this is just a card that plot is kind of like a little bit of an upside. And then if you get other cards that combine nicely with plotting, then it gets even better.
Yeah.
I would give this a C+. I think Unscrupulous Contractor is pretty good.
Yeah. There are 2 other subtleties with the card. One of them is that it is an assassin. The other one is that it does say target player.
It's true. So you can nug your opponent out.
You can either commit a crime against them if that's what's really critical, or you can kill them if they're low on life. Next is Vault Plunderer, which is 2 and a black for a 3/1 human rogue at common. And when it enters the battlefield, target player draws a card and loses a life. So actually, same thing that I just said about that. You can commit crimes with this. In a really tight game, you could finish off your opponent with it. But generally speaking, it's a 3/1 that draws you a card.
Yeah, and that's a good card.
That's a good card.
Honestly, it's funny looking at this next to Unscrupulous Contractor. Like, how often is the Contractor going to be better?
Yeah, but one of them's an uncommon too. It's weird. Vault
'Cause, like,
Plunderer just seems like a cleaner design on the same thing. They're also
They-
both
They both net you the same amount of cards. Assuming you sack a real creature to the Contractor, you sacked an additional creature to draw an additional card. That's actually not a great deal. So I think Vault Plunderer might actually perform a little bit better.
That's weird. And they're both outlaws too. So that, I guess one's a 3/2 and one's a 3/1. Like
I mean,
it is a big difference.
The Contractor has more like combos with various plot stuff, or if you're sacking tokens to really get an edge there. So it has a higher high end for sure. But I actually kind of think like Vault Plunderer is the card you want in your opening hand more often, which is a funny thing, just right next to each other. I would give Vault Plunderer a C+ as well.
Yeah, me too. I mean, those type of cantrip creatures, they do add up. Next is Boneyard Desecrator. This is 3 and a black for a 3/4 zombie mercenary at common. It has menace. So 4 mana, 3/4 menace. Nice. And it's a mercenary as well. And it has activated ability 1 and a black, sacrifice another creature to put a +1/+1 counter on the Desecrator. And if it was an outlaw that you sacrificed, you get a treasure token as well. That's kind of a lot for a common.
It's pretty funny. Like this thing, it's like it goes and hunts down outlaws and gets bounties of a treasure every time it does.
Even though it is itself as well.
Yeah, I mean,
it's never too late to start an afterlife of crime.
This is true. I think this is just going to be a C. Like the expensive sacrifice type cards have typically underperformed. Like this is probably closer to a D than a B. Like it's like a C-, D+ even. So I think Boneyard Desecrator is fine, but it's not too exciting. I mean, 4 mana, 3/4 menace is pretty good.
That's the thing that has to save it, because the activated ability has proven to be very not that great. D+, C- range for Boneyard Desecrator most likely.
Actually, I'll just give it a C.
You like the 3/4 menace enough and a relevant creature type? Okay, yeah, we don't want to punish it for having a clunky ability.
Compare this to the Golgari Rotworm thing in the last set, the 4 mana 3/4 that if you got a creature left your graveyard, it got +1/+1 lifelink and menace and all that.
Mm-hmm.
This is similar, and that card was pretty bad, but this is a menace up front, always has menace, which makes me think that this card's going to be a little bit better.
Okay, I can see that. Consuming Ashes is 2 black for an instant. It's common, and it says exile target creature. If it had mana value 3 or less, surveil 2. Yeah. I mean, again, these type of removal spells are worse than they used to be, but exile's better than it's ever been. That actually matters a lot on many creatures these days. And it gives you a rebate if you're behind on mana. I kind of like that. Yeah.
I think Consuming Ashes is totally fine. I'm gonna guess it's probably a C+. Like you're gonna be happy playing the card, even though I don't know removal. I'm a little wary after how bad removal was the last couple sets, but actually I think in a normal set it's still gonna be fine to have cards like this.
All right, let's hope this is a normal set. Next is Rictus Robber, which is 3 and a black for a 4/3 zombie rogue at uncommon. And it says when it enters the battlefield, if a creature died this turn, create a 2/2 blue and black zombie rogue creature token. And it's got plot. Now this is where it gets interesting. It's 2 and a black, so it's actually a mana cheaper to plot this. And you're getting a lot. Plotted on 3, you get a 4/3. And if you can set up some type of combat or something, these are face up though, right? So opponent knows, you said? Like
they do, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
so
yeah, I guess I misspoke
difficult
earlier on the stupid buzzer. Yes, of course, you know what the card is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, now there's like 15 minutes in between me saying that. That's plenty of time for someone to come leave a comment.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe somebody in the live stream already caught it. But still, this is an uncommon. This is definitely pushed, right? I mean, this is a great place to put your 3 mana for the turn, and it sets up a very awkward situation for your opponent the next turn, because I mean, frankly, you could just attack, right? Like with whatever you have out, and just like, you're like, I don't care if it dies because it's going to be a 2-drop anyway, or a 1-drop. And I can just upgrade it here to a 2/2. If you have any type of combat tricks or something, you could really fake out your opponent and just have this thing kind of annoyingly lurking over the board. But more than that, you're just getting a 4/3 and you're only going to invest 3 mana into it.
Yeah, and if you can line it up with a removal spell, then you get extra paid off, which isn't that hard to do either. So I think
like
Rictus Robber looks like a B to me.
Looks like a B. Next is Rooftop Assassin. This is 3 and a black for a 2/2 vampire assassin. At common, it has flash, flying, and lifelink. And when it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Wow, that's a lot of text for a common there.
They're really trying to sell us on the destroy creature that's been dealt damage effect.
Yeah, they are. Does this get over the line? Flash, flying, lifelink 2/2.
It's got to. A 2/2 flying lifelinker is just such a nice card. Like that's 4 points of life swing every turn it attacks.
That's really big.
Rooftop Assassin has to be a B or probably B minus, I think. Just because I feel like I'm just imagining the game where you just cast this at the end of their turn on turn 4 and it doesn't trigger or anything like that. And you just attack them with a 2/2 flying lifelinker. That's really good.
They have to kill it. And then you get this upside. I mean, sometimes it just.
And if you're it's really good with mercenaries on all ends. Yeah. If it gets pumped by the 1/1 mercenary token, you attack for 3 lifelink. That's awesome. Or if you chump their creature with your 1/1 mercenary and then this finishes it off, that is also great.
Yeah. Attack into it, flash it in. Yeah, at least C+ for Rooftop Assassin. They may have finally sold us on it.
Probably C+, but I like the card.
I do too. What about Overzealous Muscle?
This is 4 and a black for a 5/4 ogre mercenary at common, so it's an outlaw. And whenever you commit a crime during your turn, it gets indestructible until end of turn.
You can do that in combat.
Yeah, I mean, the joke here is you attack with this, and they have to kind of block as if it was indestructible, or just take the damage or whatever. And sometimes you won't have it, and they just have to take that gamble. But it's pretty easy to make it indestructible. Yeah, I mean, this card's fine. I bet it's pretty much replacement level. It's probably like a C-.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Even though it does look really annoying to play against.
It would just be a rare in the original OTJ.
Yeah. Next is Ambush Gigapede, which is 4 black for a 6/2 insect at common. It has flash, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn. God, that's interesting. That's a really tantalizing design because, those are 2 horrendous spells, right? 6 mana for -2/-2 and a 6 mana 6/2. But, is it enough if we combine them?
I mean, if you actually cast this and kill something, it could be pretty nice. Imagine you just play this, kill their 2/2, block their 5/5 attacker.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1
the
for
Giga Chad can do some work there, but I don't think that. I don't think you should probably just main deck this in most decks. I could see a black controlling deck, especially one with a bunch of self-mill and raised deads, where just having one of these gets you access to it when you need it. But I think that the Gigapede is probably a D.
I'm not sold. Yeah, I want to be sold. I'm not sold. We'll go D.
6 mana, 2 toughness is a rough combination.
It's really bad.
That's the main thing I'm looking at, to be honest.
Yeah, if it was a 2/6, it would be awesome, right? It would just eat anything. Next is last black card actually is Hollow Marauder. It's 6 and a black for a 4/2 Spectre Rogue at uncommon, and it says it costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. It also has flying. And when it enters the battlefield, any number of target opponents each discard a card. For each of the opponents who didn't discard a card with mana value 4 or greater, draw a card. Hey. So the immediate question is, at what cost are we happy? 7 mana 4/2 flyer that makes them pitch a card, and you might get a card out of it as well.
Pretty likely chance you draw a card, I would imagine.
I would think you're going to draw a card pretty often. 7 mana is a lot for that, but 6 is already getting in there. Okay, and 5 seems like a bargain.
Yeah, I mean, at 5 mana, I would be happy to play this, and I imagine you could make it even less than that if you did some work. This looks like a build around B. I would be happy to play this in a deck that has a little bit of self mill, just a bunch of creatures to trade off, sacrifice effects.
Yeah.
I think. And if they're empty-handed, you just always just get a card, which is nice. So
you get a card if they're empty-handed, and boy, if they have to pitch something that costs 4 or more by the time you're casting Hollow Marauder, then that's a big
you're also
win
happy
for you
with that too.
Yeah.
So
okay,
I like build around B for Hollow Marauder, and I bet the build around part isn't even that hard.
Yeah, I agree. I it feels like this will cost somewhere between 5 and 6, most commonly. That moves us to red. Let's see how aggressive this format can really be. The first card is called Explosive Derailment. It is red plus, so it's an instant common with spree. And you can add 2 mana to it to have it deal 4 damage to a creature. And you can add another 2 mana to have it destroy an artifact. So you've got a split card shatter or removal spell here, or you can even do both.
I mean, 2 and a red for an instant speed deal 4. Just not leaving that in my sideboard, so that it is a floor of like a C+. Does destroy target artifact, or destroy target artifact make it even better? No, it's still a C+, but it's nice to have that option.
Yeah, agreed. And, because there are a few decks that actually care about that. What grade do you want to give it?
C+.
Yeah,
I think
C+.
For explosive derailment. And so quick draw is our next card. It's red for an instant common. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains first strike until end of turn. Creatures target opponent controls lose first strike and double strike until end of turn.
That's cool. That's cool.
So, I actually don't think it is, because it's not whoever's quick draw resolves first. It's whoever's quick draw resolves last is who wins. If you cast quick draw and they let it resolve, and then they cast quick draw, they end up with the first striker, and you do not have the first striker.
Oh no, flavor
disaster!
fail. I liked it. That was cool until you said that.
I know. I have to credit Sam Party. He pointed that out, and then a bunch of people on Twitter, and then a bunch of people responded to him with wildly incorrect interpretations of the rules. So that part's cool.
Funny. That's
but
funny.
What is nice about this is it commits a crime when you play it. And that's what mostly it'll do. It's not even going to win first strike battles as often as you might expect. It's mostly just going to be +1/+1 first strike, commit a crime, which is kind of a cool card. I would imagine this probably settles into like the C- D+ range. And if you really care about committing crimes, it'll push it up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Next is Reckless Lackey, which is red for a 1/2 Goblin Pirate at common. It has first strike and haste. This is a common. And you can pay 2 and a red and sacrifice it to draw a card and make a treasure. Are you absolutely kidding me?
It's like LCI left this behind.
This isn't an uncommon?
It's a really good card. 1 mana, 1/2 first strike haste. It's an outlaw, and you can cash it in later, and you even get some of the mana back. You get a treasure back out of it as well as the card.
There goes all my hopes of the black.
I'm just glad that they finally pushed 1-drops. You know, it's been a while since they've done so. And
talk about would have been a rare and old school OTG. I mean, this is just crazy.
Not quite there, but yeah. I mean, this card is good. I wouldn't give it a B, but I would give it a C+. I think.
Yeah, it's at least a C+, and it's it's going to end up being best common. Blah blah blah.
It's not going to be the best common.
Reckless Lackey, I hate you. Next is Brimstone Roundup, which is 1 and a red for an enchantment at uncommon. It says whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you get a 1/1 red mercenary, and this Brimstone Roundup has plot for 2 and a red.
So this is the third build around enchantment that gives you a mercenary when you play it, basically. Like it kind of kickstarts you with a mercenary. Or maybe the third burner it was around card, because there's like the 2/4, the black enchantment, there's the red black one that makes mercenaries, but that one at least doesn't spot you one for free. All the other ones spot you one for free.
Mm-hmm.
And this one's okay. The problem is, you get the first one pretty easily by you go like plot, and then next turn you immediately go spell into this, or you play this, then you play another spell, and you get your payoff. Mm-hmm. How often are you going to be doing it after that?
Yeah, maybe one extra time.
The thing is, 2 spells just means you run out of cards fast if you're trying to do that.
Definitely.
Like even just from a card quantity perspective, it's hard to cast 2 spells in a turn. Very many turns, So I'm a little dubious on this. Like, it looks like a build around like C, where in a heavy plot deck, because it works in multiple ways with, it works with other plot payoff cards, and it pays you off when you plot other cards. Like, that's all well and good. I would try it, but it's, I think, a little bit harder to use. Like, just the cap on how many you can get exists. Like, you're not going to be able to get more than like probably 3 is the high end.
3 would be impressive. Yeah. And these, the other downside is that, cards like this, they need time and they want to stabilize. And these 1/1 red mercenaries don't do that. Like, they are just 1/1s on blocks. I mean, as much as a 1/1 stabilizes your board, it's not that much. I want to like Brimstone Roundup, but I just feel like the upside just isn't there. I'm not impressed at all with just randomly getting a few 1/1s over the course of a couple turns.
Yeah, I mean, would you change it from build around C? I think that's
I would make it lower. Like it's weirdly like a build around D plus or something. Like what my peak is getting 2 or 3 random 1/1s. Like that's the dream. If I'm going to put a bunch of effort into this type of card, I need to see, I need to win. Feel like I have a really good shot of winning the game. I'd want double. I would want to see like 2 1/1s each time I do this or something.
I guess where I could see this being good is if you can play it in blue-red with some good card drawing cantrips. Because then you could get 3 or 4 tokens out of this. Like if you get 3 tokens out of it is a good card. If you get 4, it's a great card. So
agreed.
I still think it's a build around C, but I agree with you that it is hard to get there.
Okay. Next is Caught in the Crossfire, which is red plus. So it's an instant and uncommon with Spree. And you can add 1 generic mana to make it deal 2 damage to each outlaw creature. And you can add another mana to have Caught in the Crossfire deal 2 damage to each non-outlaw creature. And I guess you can just do it for 4 and do 2 damage to everything.
Yeah. I mean,
it's an instant.
This card looks like you'll be able to make it do something you want most games. Like it's not always going to be. It's kind of like when you're talking about the -1/-1 card, neutralize the guards. It's not that you have to cast this card and assume if it doesn't kill 3 of their creatures, none of yours, it's a bad card. You can just cast this like maybe after combat, after there's been some damage done, and it's like I'll cast this to kill your 1 mercenary left over, or I'll cast this to kill your 2 non-mercenaries, or I'll cast this for 4 mana and just blow up all our creatures. And those the fact that you can do any and or all of them makes this, I think, a playable card. I still am a little hesitant about this in like an aggressive deck. Because like, let's say you're the aggressive red-black outlaw deck. And you're like, well, I'm going to play this card because I can always choose the second mode and it won't hurt my creatures. Well, then if you run into another outlaw deck, you're back to having it be an instant speed pyroclasm. But that is still a card that you could work with. I don't know. I guess this is probably going to end up being like a B. Like it just feels like the blowout potential's there. It shouldn't be that hard to get pretty close to a 1-for-1 or 2-for-2, right? With some things going on. And just the worlds in between those two are pretty big. So I feel like getting access to both those is good.
I do too. And it's also fully flexible, with instant speed plus the modal part. Do you remember the game Crossfire, the like board game thing?
I don't think I ever played that.
Man, it was like like it had like ball bearings that you fired across something. Like it's just like one of the worst ideas. It was sweet though. Next is Cunning Coyote, which is 1 and a red for a 2/2 coyote. At uncommon, it's got haste. And when it enters the battlefield, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains haste until end of turn. And it has plot for 1 and a red.
There's a Roadrunner card too. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's coming. So 2 mana, 2/2 haste and pump something else and gives it haste, which normally wouldn't really make that much sense. It'd be hard to use that part. But because of plot, you can, of course, go plot this on 2, turn 3, play a creature, put this into play and smash for like 6 damage or something. Sounds pretty good to me.
It seems really powerful.
I mean, we saw 2 mana, 2/2 haste do some pretty good work in MKM, and this is 2 mana, 2/2 haste with like multiple upsides. So I would say C+ for Cunning Coyote.
Is it just better to plot this or not on turn 2, like damage output wise?
I mean, usually it's going to be better to plot it early because if you play this, the upside of playing this on turn 2 and not plotting it and attacking is that you guarantee get 2 points in when they have no blocker.
Yeah.
But because of the +1/+1 and extra attack you get when you put in your next creature, you get way more damage by waiting. So I would say that your default on this should be to plot. It's just late game. Sometimes you'll just want to play it and immediately attack.
And you said C+?
I think C+, but I could even see B-.
Yeah, B- I think is where we want to be.
Yeah, B- actually sounds good for the Coyote.
Deadeye Duelist is next. It's 1 and a red for a 1/3 human assassin. At common, it's got reach, and you can pay 1 mana and tap it to have it deal 1 damage to target opponent, and then in parentheses, commit a crime.
Crimes committed here.
Right.
Yeah, this card obviously, works. It's an outlaw. It commits crimes. Also, 2 mana, 1/3 reach that just starts pinging them out. This actually looks like one of the better red commons.
This looks really legit.
This looks like a B- to me. Like, when your opponent plays this on turn 2, you're just going to be like, ugh, that's annoying.
Right.
Like,
and we've been talking
about crimes are always
arounds.
on. They're pinging me down every turn. Like, it's a 1/3 reach, so it's kind of hard to get past it.
Totally. And this is the type of card that's one of those glue cards, pivot card, right? It has assassin and it also can repeatedly commit crimes. That is just going to fit into a lot of decks really well. Next is Demonic Ruckus. This is 1 and a red for an aura, an enchantment aura that's uncommon. And a chance a creature. The creature gets +1/+1 and menace and trample. And when it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card that when the ruckus is put in. Wow. And it has plot for red as well.
This card's excellent. This card's really good.
That's a lot of action.
I mean, you just get to plot this on turn 1. They just see it and they're just like, okay. And then you go turn 2, you play your creature. You're like, go. I'm not going to put this on yet. Turn 3, maybe you play your creature and you decide, maybe I'll wait another turn. And then at some point you're just like slamming this on your 3/3. Now it's a 4/4 trample menace. And when this goes to the graveyard, you get your card back. You're not even down a card.
Yeah.
Like without the draw a card part, this would still be a pretty strong offensive threat out of an aggro deck. With the draw card part, you should just always play this if you have a sufficient amount of creatures. You don't have to even be an aggressive deck, though it will shine there. So I think B for Demonic Ruckus. I actually just think this is going to be a pseudo grown test card when your opponent plots this on turn 1, you just know. I mean, it lets you save your removal or your bounce spell, but you just kind of know they're going to get you at some point where at the worst, they spent 1 mana and drew a card. They get their card back. They didn't invest almost anything in it.
Totally.
And if it's unchecked, like put this on a 2/2 flyer and you just have a 3/3 unblockable flyer. Like
right. That's really tough. The only downsides to the card are that like menace and trample don't work particularly well together. Like it's really all about the menace in that case.
Yeah.
But like it's hard to call that a downside. B for Demonic Ruckus.
I guess the way you get God is if they put a pacifism on it or something.
Sure, you don't.
And
get your card
then the
back.
enchantment just stays in play. But even exile or bounce, it cares about the demonic ruckus going into the graveyard. So you'd get your card in those situations too.
And you might be able to sacrifice it. We should ask Sirkovitz what your win percentage is if you plot Demonic Ruckus on turn 1 versus not. I bet you it's a big jump.
I bet he'd be interested.
Next is Discerning Peddler, which is 1 and a red for a 2/2 human rogue at common. When Discerning Peddler enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card.
Yeah.
These kind of cards are okay. You know, they help you hit land drops. It's a rogue. This is very much just a filler 2-drop, though.
Like, it's a filler 2-drop, but you will play it in most decks, I would imagine. Yeah. It's a kind of like a classic C.
Yeah. Looks like a C, maybe a C- for Discerning Peddler. Next is Highway Robbery. This is 1 and a red for a sorcery at common, and it says you may discard a card or sacrifice a land. If you do, draw 2 cards, and it's got plot for 1 and a red. So same cost.
I like this card. Early in the game, you'll discard a card, and that'll be fine. And then late in the game, you can sack a land. That makes it quite a bit better than other versions that we've seen, all the like discard a card, tormenting voice type cards. Like I think that Highway Robbery is going to be a card you're definitely going to want in your plot decks, and a card that I think that you should consider playing in most of your decks, just in general.
Yeah, this card looks like a good one of, and then of course it'll work really well in the blue red and that kind of stuff as well. C- for Highway Robbery. I mean, it's hard to imagine this is like a super important card or whatever.
Yeah, I would say it's probably like a C-, but it's a card that I would be interested in really trying to get the most value from, because this one actually looks pretty good. I really like the sack a land option.
Okay. What does Magebane Lizard do?
It's 1 and a red for a 1/4 lizard at uncommon, and whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, Magebane Lizard deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they've cast this turn.
So you cast like a card draw spell and it does 1. If you cast another one, it does another 2. Yeah.
Basically, this pings them for 1 when they cast a non-creature spell.
Yeah.
It's more of a sideboard card for constructed matchups, than where like you're countering their storm deck or whatever.
Could it go in blue-red or?
Well,
it's a 1/4 for 2 that pings them when they cast a.
I mean, in blue-red, you presumably have a lot of spells, so I don't think that you would enjoy having that happen very much. But,
I misunderstood. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah, it's a Punisher for spells.
I see. I did not realize it was a Punisher. Okay, yeah. So just big fat no for this thing, or just sideboard?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look great to me. Like, I think that I would. It's not even a sideboard question. It's more like, do you want a 2-mana 1/4, and how many non-creature spells are in your deck where it's pinging each turn is going to be a thing that you can put up with, right?
I just wouldn't want to mess with this. Like the type of cards that this type of card can do well if it's really aggressively statted, right? Where like your opponent might kind of feel forced to cast a couple of spells, so they take up a little extra damage, and then it's a 3/2 for 2 or whatever, so they're getting slammed on. But it's like so freaking 1/4.
Yeah, I think it looks like a D. Like if a 1/4 really works, or you're playing against the blue-red spells type deck, like. But even then, like, it doesn't punish for creature spells, and it doesn't punish that much for non-creatures.
Yeah. No, this is some like Storm, like this type of card you don't want to see across from you in like Vintage Cube or whatever. But all right, here's your Roadrunner. He's resilient. It's a resilient Roadrunner. It's 1 and a red for a 2/2 bird at uncommon. It has haste. Little on the nose, but it works. Protection from coyotes. And you can pay 3 to have Resilient Roadrunner not be able to be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. It's very fast.
Yes. Mostly it's a 2-mana 2/2 haste, and in the late game you can make it unblockable. That's pretty nice. I would be fine with that card. Yeah.
This card seems fine. It's more of like a joke with the Cunning Coyote or whatever, but
yeah, I'm not. It's not a card that I'm gonna like go out of my way to draft like at because it's got all these abilities. It's more like in an aggro deck, I'd just always play the card, and I like that. Like it can't be blocked except by haste creatures. It's kind of a nice like late game thing where you're just like, I'm gonna pump a bunch of mana into this and have it be really good.
Yeah. And 2/2 haste for 2 are probably fine as well. It's probably like a C+ or something.
Yeah.
Next is Return the Favor, which is red plus, so instant speed or an instant at uncommon with Spree. You can add a generic mana and it says copy target instant spell, sorcery spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. You can add another generic mana to change the target of spell or ability with a single target. So this is one case where doing both wouldn't come up?
Well, no, let's say they cast...
you can steal...
Destroy target creature. You can go copy it. My copy hits your creature. Change the target of your spell or ability, which is kind of nice. And this can copy abilities too. So you can kind of do... You can do some things here.
So definitely you can use both at the same... I think
this card is a beating against anyone who plays a removal spell or uses a powerful ability. And then if... you have the mana, you can copy your own thing, though that's like a little bit tougher to imagine.
It seems like a nightmare online, by the way.
Yeah, I think it could be challenging.
Is this good? I mean, this does seem like if you have the 4 mana and they go, oh, just cast this black removal spell, kill your guy. You're just like,
Yeah, I think it's going to be a beating when that works. Like it actually does seem like that is a very real thing.
Is it good enough just to pay red 1 for change target of target spell or ability that has a single target? Like just basically reroute a removal spell. Is that good enough?
That's a sideboard card. I don't think you'd main deck it.
Because that is a 2-for-1, right?
So the goal with for Return the Favor, like the goal I would have to make this card work is I would want to be able to justify putting this card in my deck because I have spells to copy, like really cheap spells, while getting the benefit of let's get to reroute their spells at various times.
Okay, because I mean that is a pretty solid blowout, even if you just get that reroute ability, right?
Yeah,
like it's a 2-for-1.
I mean, it's more than that, right? Like
I just meant just this last. So just red.
If you just
1.
Yeah. It's a 2-for-1 if you just move it. If you copy it, also it's a 3-for-1.
Yeah, I don't know. That's significant upside. I think I would be a little bit wary about main decking this, though. I just would want to know that either this format is one where people are doing that stuff all the time, kind of regardless of what color pair they're in, or that my opponent is definitely red, black, and they're going to be firing off a bunch of removal spells and I can snipe one of them.
Yeah.
I don't know how to grade this. It feels like almost like a sideboard card, but the upside's so incredible. I mean, even just a combat trick being...
Well, the thing about this card is it's like a sideboard A+. If you side this in against a deck with 7 removal spells, it's just going to be the best card.
Right.
But how good is it overall, like, to main deck? I just think you want to try to construct a deck where you can main deck this card. That's my goal.
Okay. So build around, in that case, B.
Kind of like a build around B, yeah.
Yeah, but this has A+ potential, which is kind of weird.
Definitely.
Next is Scorching Shot. This is red for a sorcery at uncommon, and it deals 5 damage to a creature.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, boom, that thing hits. Like red deal 5.
Anything.
Like red is a real cost. Like not being able to put this in, or like cast this in some games where you want to cast it, like, you know, you're sitting there on your 9/8 mana situation and you're just like, yeah, some games I'm just going to draw, 3 islands, 1 mountain, and it's not going to work. But I would say most of the time, like, this card is just going to be a good, efficient card. This looks like a B. Like,
it looks like a B to me. Also, like, even if it takes you a while to find your second red source, it's still going to kill the thing you wanted to kill at that point.
Yeah, and we've said this a million times. Mana efficiency still matters on later turns.
It does.
On turn 6, being able to utilize this is still and cast a 4-drop is still really good.
Huge. I mean, if you can kill their 4-drop and cast your own in the same turn, like that's where the graph goes. You're behind. Okay, now you're ahead. Not even. Next is Thunder Salvo, which is 1 and a red for an instant at common. It says it does X damage to target creature, where X is 2 plus the number of other spells you've cast this turn.
So straight up 2 mana instant, deal 2, and then once if you've plotted a spell, you get to do a 3rd damage, and sometimes you get to do a 4th. This in a plot deck is like a B. Otherwise, it's probably like a C+.
Yeah, looks super solid. Red removal.
Because even in like a normal deck, you're still able to set up being able to cast this as your second spell some amount of the time.
Yeah. Next is Ferocification. That's a sweet word. It's 2 and a red for an enchantment at uncommon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose 1. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn, or target creature you control gains menace and haste until end of turn. That is scary. As long as you're able to apply any type of pressure, have any type of board state, this card's going to be relevant.
Yeah, I think that the fact that it sits in play, I mean, and can just continuously grant stats, or sometimes you just play a 4/4 and you're just like, okay, menace and haste is actually better. That seems pretty good. What it's asking you to do is have a lot of creatures, but that seems like a very doable, a very reasonable ask, Yeah,
and I really like that it's at the beginning of combat on your turn, because it means you can play Ferocification, get the +2/+0 on whatever you happen to have out, and then, if it makes sense, start to take advantage of the menace and haste when applicable. Where oftentimes when you play cards like this, they don't do anything, and then you get to start getting the haste and then maybe even a benefit after that. This one doesn't, like, there's no downside here as long as you have targets and you aren't behind.
Yeah.
But it's red, it's aggressive. This thing can put away the game. I would definitely start by, this is not a card that I need to beat me to prove it. I would start by playing it, and then if it doesn't work, I can back off on it. But I like Ferocification if properly built around, which, as Louis said, is just basically making sure you have enough creatures. It's hard to give a card like this too high of a grade. When it shines, it's going to be awesome, but when it's bad, it's going to be really bad, like horrible, like does nothing. So I think on balance, I'd give it like a C+.
Yeah, I would probably just give it a C. Like, I think that there will be some games where this card is awesome. It's going to be a bit of a feast or famine type card. But the games where this card is good, like, and they just wear you down with their 1/1s attacking as 3/1s, their big creatures getting haste and menace, it's going to look pretty good. It just it'll be bad in the games where you just needed one of the cards that for you to cast to have stats. And
right.
This has none of those.
If this was the 3/3, I would have won type deal. Next is Gila Courser, which is 2 and a red for a 4/2 Lizard Mount. So here's a mount. This is uncommon. And it says, whenever it attacks while saddled, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. What does the saddle cost? It's just 1.
Yeah, I like this card. Like, it's a 3-mana 4/2, which, as we've said before, is not like the most, kind of tough, resilient stats. Like these trade off for 2 drops. But this gets you your card back, and saddle 1 is just not that hard. Basically, if you go 2-drop into this on turn 4, I'd imagine you just saddle it up, attack, trade for their card, and hopefully play your next card.
Yeah, and it is of note that is play the card, so that means that you can play lands off of it.
Yep.
If these type of stats tend to trade off, but that's fine. If you saddle it up and get your card back, that's fine. So yeah, I like Gila Courser. That card looks strong to me. It's also just big. It also cares. It also, triggers the power 4 greater thing quite easily. Is it a B?
I would say it's probably a C+.
C+? I'll go B-. I mean, it has enough going on, right?
Yeah.
Saddle 1 to draw a card, like.
Yeah, I guess you are drawing a card off it most of the time.
You'd hope so. So B- C+ range for Gila Courser. Next is Irascible Wolverine. Looks angry. This is 2 and a red for a 3/2 Wolverine at common. And when it enters the battlefield, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card. So there's a difference there between the end of your next turn and the end of this turn. And then this one, though, has plot for the same cost as its casting cost, 2 and a red.
Yeah, and here it's clearly like you've got to use the plot so you can plot it, and then next turn play it, and you can play the card off it pretty easily.
Yeah, that's the default mode. If you just need something on 3, okay, fine, you can run it out. No relevant creature types. It just looks like a C to me.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's a solid card. I would say C+.
Maybe C+. I mean, it gets you a card back a lot of the time if you're patient with it.
Yeah, and plot intrinsically gets you a little bit of a modifier because there's just a lot of cards that reward you for using them.
Yeah, that's true. So C+ for Irascible Wolverine. Next is Longhorn Sharpshooter. This is 2 and a red for a 3/3 Minotaur Rogue at uncommon with reach. And when it becomes plotted, a little foreshadowing there, it deals 2 damage to any target. The plot cost it's actually 1 more than its mana cost. It's 3 and a red. So when it becomes plotted is when you pay 3 and a red, you get to just ding something for 2.
Yeah, so you get to 4 mana, deal 2 to anything, and then you get a 3/3 reach the next turn for free. This card is incredible. I mean, this card,
that's ridiculous.
In the running for best uncommon, or at least in the top couple, I would imagine.
This is another grown test. They're like, yeah, kill your 2-drop. See you next turn. It's like, oh man, next turn you're going to play, a 3 mana 3/3. I mean, that's 4 mana worth of stats. Yeah. Right. So you're getting your manas out of it anyway. Yeah. I like B+ for Longhorn Sharpshooter.
Yeah, I'll do B+ on that. I honestly, you could maybe even say A-.
It might be like a 2. If that thing's hitting relevant stuff, which it looks like it is, then yeah, it could easily creep into just like solid 2-for-1 territory, which would be an A-. Next is Mine Raider. This is 2 and a red for a 3/2 Human Rogue at common. It's got trample. And when it enters the battlefield, if you control another outlaw, create a treasure. So if you want to curve into it, you have to have an outlaw that you cast it on 1 or 2. But if you do,
it's going to be so sick when you have that.
Totally.
When you play an outlaw on 2 and then just attack and play this, like,
2 and a red for a 3/2 trample that makes a treasure is like super nice. You just need to have an outlaw. I mean, man, build around it. It's a common, so you just probably take what you can get. But boy, oh boy. Look, I would give it a C+ for Mine Raider, assuming that you build around it enough to trigger the treasure token somewhat often. Even if you don't, it's okay. But next is Outlaws Fury. This is 2 and a red for an instant at common. It says creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. That's all of them. If you control an outlaw, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card.
I mean, this is on the job all over again, where it's like, do you want this go wide spell? Maybe, maybe not, but you have a lot of outlaws, so it gets you your card back most of the time. Okay, yeah, that's good enough then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is tough though, man. It's a weird card because this is typically the card that you play when you win the game. So it's like, if I'm going to exile a card, I mean, sure, I'll take it for free, but it's like just seems so much less important in that spot. And then it's also not buffing toughness at all. So this is like at best making your stuff trade off for theirs or killing them.
I basically look at this as, because you get the card back a lot of the time, you can have a lower threshold of when you need to cast it. And
okay,
that's what makes it a lot better. You just end up in a spot where you're able to play this. And
so if you just get in for 4 with it, you're like, that's fine.
Not even get in for 4, but more like your 2/2 trades for their 4/4, and then you draw a card later. Or you cast it in a turn where you're like, okay, this ends up dealing an extra 2 damage and making a good trade. And then as a result, I get my card back, I get a bunch of damage in. Like, I think it's just going to be a solid card.
What about the defensive Outlaws Fury?
I'm not saying I love that, but like it's the sort of thing where like you can do it and it can be fine.
Yeah. What would you give it? It's still not great, right?
I would give it like a C- probably.
Yeah, I was thinking a D.
It feels to me like the kind of card where if you want to disability, like if you want to pick up one of these, you'll probably be able to do so.
Okay.
I don't think it'll be too difficult to get one of these.
What about prickly pear?
Prickly pear, as in 1/2. There's a pair of shoes. That's not pear, as in the delicious fruit. 2 and a red for a 2/2 plant mercenary at common. When prickly pear enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 red mercenary with the same tap ability. So 3 mana for a 2/2 plus a 1/1, 2 mercenaries, and one has a nice little ability. Yeah, it's a great card.
That might be the best red common.
I mean, all the cards that make tokens tend to be, and this one works really nicely with Outlaw's Fury. I'll tell you that much. Works really nicely with Mind Raider. Like,
yeah, I'm starting to get flashbacks already. Yeah, I would say C+ for prickly pear. It might be a B-. It might be a C. It just depends on how the format plays out.
Yeah.
Scalestorm Summoner is 2 and a red for a 3/3 human warlock at uncommon. And whenever Scalestorm Summoner attacks, you create a 3/1 red dinosaur creature token if you control a creature with power 4 or greater.
This is a cool card. I mean, it's a 3 and a 3/3. It doesn't enable itself, but if you have a mercenary out, you can tap one of the tokens, make this into a 4/3, and then you get your trigger. And then also you could just cast this on 3 and on turn 4, play a 4 mana, 4 power creature attack and get a 3/1. If you also ever have this attack, make a token and survive that combat, you're obviously a huge favorite to win. But even just playing this and attacking and getting a token and then trading off sounds pretty good to me.
That's a 2-for-1. I like B for Scalestorm Summoner.
Yeah, I like B, but you have to do some work. If you can't ever trigger it, the card's not good.
Right.
So you got to keep that in mind.
Yeah. Pre-combat pump spell on the Summoner.
Yeah, that it's not a crazy play. You get your 3/1 back, and maybe it makes it so it survives.
Right. Next is Take for a Ride. This is 2 and a red for a sorcery. At uncommon, it says Take for a Ride has flash as long as you've committed a crime this turn. So you can upgrade it to instant, basically. It says gain control, of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature, it gains haste. Wow. I mean, this is already, a card that we see every once in a while. There's a sacrifice sub-theme, a threaten effect can be good in that. But this one can be instant speed?
All right. I apologize to our listeners in advance. If you consume Magic content, you're going to hear a lot about, did you know how broken it is to steal things at instant speed with this card?
Ray of Command,
Ray of Command still causing limited players nightmares, 20-odd years later. Closer to 30 than 20, I do want to say. But and I think that you've got to know that when they have 2 3/3s and you steal one and block the other one, like that is just absolutely ridiculous.
It is a total blowout. It allows you to do weird things in combat. A lot of times it just ends up acting as like a removal spell that took one of their creatures out of combat, but that's even pretty good itself. So what are the best ways to do this? You have some way to trigger what's it called? You have somebody to commit a crime, and you just sit on it until combat.
Ideally, like a relatively cheap way to commit a crime is going to do a lot of what you're looking to do here.
And then what do you think about Take for a Ride as a baseline?
I mean, the baseline effect is not very good. Like you typically are not going to want to do that. But I think that I would put this in my deck under a couple kind of conditions. One, I'm playing an aggressive deck and want the threatened ability straight up. That's going to be the hardest part to get going. But yeah, that's cool, right? If you're an aggressive deck, sometimes it'll be good. Or if you're like black-red and have a couple sack cards or something, right? That can be even better. The other thing you really want to do is you want to end up in a spot where you can commit a crime for cheap or free on their turn such that you can use this as a defensive measure, because that's also extremely strong. And then you're going to want to, try to like meld all that together into a situation where you basically don't get too screwed from this, even if, things don't always work out exactly the way you want.
Okay. So what's the verdict on Take for a Ride?
My guess is that it's probably less good than people think. It's super exciting to consider steal your guy block. That part is great. But how often is it really going to play out that way versus how often is this going to be a bad card in your hand? You just got to keep that in mind.
Okay. Yeah, because the setup cost is legitimate. And also there are many times when it is powerful, but not quite the insane blowout that sometimes people make it out to be. It can be difficult to have two creatures line up that actually trade with each other. Oftentimes you'll take one and it eats the other one, but then they get the one back. So at any rate, try it out and be very aware of it as well. Next is Quilled Charger. This is 3 and a red for a 4/3 Porcupine Mount at common. And it says, whenever it attacks while saddled, it gets +1/+2 and gains menace until end of turn. Saddle cost is 2.
So this is where I like the saddle creatures a lot more than vehicles, where like you cast this as a 4/3, and if you don't have the ability to saddle on it, though, actually, I would not want to sit in that saddle. Look at that thing.
Precarious, yeah.
Then you got a 4-mana 4/3, which is like slightly behind curve, but not by so much that you're embarrassed about it. And then when you do saddle it successfully and get to bash, you end up in the spot where you're just hitting with a 5/5 menace for 4 mana. Like, that's incredible.
Yes. Especially the next turn, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's it. So, okay. Saddle it up and ride Quilled Charger. C?
I mean, it's a C.
Yeah.
But there's going to be games where it's really going to be good.
Next is Rodeo Pyromancers. This is 3 and a red for a 3/4 human mercenary at common. And it says, whenever you cast your first spell each turn, add double red.
This card's pretty cool. Like playing this on 4 and then next turn getting a 2-mana rebate when you cast your first spell. So it's not like you can play a 6-drop next turn, but what you can spend a total of, like, if you have turn 4 this, turn 5, you play your 5th land, you play a spell, play another spell, you spent 7 mana right there.
Okay. Medium.
It's medium, but in the plot style deck, it can be pretty good. I guess plot's how you get to 7 mana. Turn 3 plot, turn 4 play this, next turn play your plot card and then cast your 7-drop.
And then you have the mana just sitting there. But still, this is what, a C- or a D+ or something?
I would say it's like a C-, yeah.
Okay.
I guess you will probably be able to get this if you want it.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I would think.
That's kind of how I look at it.
I mean, this does not look like a card that people are going to be clamoring over or anything.
No.
Next is Hellspur Brute. It's 4 and a red for a 5/4 Minotaur Mercenary at uncommon. It has affinity for Outlaws, so that means that it costs 1 less to cast for each Assassin, Mercenary, Pirate, Rogue, and or Warlock you control. And it's a Trampler. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, this card's sweet.
Okay, you talk about this. I'm going to go grab the dog real quick.
So basically, at 5 mana, card's not very good. 5 mana, 5/4 trample. 4 mana, 5/4 trample's not bad, and I can imagine just this being a very consistent turn 4 play. And if you really have a great draw, you can make this into a 3 mana play. Like turn 1 outlaw, turn 2 outlaw, turn 3 play this is just going to be extremely hard to beat. So the biggest question with Hellspur Brute is how often do you cast it for 5 versus 3 versus 4? My guess is the average black-red deck will be happy to play this. That basically the average red aggro deck will be happy to play this. Like if a 5/4 trample slightly ahead of curve is something you're interested in, then you're going to be happy with this card.
And the happy point is 4 mana?
Well, I think that the happy point is like,
his 3 is insanity.
Yeah, I think it depends on how reliable it is, I guess, is kind of the question.
So what's the best curve? You go 1 drop outlaw, 2 drop outlaw,
2 into 3.
Yeah, so that is nuts, right? 5/4 trample on turn 3. So what do you want to give Hellspur Brute?
I would probably give it a B-. I actually think this is going to be one of those like kind of power cards.
Definitely. I mean, I'm already, if 4 mana 5/4 trample is already like, that's good enough rate. Next is Iron Fist Pulverizer, which is 4 and a red for a 4/5 giant warrior at common with reach. And it says, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, it does 2 damage to target opponent and you scry 1. Boy, they really do just keep sweetening the pot on these 5-drops, don't they?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that's a lot.
This one looks awesome in a plot deck. Turn 5, play this, play your plot card. Boom. Nug them for 2 and scry 1. Like, it's not like, sitting there eating all their creatures, but I think it's doing some pretty good work.
I do too. And also the stats are perfect because a 4/5 is the type of card that you can attack with to close out a game to keep pressure going on your opponent. But if you need a turn, right, to get to that turn where you can start unplotting things and triggering the Pulverizer, a 4/5 reach does a very good job. It's hard to kill and it's a great blocker. I actually really like this one. I think if you're doing a lot of plotting, this is a reasonable approximation for a late game win condition. 2 damage and scry 1 starts to add up really quick on a card that's hard to kill.
Yeah, my guess is that this one is not one you have to go out of your way to get, kind of like the one that adds mana, but will be really good in the decks that want it.
I like C for Iron Fist Pulverizer, but given how difficult it is to even see play at this cost, that's a pretty big compliment.
Yeah.
Last red card is Trick Shot.
I really like seeding the set with cards like this that one deck wants. It's like a C+ in that deck, and it's like a D in every other deck, or an F. Like, the more you can do that, the better you can have the draft experience be, where you feel like you're rewarded for doing the right thing here.
What about Trick Shot? 4 and a red instant common. It deals 6 damage to target creature and 2 damage up to one other target creature ... token.
Yeah, the token part's funny, but yes, I mean, I think that that Trick Shot looks like a card that you can use to kill big green creatures, and you'll get to snipe a mercenary or whatever other token that is lying around, just kind of here and there. So it looks fine.
Looks fine.
I wouldn't say it's great by any stretch.
The extra text is not that much better. So it's like C- removal.
Yeah, I guess it's like C- removal. Yeah, I just like having a way to kill some of their big things. But yeah, I agree that it's not something that you should be heavily prioritizing.
Okay, that moves us to green, where our first card is Ankle Biter. You do not want to get bitten by this particular one. It's green for a 1/1 snake at common, and it has Death Touch.
Yeah, I
love cards like this.
Totally fine card. These range from like good to great, Like there's some formats where they end up being kind of bad, but most of the formats they end up just being totally fine.
Yeah, so C for Ankle Biter.
Yeah, I like C.
Next is Snakeskin Veil. This is green for an instant. This is a reprint. It's common. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains hexproof until end of turn.
This card was great, but when we saw it in Kaldheim, and I think will continue to be pretty good. Like, just getting to protect a creature, get a +1/+1 counter out of the deal, it can be really strong. Like, when this works, it's a blowout, and it works against removal and in combat. With the +1/+1.
And it sticks around. Yeah, I'd go C+ on Snakeskin Veil.
That sounds about right.
Trash the Town is next. It's green with a plus for an instant and uncommon. So it has Spree, and it has 3 different additions possible. You can +2 mana to put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature at instant speed. Wow. You can +1 to give target creature trample until end of turn, and you can do another +1 to say until end of turn, target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw 2 cards. Wow, that is an epic combat trick.
So sweet.
Holy smokes.
So for 3 mana, you get 2+1/+1 counters. And that's like the baseline. We're going to try to win this fight mode.
Mm-hmm.
And then for 1 mana, you can get trample. That's not going to happen very often. Like that's like kind of like running up the score. But then for 1 more mana, you get to draw 2 cards. So you're gonna want to be able to pay the full 5 if you think they're gonna block. If you don't think they're gonna block, you can just have the 2 mana version up of just, as clean as like attack. They don't block on your 2/2. You just cast the 2 mana version and get 2 cards out of it. But all of the modes are good. If you cast it on turn 3 to win a fight and you get 2 counters out of it, great. If you cast it, to draw 2 cards early, great. If you cast it all combined, awesome. So this looks like a B to me. I actually think Trash the Town just looks like a really high rate card.
It does to me too. It would be sad to not get the 2+1/+1 counters. Like if you had a 3/3 and they blocked with a 2/2 and you just paid 4 mana to give your thing trample and get the 2 cards out of it, that's okay, right? But I really want to get to the other side the next turn with 2+1/+1 counters on my creature. That would be the tough one to give up. But if you ever just pay the full 5 and you run over a creature, get 2+1/+1 counters that stick, and then draw 2 cards, like get out of here. That's just an absurd upside. So I'm with you. B for Trash Town. Next is Aloe Alchemist, which is 1 and a green for a 3/2 plant warlock. It's uncommon. It has trample. 2 mana, 3/2 trample. When it becomes plotted, target creature gets +3/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. And the plot cost is the same as the mana cost. It's 1 and a green. Man, that's just a straight up 2 for 1.
Yeah.
+3/+2 and trample, even at sorcery speed, is like, that's big.
It's just going to open up the door. Like on turn 4, you're like, plot this. My 3/3 now is a 6/5 trample, attack for 6, play another 2-drop. And then next turn you just play this and you got tons of value.
I like a B for the Aloe Alchemist.
Yeah, B looks great to me. This card just looks awesome.
Green looks good so far. Next is Bristlepack Sentry, which is 1 and a green for a 3/3 plant wolf at common. And yeah, you may be guessing it does have Defender. So 2 mana, 3/3 Defender. But as long as you control a creature with power 4 or greater, it can attack.
Yeah, these cards tend to be just fine, but I like that this doesn't require you to spend mana to do it. You don't have to play a spell. It just, if you have something big, this can attack, and otherwise it can block. And when you want a blocker, it's when you don't have anything big in play. And when you have something big in play, you don't need an attacker, but it can be nice. So I like the Bristlepack Sentry.
I do too. And this is the type of defensive speed that I like to see available to help, stem the tide a little bit against like aggressive 1-drops and stuff. So I like, it's probably like a C- for Bristlepack Sentry. Like I'm not over the top about it, but I like to see this type of card in a set. It can help even out the speed a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Next is Dance of the Tumbleweeds. It's 1 and a green with a plus. So it's got Spree. It's a sorcery at common. You can add 1 mana so 3 mana total to search your library for a basic land or a desert card, put it onto the battlefield, not tapped, and then shuffle. Or you can add 3 more mana to create an XX green elemental creature token where X is the number of lands you control. And they do happen in order, I'm assuming. So you'll get credit for the one that you searched.
Definitely. So 3 mana to go get a land, even a desert's not a great deal. Like it is untapped, which is a good point, but you're not going to have that frequently be able to use the mana left over. Like it's kind of tricky to arrange that turn.
Right.
And then 5 or 6 mana to get an XX, 5 mana if you just want the XX, 6 if you want both. But at that point, you can just spend the 6 and get the 1 back, if you have something to do with it. I think I would probably am not going to want to play this outside of an actual desert deck.
Yeah. It's just a little too bad because, the 2 primary modes are both a little bit behind curve, right? A 5 mana 5/5 is okay, but it's vanilla and it's a token and stuff. And then like you said, 3 mana to search up a land, even if you get it untapped, isn't really, you'd want to spend 2 mana on that to be kind of optimal. So, and then if you combine them, it's pretty good, but now you're already at the 6 mana slot. So, that extra land isn't really paying you off. So yeah, this thing just misses a little bit, I think, on both, and doesn't quite deliver enough when combined to make it really great. I would assume that Dance of the Tumbleweeds is like a D.
Yeah, I think so. But again, one of the things I like about this is like, I kind of feel like if you are in the right deck, this might be good enough. And I'm seeing a lot of cards that are like that.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And then also, we don't really know, but there could be some type of multicolor deck or something that cares about this card. Next is Gold Rush, which is 1 and a green for an instant at uncommon. It says create a treasure token. Until end of turn, up to 1 target creature gets +2/+2 for each treasure you control.
Pretty cool. It's a pretty cool name and concept. So you get minimum +2/+2 and a treasure for 2 mana. Like that's already like a C+.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just a good combat trick. And this also can give you multiple instances of the bonus. Cause like if you have 2 treasures, it's +4/+4.
That's like, and or even higher. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this could stack up really nicely.
So how does it check? Like, does it check once?
It says, you make a treasure token and then it checks based on how much treasure. Yeah.
And then the thing just gets that and it doesn't care what happens to the treasure after.
Then you can sack the treasures to play other things afterwards. Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty sweet.
That's great. That's a really good combat trick. A ramping combat trick.
Yeah.
C+ for Gold Rush?
I would say C+, but it wouldn't be crazy to me if it was like if it ended up being like a B-.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be shocked either. Next is Hard Bristle Bandit, which is 1 and a green for a 1/1 plant rogue at common. It taps to add 1 mana of any color, and whenever you commit a crime, untap it, and the ability triggers only once each turn. Is there a way to like go off with this? Not really, right? It's just like a random bonus.
I mean, it's with only once a turn. It's not like you're not doing anything like completely wild. But
so how much do we care about a 2 mana ramp creature?
I think it's pretty good. Like I would be surprised if it ended up not being good.
Yeah, I agree. It's any color as well. So now we've got 2 cards in green that'll allow us to maybe splash around a little bit or do something funky like that. So that's cool too. I would say C- for C for Hard Bristle Bandit, just right down the line.
I would probably say C+. Like it's any color, mana accelerator. And sometimes like it'll make it so that your tap lands are basically an untapped land because they commit a crime and untap this right away. Mm-hmm. If you're playing a creature that has on ETB commit a crime, it's like you got a 1 mana rebate and you get to just get an extra mana out of this. I would say C+, and I honestly maybe even B-. Like this just looks like a card you're going to be prioritizing, and it's even an outlaw, so that one's nice too.
Okay, next is Intrepid Stable Master, which is 1 and a green for a 2/2 human scout at uncommon. And it has reach, it taps to add green, and it taps to add 2 mana of any 1 color that you can spend only to cast mount or vehicle spells. That's nice.
Yeah, I mean this
that's constructed, pushed, maybe not good enough for
2 mana 2/2 reach, tap for a green. Great, that's all right. And then tap for 2 mana of any color. Like that is nice, like getting to cast mounts for free basically, or not free, or a discount.
Heavy discount. Yeah, I mean, I would say B for Intrepid Stable Master. Like adding reach and the kind of explosive ability.
Like yeah. It's unlikely that this card's bad at any point.
Right. Next is Raucous Entertainer. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 plant bard at uncommon, and it has 1 tap it, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control that entered the battlefield this turn.
Oh, I like this one. I mean, it's a 2 mana 2/2. But if the game goes on, you can get lots of counters out of this. And imagine the game where you're like, set up a plot turn where you like play a plot card, play a card, then use this, and it's just like tons of value.
Yeah, that's the dream there, because I don't love throwing my curve off by a mana, but if you get a counter back on it, it's almost like you didn't. right? You're like, I'm going to play another 2 mana 2/2, but I'm going to pay the 1 and get the, well, now it's like a 3 mana 3/3, which you're back on curve again anyway.
Yeah. Like you basically are getting, it's not like you're spending the mana to draw a card.
Right.
You're spending the mana to get stats back. Of course, if they kill the thing you played, you kind of lost that mana too. But over the course of a game, even if you slow played a little bit, you end up with more total stats, which is board presence ultimately.
Totally. And as you said, the plot thing is awesome too. Is it a C plus? Is it a B minus? Where does
I think a B minus? Like, there's a bit of an asymmetry of information. When your opponent casts this card, like if they cast the card on turn 2 and you have in your hand have a way to kill it, are you ever not killing it?
No, you're killing it.
Because you don't know if their hand is a 3 and a 4 and it would do nothing the next your turn, or if their hand gets another 2 and a 3 and they can go play 2-drop, use it, play 3-drop, use it. Like
totally.
There's no way to know that. So it's kind of like the kind of build around card a little bit, or just the kind of threatening card where even if my deck doesn't support it, my opponent doesn't know that and they have to kill it not knowing. So I think the card is good.
Okay. Stubborn Burrow Fiend is next. It's 1 and a green for a 2/2 Badger Beast mount. This one's uncommon. And whenever it becomes saddled for the first time each turn, you mill 2 cards. Then Stubborn Burrow Fiend gets +X until a turn where X is the total, is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. And this is actually nice. The saddle cost is only 2, that's about as most, that's the 1 creature threshold, let's call it.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's really cool. So
to
you're
make this
milling
work,
yourself.
You want to have a lot of creatures in your deck, but that works for both modes, which is saddling it and milling. And then ideally you're like black-green and you can care about them.
Yeah, you can do something with the graveyard creatures. Sure. And this thing could just get really big. I mean, 4/4, 5/5 wouldn't be unthinkable at all. And it happens when it gets saddled as well.
Yeah, it locks it in right then.
Right.
So they know ahead of time.
Right. Okay, cool. That's a sweet one. B minus for Stubborn Burrow Fiend?
It feels like probably like a C plus.
C plus? It's just kind of keyword big.
Because you are stopping a creature from attacking in order to get that.
It is a steep cost for sure.
Well, I guess if you played the creature this turn, you're not losing an attacker, but overall, you're not necessarily, you are giving up a little bit of damage in order to have this thing come in. But it's a scary card. Like I could definitely see it getting, in late game +7/+7 and just being the best card. Maybe it is like a B minus. I don't know.
Yeah, somewhere in that range. Next is Throw from the Saddle. This is 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. Instead, if it's a mount, then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So it just gets tossed away into something else.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So 2 mana +1/+1, and then shoot something is great. And then if it's a mount, you just get to keep the +1/+1. Sweet. This looks like a great green bite card.
It's just a bite card, right? That just has a little bit of a benefit for if it happens to be a mount.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like a C plus to me.
I like C plus for Throw from the Saddle.
Go-to green removal spell.
Yeah.
Next is Tumbleweed Rising. This is 1 and a green for a sorcery. It's common, and it says create an XX green elemental creature token where X is the greatest power among creatures you control, and it has plot for 2 and a green.
I like this card. This is another really cool plot build around, but also 4 power build around. The joke here, of course, is you plot it on 3. Turn 4, you play you play the 4/4 gold with ward 2. You play this and then attack for 4 because you have a 4/4 that it gets haste and trample.
Yes.
This is a bit of a TRGR card, the rich get richer card, where if your game's going well, this card's awesome. If your game's going poorly, it can be bad. So just be aware of that. It's a C, but it can overperform in some decks.
Interesting sub game as well, from your opponent. I've got a removal spell. Next is Voracious Varmint, which is 1 and a green for a 2/2 Varmint. I guess that's just a creature type now. It's common, and it has Vigilance, and it has 1 and sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. This is a absolute poster child for a new era common, right? This is one that does things that used to be attached to cards that would be in the sideboard or come in situationally, and now they all just have to be main deckable.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I thought you were going a different way because we've seen cards like this many, many years, like Kosali Pride Mage. But this more often would be an uncommon. Yeah, though Pride Mage is a common. But anyways, in any case, Voracious Varmint is a great card. I would be happy to play this card. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that has relevance at any point in the game. Yeah. So I'm in for Voracious Varmint at probably C+, I would say.
Okay. C+ for the Varmint. Next is Beast Bond Outcaster. This is 2 and a green for a 3/3 human druid at uncommon. And when it enters the battlefield, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. And it's got plot 1 and a green, so cheaper. There's definitely a delineation between cheaper, same, and more expensive. And this one's on the good side of it.
Yeah. It's Cerul's Packmate, anyone?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it has they got to have a creature with power 4 or greater.
Imagine
but you
Cerul's
can wait.
Packmate at it's an uncommon and you have to jump through a hoop. Was that Packmate card good? In any case, I imagine that you'll be happy to play this in any green deck and extremely happy if you have a lot of 4 power creatures. But plot 2 3/3 is still a card I'm happy to play. Just in terms of mana efficiency, getting your 3/3 a turn late, but using your 2-drop slot to make a 3/3 is just so good. So I honestly like B- for Beast Bond Outcaster if you can reliably draw the card, and like C+ if you can't.
Yep. That sounds right to me. Drover Grizzly is next. It's 2 and a green for a 4/2 bear mount. It's common. And whenever it attacks while saddled, creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. And it has a very nice saddle cost of just 1.
So this is a secret build around, and the not so secret is that it has 4 power. Like this just turns all your 4 power stuff on, or your mount stuff on if you're also getting paid off on like the green-white deck that's doing that. So Drover Grizzly looks a little anemic, or a little fragile, I should say. But I think that the fact that it enables 2 different kind of themes means that this is actually a card you're not going to see with like 3 cards in the pack. Someone's going to, maybe 2 people at the table are going to want this to make their other cards work. So I would just give it a flat C. Just it's kind of like a card that's going to keep the wheels turning. Yep.
A good not build around, but a good glue card. Next is Free Strider Commando. This is 2 and a green for a 3/3 Centaur Mercenary at common. And it says Free Strider Commando enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it if it wasn't cast or no mana was spent to cast it, which might lead you to believe that it's got a plot, and it doesn't. It's 4 and a green.
So this is the opposite way of it's a 3-mana 3/3 or a 4-mana 5/5. You have to wait a couple turns extra to get there. So I think that this card enables the 4 power thing, enables the plot thing, and it's a nice curve card. If it's in your opening hand and you've got a 4 and a 5-drop, just cast it on turn 3. Don't worry about it. If you don't have a 4-drop, just play something else on 3, play this on 4, and you get an above rate 4-drop. This actually looks like a C+ to me. It's kind of like what the bear does, except it enables them better and is better if you're not enabling them.
And it's more flexible. Yeah.
The command, I'm ready to go commando here. I mean, in draft, like just to pick that card.
Right. Let's move on to Outcaster Greenblade, which is 2 and a green for a 1/2 human mercenary at uncommon. And it says when it enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land card or a desert card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle, and it gets +1/+1 for each desert you control. So you're getting a 2-for-1 automatically, 3-mana 1/2 that goes and digs up a desert, and then assuming that you get it on the battlefield before it dies, you're getting a 2/3. So that's already good, right?
I'm playing it without the +1/+1 text.
And then it does have like reasonable upside.
I'm playing my 3-mana 1/2 that gets me a land, even a land that has an ability because it's a desert, and then it becomes a 2/3. Like, yes, of course, this card's awesome. This is a B.
Yeah, it looks like a B to me.
The only problem with this for desert decks is everyone's going to want this.
Yes, it's not just a desert deck
payoff in that sense.
Next is Patient Naturalist, which is 2 and a green for a 2/3 human scout at common. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards, put a land card from among the milled cards into your hand. If you can't, you get a treasure token. It's a little consolation prize if you don't get the land. It says if you can't, right? If you don't. Okay.
No, you don't get a choice. But oh man, I remember the farmer. The 3-mana 2/3 farmer that milled and then put a eccentric farmer back in.
Card was like good.
Brother? No, I don't remember which set it was anymore.
I don't remember either.
It's just, the draft format by spreadsheet has beaten me down. This set looks awesome, by the way. Like, I'm actually super stoked for this set. And I would be really happy to play Patient Naturalist in any deck that can kind of make use of what it's going on here. So what I mean by that is, like, do you care about milling? Are you trying to get up to 6, 7 lands and play expensive cards? Like, these are the kind of things I'm looking at. If you don't care about any of those, you're like red, green beats. Yeah, this is probably not quite there. But it doesn't take much because the rate on this card's good. And then if you care about the directions it's kind of pointing, then I would be pretty happy to play this. So I would give it a C, and then just it gets a little bit of a bump if you're doing the things it cares about.
Yeah, I like C for Patient Naturalist. Next is Rambling Possum. This is 2 and a green for a 3/3 Possum Mount. It is uncommon. And whenever it attacks while saddled, it gets +1/+2 until end of turn. Then you may return any number of creatures that saddled it this turn to their owner's hand, and the saddle cost is 1. So this is already pretty good. 3 mana, 3/3 that attacks as a 4/5 with only saddle 1. What's the deal with the bouncing, though? That's like, is there
I actually
an
really
ETB
like it
or
because, first
something?
of all, it's optional, so it's not a drawback in any way. But yeah, you can recycle ETBs. You can maybe you played a Free Strider Commando and you want to plot it, but you just cast it earlier. You get to bounce and plot it. This will enable to like play 2 spells a turn card pretty nicely, right? If you have that card and you have this, you're going to get to do the thing. So I like Rambling Possum at C+. It's good stats if you care about that, with a really powerful upside ability. If you get a good ETB and are bouncing the creature every turn, like your opponent's going to lose really quickly.
Definitely. And this card has a very high floor. It asks nothing of you, and it would probably be a B in some decks that really can take advantage of it too. So great card. Next is Giant Beaver. It is 3 and a green for a 4/4 Beaver Mount at common with Vigilance. And whenever it attacks while saddled, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature that saddled it this turn. And as you may imagine, the saddle cost is quite high for this thing. It is 3, which is a lot. One of the creatures gets the +1/+1 counter.
Yeah. So you end up...
This card's sweet. This is a freaking common. It's a 4 mana 4/4 Vigilance that grows your other things sometimes.
I actually really like the Vigilance on here. I would give it a worse grade without it, because without the Vigilance, you're committing so much of your board to just this attack and like you're all tapped out. With the Vigilance, they either have to block and trade, in which case you're taking something off their side, or you still get a 4/4 back for defense. And it gives you a +1/+1 counter, as you attack. So I kind of feel like this card is good in a heavy creature deck. It's also a 4-power, 4 mana creature is exactly what you want after a lot of the cards we've seen.
Definitely.
So I would say Giant Beaver is probably like a C+ for those decks, a C for the average deck.
I think so too. I mean, if the saddle cost was a little lower, you could convince me this is an uncommon, even in the modern era. Really nice. Next is Map the Frontier. This is 3 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and or desert cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. These type of cards have not performed well of late.
No. It ramps you from 4 to 7 if you have a land drop on the next turn. I mean, that's pretty big. And it gets deserts, which that can enable those decks. This is realistically a build around C, and you'll have to do some work to make it good, because taking turn 4 off is like, I think the reason that these kinds of cards have fallen off, the main reason is like when you take turn 4 off and then cast a huge thing on turn 5, you're still behind the person who just cast a 4-drop and a 5-drop.
Yep. That's the
cards
problem.
are also good.
And then they can leverage any type of removal to blow you out.
Yeah. So you're usually not getting that payoff, but if you're getting 2 deserts, then next turn playing 2 spells, one of which cares about desert plus another thing, like you could actually see some returns on this. My guess is it's way more of a trap than anything else, but yeah. So it goes,
Reach for the Sky is next. It's 3 and a green for an enchantment aura. It's common. It has flash and enchants a creature. The creature gets +3/+2 and has reach. And when Reach for the Sky is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card.
I think it feels like this set we're seeing a watershed moment here for auras, Marshall. We've now seen 2 auras that give you a card when they die, and it's like, oh, I guess we'll just make more auras and then just have them pay you back when they die.
And just make it so that they take away that risk, or I shouldn't say that. What you said is right. Pay you back.
Yeah.
Yeah. You still have to take the risk of landing this thing in the first place, which is tough. It's 4 mana. Its best case scenario is a combat trick, right? Where your opponent blocks and then you get to go boom, run over your thing. And I have this huge creature left over. And if you kill my thing, it dies. But there is that window where you've dumped 4 mana. And if they bounce or kill your creature, you get none of it.
I mean, it has flash. Like the flash makes it so much harder to
it just feels like it limits the upside. I mean, because I still would be very nervous about playing this into open mana. Now, and that's the part where I want to play it during combat on my turn.
Yeah.
Right. But it does mean that if I'm a little more patient, or if I'm willing to take a slightly worse deal or a significantly worse deal, I can just play it on end step after my opponent taps out or whatever. And then I kind of lock in the value under most circumstances.
Yeah, I think that this is going to perform best in decks that can really pressure the opponent, because those decks can make it so your opponent is tapped out a lot of the time. Like if you come out with a good curve, they can't have their block with their mana up very often, because they had to play cards to match your curve.
That's true.
In which case, this card can be kind of a beating. Like imagine you play a 3-mana 3/3 and they play a 3-mana 3/3, you attack and you just slam this card. Or even better yet, you play the 3-mana 4/2 bear. And then on turn 4 you attack, and what are they not going to block? And then you play this, and then if they answer it, you still get your card back.
No, that's true. There is significant upside here. And if you do land it, you are golden. You have the biggest creature on board. You may have just ran over their creature, and if somehow they kill it, you get your card back from Reach for the Sky. I still want to be conservative just because 4 mana is a lot, even if it is like ultimately a really good combat trick. Yeah,
you should play a bunch of these, or you should take them super high or anything like that. But I do think this card kind of does get there.
C-?
Yeah, I'm willing to go C- on this.
Okay. Rise of the Varmints is next. Unreal art. It's 3 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says create X 2/1 green Varmint creature tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. And this is really cool. You can plot this thing for 2 and a green. Get a nice discount if you don't have anything else to do, and then just wait until it's relevant. You get X 2/1s where X is the number. So you want to get at least 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, two is like the number where, especially if you plotted it and only spent 3 mana, 3 mana for 2/2/1s is a pretty good deal.
It's okay.
And then if you get 3 or 4, like you're really getting there. I love the presence of this card. Black-green self-mill decks now look like they've got a real legit payoff, and one that the like red-green beatdown deck is probably just not going to take. You know, like that. Like I think that like that is the sort of thing that I'm really looking for to try to make these decks work and make the format more fun.
And this payoff affects the board. It's not like, oh, draw some cards and do some stuff. It's like, no. Like get some board state going. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. What kind of build around would you give Rise of the Varmints? This looks like
a build around like B+. Like this is the card where you're like, you don't even have to plot it on turn 3 because you're not going to cast it for a while. But like turn 3, you play the 2/3 that mills you, right? Yeah. And then turn 4, you play a random creature and you trade off. And then, you just keep doing that sort of thing.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden you get to slam the Rise of the Varmints and just make like 5 creatures.
Right. And then you can take over from there. Next is Full Steam Ahead. This is 3 green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says until end of turn, each creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample. And this creature can't be blocked by more than 1 creature, because we needed to have extra stuff. Okay. Well, there's our overrun for the set.
Oh. Yeah, it looks like a good overrun.
It does. As good as an overrun is, that.
Yeah, the thing I was about to say was like, it does feel like board stalls are less frequent these days. Just the cards tend to not lean themselves to that direction. But in a board stall, this card is obviously great. And it gets to the point where like sometimes you have a non-lethal overrun effect, and they're like, okay, well, double block your thing, make 1 chump. I took a bunch of damage and I lost 3 creatures, but you lost your two decent creatures. Okay, this could be worse. This card really makes that impossible because now they have to go toe to toe. They can't. There's no way to line up these like advantageous double blocks.
Right. I think the one warning with cards like Full Steam Ahead is that, like 2-mana combat tricks tend to outperform them by a lot.
That's just the world we're in, where there's a lot more one-on-ones than just board stalls.
So keep it in mind. And especially in sealed or traditional slower format, then Full Steam Ahead probably gets even a little bit better. As it stands, if you're planning on playing primarily best of one, I'd give Full Steam Ahead like a D+. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a card that makes it in the sideboard more often than not, even if it is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Next is Spinewood's Paladin, which is 4 and a green for a 5/4 human knight at common. It's got trample, and when it enters a battlefield, you gain 3 life. Boy, they just keep stacking it up on these 5s.
Like, when am I going to stop getting like surprised by how pushed these cards are?
I mean, I wasn't even done. It has plot for 3 and a green.
Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
It's like crazy.
I'm just sitting here looking at like, wow, it's a 4-mana 5/4 trample gain 3. Like, what are you like? Are we kidding?
I'll tell you, Luis, this one, fine. Like, I'm not going to put the tax on this one. Like, it's got plot for 3 and a green. There's no downside. Like, this is the one. This is going to do it. This is the 5-drop common that's going to break through and see a lot of play. Spinewood's Paladin.
This obviously fantastic. This is like a B-.
Yeah.
And odds on favorite to be like one, if not the best green common, one of the best green commons.
Awesome card. C+, trending towards B- for Spinewood's Paladin.
B-.
And of course, it's just going to see no play.
Have a Spinewoods, Marshall. Stand up for what you believe in.
That card the art is sweet. Look at his sword. Looks like a lumberjack saw.
Yeah. It looks like a serrated axe sort of deal.
Betrayal at the Vault is next. It's 4 green for an instant at uncommon. It says target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each of up to 2 other target creatures. So you got a 4/4 and it goes 4 to that, 4 to that.
Yeah. It double nugs.
Huge upside.
Yeah.
I mean, I still feel like I'd rather just have the bite spell. Throw from the saddle. Like, am I wrong to think that?
No, it's a 6-mana spell. It's
right.
a 6-mana spell that needs you to have at least a decent sized creature in play. Like, that's not what dreams are made of, but the blow up potential is there.
What do you want to give Betrayal at the Vault?
I probably want to give it a C. Like,
yeah.
I mean, how like, what grade would you give? Ignore the green symbols. 6-mana instant, destroy 2 target creatures. Just straight up 6-mana instant, destroy 2 target creatures.
Like a B.
Yeah, and this requires you to have a creature in play to make that work.
Yeah, it's really hard. That is a major downside. Like, there are times when it's not just a creature. It has to be as big or bigger than what you want to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would give Betrayal at the Vault like a C-.
I just think a C is. I would just give it a flat C.
Sure. Wow. Cactarantula?
Cactarantula is great.
That's sweet. It's 4 green for a 6/5 plant spider at common. It costs 1 less to cast if you control a desert. So not for each one, but just if you do. It's got reach. Come on, gain me some life, baby. Whenever Cactarantula becomes a target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. Okay. I was hoping it would gain me some life, just a full stabilizer and justify playing a 6-drop, but that's not bad.
If it shouldn't be that hard to have 1 desert.
No.
And 5-mana 6/5 reach that draws a card if they mess with it. Like, that's a pretty great card. Like, I'm happy to play that one.
I mean, if we were to put this into the common 5-drop slot, I would definitely be excited about it as well. I guess it's not quite that, but like you said, it probably will be most, a good chunk of the time.
Deserts seem like they'll be fairly contested. Like, the crime decks want them. The desert decks want them. The 2-color decks want the on-color deserts of their colors so they can cast their spells. So it's not like you're getting them for free. Caves you could kind of get for free, because people didn't really want them. But yeah. Even then, I think you will be able to find ways to use this.
I'm going to go C on Cactarantula. I'm going to assume that you're going to build around it enough that you'll have a desert, like say 3/4 of the time when it's in your deck or something like that. And you're going to play this thing for 5, and it is absolutely massive, and it is tough to mess with, though. You'll get your card back even if they have the removal spell. C, what do you think?
I think that it's probably like a C+, but yeah, I like
go
it.
Cactarantula. That's like definite front runner for sweet artwork too. Next is Spinewood's Armadillo. This is 4 green for a 7/7 Armadillo. This one is uncommon. It's got reach and ward 3, so quite difficult to kill. And you can pay 1 and a green and discard it. And you search your library for a basic land or desert card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle, and you gain 3 life. Woo,
This one's
baby.
nice.
That's sweet.
I mean, I just really like the combination of great card at 6 mana, 7/7 reach, ward 3, and then 2 mana to gain 3 life, put a creature in your graveyard and get a land is a pretty sweet deal too.
That is great. Yeah, I really like that. I would give it a B.
Yeah, I like B for this. I think that you're going to be really happy with it.
Go grab a desert, buys you the time. Okay, 2 colors to go, white and then blue. First white card is called Armored Armadillo. It's another armadillo. This one's white for a 0/4. It's common. Its creature type is just armadillo. It has ward 1, and you can pay 3 and a white to have it get +X+0 until end of turn, where X is its toughness. Finally, though, a card that's like not amazing on turn 1.
No.
It's just okay.
I mean, a 1 mana 0/4 ward 1 is like a pretty good defender.
Mm-hmm.
And then later in the game, you can spend mana to start attacking as like a 4/4, or if you pump its toughness even bigger, and you can activate it twice if you have 8 mana. Oh.
Yep. 8 mana, 8/4.
But I think if I look at all these things combined, I think the Armadillo is not a card I'm going to want in my deck most of the time.
D for Armored Armadillo.
Yeah.
Next is
Armadillo.
It's a getaway glamour. It's white with a plus for an instant and uncommon. It has spree. It has 2 different things you can add on. You can add 1 mana to do exile target non-token creature, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Or you can add 2 mana to add on destroy target creature if no other creature has greater power. If it's the biggest or tied for the biggest on the battlefield.
Yeah, nothing can be bigger. So it could be of the same size, but you got to make sure nothing is larger. And the first part does work with that because you can flicker it, one of their things until the next, or one of your things until the next end step, whatever it is.
To line up so that you can get that thing to be the biggest.
You can get the thing, whatever thing you want.
And that ends up being 4 mana total if you want to do all of the things.
Yeah, so it's 4 mana total. And I mean, the part where this is going to be sick is when they kill your creature and you're like, play this for 4, exile my creature, kill your creature. Like that's the win condition right there.
For sure. Maybe get another ETB or do something. Yeah, this looks good. C+? B-?
I'm probably at B- for Getaway Glamour. It just feels like it's going to be 3 mana, kill the biggest creature is a fine card, or tied for the biggest, as well as like the whole like flicker your own thing or flicker their thing. Like this can get 2 blockers out of the way and on a critical turn, you know?
Yeah,
like
that's true.
I think the flexibility plus the power plus the opportunity for a 2-for-1, just going to give this card a B.
Okay.
Like,
B for Getaway Glamour. Next is Nurturing Pixie. This is white for a 1/1 uncommon fairy rogue. It's got flying. And when it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target non-fairy non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. If a permanent was returned this way, put a +1/+1 counter on Nurturing Pixie. Cute.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how often you're going to want to use this, but like if you can get a 1 mana 2/2 flyer with that lets you reset one of your creatures, like it feels like there could be some good stuff going there.
It's okay. Yeah, I would say Nurturing Pixie gets like a C-.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Next is Requisition Raid. This is white with a plus. It's a sorcery, and it is uncommon. The sprees, there's 3. They each add 1 mana. Destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature target player controls. That's the one that uses her earlier in the explanation there. How good is it though? Like if you get to destroy one of the first two plus a counter.
So the way I think you make this card good is you make it so you would play this as the third mode, which is 2 mana to give all your creatures a +1/+1 counter. That is actually not weak. We've typically seen the like +1/+1 counter spells be on the weak side over the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. But in your 17 creature deck, a spell that at not instant speed, unfortunately, sorcery speed gives all your creatures +1/+1. Like that's a pretty good spell.
It is, especially in white where, you know, you're upgrading small creatures or you're giving it to flyers. So then if you can tack on hitting an artifact or an enchantment kind of any sort, you're happy.
That's what I'm saying is like you basically then end up in a spot where you can justify putting in your deck because of the counter thing. And then you get the benefit of whenever you can blow up an artifact or enchantment, you feel like extremely paid off.
Yeah. So just make sure you have enough creatures to make that plan come around would be the idea then. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you want to give Raid looks like a C to me, but in the right deck could be really good.
And it'll feel like a B+ when you pop off with it. Next is Rustler Rampage. This is white with a plus. It's an instant uncommon. Again, 2 different sprees. They're the same cost, 1 mana. Untap all creatures, target player controls, or target creature gains double strike until end of turn.
I like how they've seeded in a few target player modes where you don't mind targeting your opponent or like has a minor effect because like it's a way to commit crimes. So just keep that in mind when you look at this card. 2 mana to give something double strike is not a card I'm like super excited about putting in my deck, I don't think.
Okay.
And I don't think this deck is like enough more than that to make me want to play this.
The untap all creatures target player controls doesn't get you going either. D for Rustler Rampage?
Yeah, I like D for Rustler Rampage, which leads us to steer clear. There's, you know, it's like the saying goes, if I had a nickel for every time there was a piece of art of someone getting thrown off a horse or a mount, I have 10 cents, but that's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah. What does steer clear do?
So what it does is for 1 white mana, it's an instant. It deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, or 4 damage to that creature if you control the mount as you cast this spell.
And it's common. I would say not super great for steer clear.
I mean, white to deal 2 to an attacker or blocker is not a terrible card.
It's not a great card.
I feel like it does a little bit of work here for you. Okay. Like it makes it so you can
like you have it at C?
Shock something early. Yeah, I want to see, and then in the green white deck or any deck that has like even 2 mounts is enough. The fact that it sometimes is a flame slash is pretty sick. Gideon's Retribution, you know, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like it if you've got a few mounts for sure. That's a totally different thing. 2 is such a small amount. It, you know, basically any combat tricks overcomes that, for example, which looks pretty bad. But I agree. So maybe like a C for steer clear.
Yeah, I would just give it a C. I just think that there's going to be times when you'll be pretty happy with how it plays out.
Bovine Intervention. I mean, Rustler Rampage's flavor text is release the cows. Then we have steer clear with the steer being that. And now we have Bovine Intervention, 1 and a white instant uncommon. Destroy target artifact or creature. Way to bury the lead there. Its controller creates a 2/2 white ox creature token. So no, right? These ones always underperform. You always think, okay, you know, kill their best thing, downgrade it, but these type of cards are just chronically bad performers.
They just don't do it. You know, they don't get the job done.
Like, turns out it's not enough to kill a creature, but still leave them with a creature. Yeah. I would say D for Bovine Intervention. It is not completely unplayable, but these things are really tough on, like they just don't win you games ultimately. Ariette's Lullaby is 1 and a white for a sorcery. It's common. It says destroy target tapped creature. You gain 2 life.
For 2 mana, sorcery speed, that's fine.
I'm in.
I would give it a C. I'd put this card in my deck.
I would too. Next is Frontier Seeker. This is 1 and a white for a 2/1 Human Scout at uncommon, and it says when it enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You can reveal a mount, creature card, or a plains card from among them and put it into your hand, and put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. 2 mana, 2/1.
That wasn't mount or creature, like mount, comma, creature. It's a mount creature. So
yes,
it has
I did pause for too long, didn't I?
A creature with type mount or a plains. So obviously what's going on here is it's a 2 mana 2/1 that gets you a plains, but if you've got a bunch of mounts, you might get something else too. You're gonna miss a lot with this card, which is fine. Like let's say you have 9 plains in your deck and you have 1 in play because you're casting this. You have another 8 plains in your deck. So you're like 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5 cards in your deck are plains. Then you have 2 mounts. So like now, let's say you have 10 targets. 1 out of 4, slightly better because you're looking at 38 cards or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see playing this card every time I've got enough plains or have a mount or 2. But don't expect to draw a card off this that often. But you don't have to. If it's 50-50 to draw a card, you're actually still going to be happy because it's 2 mana 2/1.
Totally. I think it's a C+ for Frontier Seeker. You have the chance to hit mana. You have the chance to hit real spells off of it, and it's asking almost nothing of you. I think the only tricky part is that it has not flying.
Yeah, I mean it's just a fine card. It does pay for the mounts pretty nicely. 2 power.
Yeah, it does. Next is Omenport Vigilante. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 human mercenary at uncommon. And it says it has double strike as long as you've committed a crime this turn. Ooh, that's annoying. Instant speed crime committing makes this thing a real bear.
I mean, you're just not going to be able to block this. Like, if you block this with a 2/2 and then they play a spell that gives it double strike, if that spell was wasted, then it's still just a 1-for-1. Mm-hmm. The disaster scenario is if they play a removal spell on your other creature, and then all of a sudden this thing pops off. Looks good. I mean, I would say it's probably like a C+.
I think so too.
Even just like turn 2 this, turn 3 ping, play land, ping, you attack for 4, play another 2-drop is just a pretty nice little start.
It is, and you don't need to be able to commit crimes that often, and I think you're going to be able to commit them quite often as well. Next is Outlaw Medic. This is 1 and a white for a 1/3 human rogue. At common, it's got lifelink, and when it dies, you draw a card.
Great card.
Sweet one. And it's a rouge as well. I guess it says outlaw literally in the title, so you can figure that one out. C+ for Outlaw Medic.
Yeah, this card's great. We're not passing very many of these, I'll tell you that much.
No, and this is back to our thing about defensive speed. That's a nice little speed bump right there. Next is, it's a prairie dog. It's 1 and a white for a 2/2 squirrel. And it is, are prairie dogs squirrels? And it's an uncommon lifelinker.
I guess so.
So it's a 2 mana 2/2 lifelink. And at the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Wow. And it has activated ability 4 and a white until end of turn. If you would put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature you control, put that many +1 +1/+1 counters on it instead.
Yeah. I mean, 2 mana for a 2/2 lifelink that just grows if you don't cast spells. And then if you don't cast spells, it gives you a mana sink to get an additional +1/+1 counter. This card's sweet. This card looks like a B to me. Like, I just think you're going to cast this card and every now and then it's going to grow. And then in the late game, it's going to grow even more. And growing all with lifelink is so sick.
That is awesome. And it starts off good too. It's not like it's like, oh, it's bad. And then it gets good later. It's not like
it starts out as a 3 mana 1/1 and you have to grow into it.
Exactly. That's such a huge difference. I like B for prairie dog.
Yeah, I would give prairie dog a straight B.
Sterling Keykeeper is next. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 human mercenary at common. And it has activated ability 2 and tap it to tap target non-mount creature. The mount part probably doesn't matter that much, but really it's the 2, right? Like it's 2 mana, tap it. That is a very steep cost to pay for kind of a random tapper.
Yeah, I mean, it is a 2 mana 2/2, so you are getting, you're not having to pay too much in terms of stats for this, and it can commit crimes at will, which is pretty nice. So,
okay,
I would say the Keykeeper's a C. You're not going to cut this card from your deck.
Really? I was going to go a little lower. I'll just go C minus.
I just don't think you're going to cut a 2-mana 2/2 with a relevant ability that is an outlaw. Like it just does
it just does enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is Take Up the Shield, which is 1 and a white for an instant at common. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. Hey, that's a nice combat trick.
Yeah. I mean, this the combat trick that gives a +1/+1 counter and some reasonable keywords until end of turn is pretty sick. This looks like a C. You're just gonna play this and just trounce a combat.
Seen a decent amount of lifelink being thrown around as well. Next is Trained Erynx. This is 1 and a white for a 3/1 cat beast mount, and it is common. And it says whenever it attacks while saddled, it gains first strike until end of turn. Scry 1, and the saddle cost is kind of right where you'd think it would be for a common. It's 2.
Yeah, 2 mana 3/1, and then you get to saddle it if you want to get first strike and a scry 1. It seems pretty nice. Like
that's
turn
nice.
2 this, turn 3 play a creature, saddle it so they can't block. You get a scry 1, and you have 2 creatures in play. So if they attack you back and they overextend, you can just attack without saddling too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a good play pattern. Yeah, Trained Erynx looks solid to me. It looks like a C. It's also
I would give Trained Erynx a C. I think you're never going to be unhappy to put this card in your like creature heavy white decks.
Next one's really funny. It's called Holy Cow.
Yeah, it sure is.
It's 2 and a white for a 2/2 Ox Angel. At common, it has flying, and when it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life and scry 1.
I think that you're going to play this a pretty good amount of the time. 2 life, scry 1, flash, 2/2 flyer. Like that, they're certainly juicing the 3 mana 2/2 flyer slot.
Yeah, you just kind of have to.
I would imagine so.
Is it a C?
It's just a C, I think. I don't think I'd go lower than that.
It's an Ox Angel. Next is Inventive Wingsmith, which is 2 and a white for a 2/4 Dwarf Artificer at common. It says at the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand and Inventive Wingsmith doesn't have a flying counter on it, put a flying counter on it. Wow. None of this until end of turn nonsense for the Wingsmith, huh?
Basically, if you can ever take a turn off, just it gets flying forever.
Yeah.
All right. And it's a 3 mana 2/4. Like that's pretty good. It's good defense. You go turn 3 Wingsmith, turn 4 plot something, go. Now it's got flying.
Yep.
And then you just proceed from there. Looks like a C. Looks great.
Definitely. C, very solid C for Inventive Wingsmith. Next is Mystical Tether. This is 2 and a white for an enchantment. At common, it says you may cast Mystical Tether as though it had flash if you pay 2 more to cast it, bumping it up to 5. And it says when it enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls until Mystical Tether leaves the battlefield.
So it's an Oblivion Ring that hits artifacts or creatures, but also you can pay 5 mana to play it at instant speed.
That's great.
That's great, yeah. Because it's already good without that, and then just giving you that ability means in the late game it can be such a blowout. So I like probably B- on Mystical Tether.
I think so too.
That seems like premium removal spell.
Removal, yeah. Next is Sheriff of Safe Passage. That is 2 and a white for a 0/0 human knight at uncommon. It enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it, plus an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature you control. Wow, and it's got plot for just 1 and a white.
Yeah, I like the plot for 2 mana part because
definitely
this is a 1/1 starting, and then it's as big as the total number of creatures you control. It counts itself. So you if you plot this and then wait 2 turns to play it, and then play it as like a 3/3. You got a 2 mana 3/3, but you can also just set up some pretty nice turns, I bet, where you could make this a 4/4 or 5/5. Plus a 2 mana plot card just makes it so you can set up your other plot cards really nicely because you spend turn 2 playing this, and then you play like one of your double spell payoffs on 4, and just immediately you have it ready to go.
Right.
So I would give C+ to Sheriff of Safe Passage.
Yeah.
You need a creature heavy deck or a plot deck, ideally both combined. In that deck, it's going to be good.
Definitely. You're just getting a nice sized creature plus triggering everything else. Next is Thunder Lasso, which is 2 and a white for an equipment. It's uncommon. And it says when it enters the battlefield, attached to target creature you control, so you get first ones for free. The equipped creature gets +1/+1. And it says whenever the equipped creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. And, the equip cost is okay. It's 2.
I actually think this is going to be just a beating. They've really gone a long way by making it auto-equip.
They really have. God, that turn seems tough.
The turn you play this,
Oof.
get it on a creature, attack, tap their best defender, and then they're on the back foot now probably, as long as the board was reasonable. And then if they kill your creature, they have to kill it in beginning of combat to not let you do it twice, like move and do it. But if they kill your creature with like a sorcery thing and you just move this, and then just attack with a different thing, I think Thunder Lasso is going to be a premium aggressive card. I would say this is going to be like a B- for aggressive decks.
Yeah, and it doesn't do that much on defense, but it does something. You give a creature +1/+1, that might be the difference. But definitely great in aggressive decks. Next is Vengeful Townsfolk. This is 2 and a white for a 3/3 human citizen at common. Whenever one or more other creatures you control die, put a +1/+1 counter on Vengeful Townsfolk. I'm not that excited about this one.
Yeah, I think it's just okay. I mean, it's a 3-mana 3/3. It starts out pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
So like in like the black-white sacrifice deck, or like red-white that's making a lot of mercenary tokens, like I could see this card
Okay, sure.
making the cut. But yeah, I would say it looks like a D.
Yeah, it looks like a D to me. Sometimes you'll play it. Next is Bridled Bighorn. This is 3 and a white for a 3/4 sheep mount at common. It has vigilance. And it says when it attacks while saddled, you get a 1/1 white sheep creature token, and the saddle cost is 2. It's a reasonable magic card. Yeah. It looks like a
3/4 vigilance, a little behind curve, but making a 1/1 is nice and works nicely with combat tricks because your opponent's going to want to block it.
Mm-hmm.
Works nice in like go wide style decks.
Yeah, for sure. I would say I would probably actually bump it up to a C. I was going to say C-, but I think Bridled Bighorn can
say
be
it's a C.
Next is Lassoed by the Law. This is 3 and a white for an enchantment and uncommon. It says, when Lassoed by the Law enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Lassoed by the Law leaves the battlefield. Tell me if you've heard that before. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red mercenary token. Wow.
Heard that one before too. Mm-hmm. I mean, this card's awesome. It's a 4-mana 1/1 that exiles one of their creatures.
Yeah. Or anything non-land permanent.
Yeah, non-land permanent. Yeah, this is great. Lasted by the Law is a B.
Yeah.
A really solid uncommon.
Super solid B.
Prosperity Tycoon is 3 and a white for a 4/2 human noble at uncommon. When it ETBs, you make a red mercenary. And you can pay 2 and sack a token to make Prosperity Tycoon indestructible this turn, and you tap it.
Dang. That's really good too.
4-mana 4/2 that comes with a 1/1 is great, and then he gets to throw the 1/1, in harm's way so that he survives. That's pretty good too.
B?
Yeah, looks like a B- to me. Just a good little 2-for-1.
Yeah, 4 mana for 5 and 3 like stats plus some extra stuff. I go B on Prosperity Tycoon. That seems great.
All right. Well, we got a similar one here with Wanted Griffin. It's a 3 and a white for a 3/2 Griffin at common. It's got flying, and when it dies, you make a mercenary. So a 4-mana 3/2 flyer that dies into a 1/1. Wow, they're giving away these tokens kind of like candy.
They really are. I like this one a little less.
Well, you don't get the second token right away is a big part of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it is a little bit worse. But I think it's still a solid card.
C-.
I would just give it a C. I mean, a lot of the downside of the 3/2 flyer is that it doesn't block well, but you're fine blocking this. If you block their 3-mana 3/3 with this and are left with a 1/1, like you're okay that you went down one card or 1 mana on the exchange. So I like C for Wanted Griffin.
Shepherd of the Clouds is next. It's 4 and a white for a 4/3 Pegasus at uncommon. It has flying and vigilance. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Return that card to the battlefield instead if you control a mount.
I mean, this card is great.
That's a lot.
5 mana 4/3 flying vigilance that draws you a card already, and then if you have a mount, you even get to do it for free.
Definitely. 3 toughness is like slightly whatever. Like, is it just a B?
I mean, I think it's a B plus.
B
like
plus?
when your opponent first of all, when they just play this on turn 5 and pick up the thing you traded off, like
Yeah,
you're already feeling pretty bad about that.
Yeah.
Imagine if they do that and they have
a mount.
they have a mount. Like they went 2-drop into 3-drop mount or 4-drop mount or something, trade it off, and then just go boom, get this back.
Yeah,
like,
that's gross.
Like
Okay.
that is just going to be sick.
B plus for Shepherd of the Clouds. Next is Stagecoach Security, which is 4 and a white for a 4/5 human soldier at common. And when it enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn, and you can plot it for 3 and a white. Decent.
Yeah.
This one is going to fall into the D range for me, just the normal kind of 5 mana common. Yeah, they sweetened the deal a little bit with plot, but being able to see that kind of thing coming definitely matters. I would say D plus for Stagecoach Security.
I think it's better than that. I mean, 4 mana plot this. Next turn you get a 5-drop plus this nice trigger.
Something has to be a D in the set.
I mean,
they can't all be C's. Yes,
I don't.
They're graded
on a curve. If the
cards
are all equal, they don't have to have different grades.
Come on. We've noticed that, the differences between the cards are very narrow now, right? Cards like whatever we used in the in our grading guide or whatever, for example, like cards that are D's, like Defenestrated Phantom is like not so much worse than, some other thing in that set, but the gap ends up being exaggerated.
I just look at this card and I think it's really good.
Okay.
So
what do you want to give it? I gave it a D plus.
I would give it a C. Like, okay. I think the card's good. Like, I agree with you that, like, in some ways, like, you do want to, like, separate cards if you can. But if I think the cards are both good, like, I don't want to give them like dramatically different grades.
No, you shouldn't. I just think that something has to give here. So, but I'm not. D plus isn't like wildly unplayable or anything.
Yeah.
Next is Sterling Supplier. This is 4 and a white for a 3/4 bird soldier at common. It's got flying, and when it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control.
Yeah, this one I think is a little worse. Like a 5-drop that gets a counter on something else. Like, it's fine, but this is closer to a D.
Definitely, I think it is a D. Yeah, the security is much better with the plot at 3 and a white. If you want to try to set that up. Last white card is Bounding Felidar. This is 5 and a white for a 4/7 cat beast mounted uncommon. And whenever it attacks while saddled, you put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. You gain 1 life for each of those creatures, and the saddle cost is 2. Hey, I mean, if you get to start turning things sideways, it goes downhill really quickly for your opponent.
It is and you don't need much to attack with, though.
Yes, it is asking that.
Like, I'm not,
and saddle it.
Look, I'm not defending all these cards. I'm just telling you the cards that I think are not quite there are the ones that, like, this is the kind of card I'm fine giving a D to.
Definitely, and this one costs a lot more mana. I would give Bounding Felidar a D. It has great upside, but the setup cost is huge. You need to untap with it. You need to be able to attack with it. You also need something to saddle it up, and you need extra creatures to attack with alongside it. That is not going to happen very often. Okay, one more color, then a few lands and a few artifacts, and we will be done. Blue. First card up is called Harrier Strix, which is blue for a 1/1 flying bird at common. And it says, when it enters a battlefield, tap target permanent. And it says, you can pay 2 and a blue to draw a card and then discard a card. I want to know what you think of this card, Luis.
I think that it's going to be pretty good because it, first of all, lets you commit a crime for 1 mana when you play it.
Yep.
It also gets a blocker out of the way. Like, it can be a good aggressive card. Everything here points towards aggression. Like, aggressive decks like 1/1 flyers, aggressive decks like tapping down blockers, committing a crime is also slightly more aggressive. Mm-hmm. And then if things stall out, paying 3 to draw and discard, I mean, that's not like a super exciting thing, but it's better than not having the ability. I think overall, if you care about getting damage through, this card looks like a very good addition to your deck.
Yeah, I think so too. I would give C for Harrier Strix.
Yeah, I think C is what I would do as well.
It's a good 1-drop. Next is Jailbreak Scheme. This is blue with a spree. It's a sorcery at common. and it has 2 different spree modes. You can add 3 mana to do a put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and it can't be blocked this turn. And you can add 2 mana to target artifact or creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. So 3 mana to put a creature on top or bottom of the library is kind of your base mode, but it does spread out into a 6 mana card that puts a counter on one of your creatures, makes it not be blocked, and also bounces / top or bottom library is one of theirs.
I mean, the floor being time ebb, sorcery speed, 3 mana, bounce one of their things, or to the top or bottom, like card neutral.
Like literal card neutral,
That's
right?
awesome. Like this card's a C based on that. If it was 2 and a blue, put a creature on the top or bottom, that would be a C, I think, like just in mana efficiency wise. And then getting the extra bonus of getting a creature +1/+1 counter and unblockable, like it's a great card. I would give it a C+. Like,
I think so too.
I think that the 6 mana version of this is pretty nice.
Metamorphic Blast is next. This is blue with spree. This one's instant and uncommon. It has 2 spree modes. You can add 1 mana to have it it says until end of turn, target creature becomes a white rabbit with base power and toughness 0/1. Or you can add 3 mana to have target player draw 2 cards. Wow, this is another one where they're 2 very different things, and that tends to work really well, on modal / pick your own adventure cards.
Yeah, I mean, getting a 4 mana draw 2 cards, an inspiration is not a card you'd really want to put in your deck, but
right.
This is mostly what I would look at it as 2 mana shrink a thing mid combat in order to win a fight. And then if you have extra mana, you can get to draw 2. Like it's a sick 3-for-1 if you can kind of get the whole thing going.
It is.
Like if you win the fight that with no complications, and then you draw 2 cards at the end of it, like that's pretty great. So
I would definitely start by putting this into my deck and seeing what it does.
I would say this is a C, but
Yeah.
I could see it being like a C+. I could eventually see it being like a card people are pretty excited to have.
I could too. Next is Phantom Interference. This is blue and yes, another plus, so another spree. This one's instant and common. 2 modes. You can add 3 mana to make a 2/2 white spirit creature token with flying, or you can add 1 mana to counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. Wow, this is another one that the modes are just very different. But
I mean, this is baseline a 2 mana counter unless they pay 2, which has always been like C to C+ range.
And
over the last
even
couple
has
sets.
gotten better later. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And now you can just tack on 4 mana to make a 2/2 flyer. And boy, you can just pay 5 mana, counter something and get a 2/2.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds great to me.
That sounds really solid. Yeah, I really like that card. I would definitely start at C for Phantom Interference, or maybe even C+ for Phantom Interference, and then I wouldn't be shocked if it went up a half a grade.
Yeah, I would say C+, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was a B- too.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm just going to give it a B- because look, when this counter part falls off, you just are left with 4 mana instant flyer that you can play at the end of their turn.
Mm-hmm. So that's the downside of a counter, right?
Yeah, that's such a sick fallback.
Okay, yeah. Next is Take the Fall, which is blue for an instant at common. And it says target creature gets -1/-0 until end of turn. It gets -4/-0 until end of turn instead if you control an outlaw. And it also just says draw card. So this does look like one of those pivot cards that can go into multiple things. The spells deck that we talked about, playing 2 spells in a turn. This is a good start to that. You play Take a Fall and then try to cast something else in the same turn.
-1/-0 draw card for 1 mana is like a nice card that I'd be putting in my deck. And then this can sometimes be -4/-0.
Yeah, and that is the type of combat trick that can occasionally lead to you winning a combat and a creature actually dying at the end of it. And worst case, it just soaks up 4 damage, but gets you the card back. So the tempo loss isn't too bad. I could see this card. Look, these type of cards are rarely like a go-to, like a chase common, but they often see significant play, especially because they could be good in multiple decks. I would say C- for Take the Fall. Like, I'm not stoked on it, but
I like C+ on this. I think that you're going to be pretty happy to have this card.
Okay. Next is Canyon Crab. Shelly. This is 1 and a blue for a 0/5 crab at uncommon. It's got activated ability 1 and a blue. Canyon Crab gets +2/-2 until end of turn. And it says at the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card, and then you have to discard a card too.
So
I don't really love any one thing about this, but maybe the package is worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stats.
Mm-hmm.
I think that part's pretty cool.
What do you think about the looting?
I don't think you're going to want to pass the turn to get a loot very often, but if it kind of lines up such that your turn would naturally get passed, then that works out, I think, pretty well.
Yeah,
like
I mean, it just feels like
with that.
Yeah, it just feels like this card lines up well with a strategy, right? Like you play this on 2, you got this huge 0/5. Next turn, you play a land, either plot something or just say go, start looting, getting value. You have all your mana up. They have to be like, well, I don't really want to attack into this thing and get my 2/2 eaten up by a 2/3 or whatever. And, it's 5 freaking toughness. Nothing can really get through it in the early part of the game when it's down. Then you can start casting stuff or start popping off with turns with plot. Like it just seems to really fit,
Yeah.
I like it.
I think it probably does enough of the things you want that I agree. It's not like any one piece of it is like the most compelling, but I bet overall it's a pretty good one.
I would say C+ for Canyon Crab, but in the right deck, it'll perform at like a B level, I think.
Yeah.
Next is Emergent Haunting. This is 1 and a blue for an enchantment and uncommon. It says at the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn and Emergent Haunting isn't a creature, it becomes a 3/3 spirit creature with flying in addition to its other types. So that just stays? It just becomes that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it has 2 and a blue, surveil 1, and you can just do that whenever.
This card's awesome. Basically,
that is fantastic.
It's just saying wait a turn and you get a 3/3 flying for 2 mana, and it just has the ability to surveil 1, which is kind of the perfect okay, it's turn 3, I have nothing better to do sort of plan.
In the case that you have absolutely no instance, nothing to plot, nothing. It's like, well, do this, like you're not going to waste your mana, but then it becomes a 3/3 flyer that you've only invested 2 mana in. That looks like a B to me.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a B, and it's going to be at its best in decks that can really utilize the whole plot thing. But I think it's going to be fine in any deck. Like I just am imagining how does this play out, and it's like, well, it's not going to be hard to make this thing work.
Yeah, the only downside is just like maybe not the best top deck, right? Because it's just kind of doesn't do much, until the next turn. Next is Failed Fording, which is 1 and a blue for an instant at common, and it says return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you control a desert, surveil 1. That's a key piece of the puzzle for sure.
Yeah.
These are the type of cards that you can put one of into your deck and just get something to interact with in the early game. It ends up being important.
Yeah, I think that if you're in for the bounce, you're in for the bounce. It doesn't necessarily have much to do whether you're a desert deck. Like I wouldn't even consider this a desert payoff. It just does clearly get a little bit better if you end up having a desert.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit like probably a worst unauthorized exit.
Yeah.
but that's fine. Like if basically this is like a C- if you have to play it, it's just an okay card to play.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Next is Fleeting Reflection. It's 1 and a blue for an instant and uncommon. It says target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap that creature. Until end of turn, it becomes a copy of up to 1 other target creature.
Yeah.
Is there...
Like what is this doing for us?
What are we doing?
So
I mean, if the baseline is just...
stop a removal spell, like to give hexproof, then... that's basically what you get out of it. You're probably not getting anything else out of it. If you're using it proactively, you can like make your creature into a flyer and attack for a bunch, or make it into like one of their sick mount and then, get to do something like that. But I think overall, I look at this card and I think like, okay, this is just kind of like a mediocre hexproof trick with, yes, some weird high-end situations, but that's not really going to be how it goes down. So
Agreed.
This looks like an F to me.
Yeah, I would not be playing Fleeting Reflection until people start to beat me with it. Next is Razzle Dazzler, which is 1 and a blue for a 1/2 human wizard. At common, it says, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Razzle Dazzler, and it can't be blocked this turn. So this is supposed to be a payoff for that deck.
Yeah. I mean, if you get one counter on this, it's a 2/3 that hit them for 2 unblockable, and then it's a 2 mana 2/3. And it's not hard to get multiple counters off this, especially given how cheap it is.
True. Does it buy you the time you need to get the train rolling is kind of my question. Maybe?
I mean, it itself, I don't know how much time it's buying you, but it's a 2-drop. And if you go 2-drop this turn 3 plot, and then turn 4 you get a counter on it, like you're already doing okay. Or just 2-drop this, turn 3 play a 2+1. Like, plot is a good way to enable this. It's very easy, but you can also just draft a bunch of cheap spells and play these cards. Like, imagine you go like 2-drop, turn 2 play this, turn 3 you play the 1/1 owl, tap their thing, and then play the gold shock, draw a card, this gets a counter. Like, that all seems like it works out nicely.
It does. Yeah. And this one is good enough if it gets a +1/+1 counter, and pretty good if it gets an additional, but you don't need to have, we were talking about how there's kind of a limit to how many times you can trigger these types of cards. You don't have to trigger this one 3 times to make it good. Just once is probably enough.
Yeah. Well, once you got it, and you get a 2 mana 2/3. Like, granted, it wasn't a 2 mana 2/3 on turn 2. You couldn't block their 2/2 on turn 3.
Yeah.
But still, it's still just like awesome.
I still feel like I'm going to be a little bit pessimistic on Razzle Dazzler just because the payoff doesn't align perfectly with what I really want in these decks, which is like the crab. Like, I want something to slow things down and give me time to set up. And this kind of doesn't really do that right away. So I'm going to say D for Razzle Dazzler. But, if you build around it and give it a little bit of work, it'll it jumps up into the C range.
Yeah, I would just give it a C. I think it's a good card.
Really?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. All right. We'll see how it goes. Next is Shifting Grift. This is blue with Spree. It's a sorcery at uncommon. 3 Spree modes +2 exchange control of 2 target creatures. All right. I'm already confused. +1 exchange control of 2 target artifacts, and +1 exchange control of 2 target enchantments. This just happens, right? You get that, I get this, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, when the spell resolves. Yeah.
So baseline here is 4 mana. You get my worst creature, I get your best one.
Yeah.
Is that good?
At sorcery speed, which unfortunately stops a lot of the like really, really fun interactions where you can like block and then do something like that. But at sorcery speed, you get to exchange your worst creature for their best creature. And I guess you could exchange artifacts and enchantments, but that doesn't seem like it'll come up very much.
Is that a good effect?
I think it's probably not that good. Like, I can definitely conceive of situations where it's good. I mean, think about it this way. It's kind of like a control magic, except, you have to give them their thing, or give them something, which takes away a lot of the like kind of extra value from that effect.
It does. I'm a little pessimistic, but I wouldn't be shocked if you could set this up to be pretty decent. I think I would start with C for Shifting Grift because I'm a little like, I need to see it go. But man, they play their big 5 mana thing and you give them like even a decent 2-drop. Like, you are ahead in that exchange at that point in the game.
Yeah.
I guess there's times where it doesn't work. They're playing red-white and they have a bunch of stupid 1/1s and you're like, what am I doing with this Shifting Grift? Or your creatures are just good, or heck, you're just ahead. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to say C- on Shifting Grift for
this looks like a
cost.
sideboard card to me. Like,
yeah, it does.
Like, there's matchups where I bet this card's pretty great,
Definitely.
But I don't know that how often you're going to run into a spot where like this is the thing you want.
Spring Splasher is next. It's 1 and a blue for a frog beast. It's a 2/1 at common, and it says, whenever it attacks, target creature defending player controls gets -3/-0 until end of turn. I hate these kind of cards.
Why?
They never seem to work. Like, they can still block. You must attack. I always want to slow things down in blue.
I mean, an aggressive blue deck could use this pretty nicely. It also commits a crime when it attacks. So it's a 0 mana way to commit a crime.
I can't believe a frog beast called Spring Splasher commits crimes. Like they've really made a full world here for us in OTJ.
Yeah. I mean, look at that thing though. It looks like it's committing a crime.
It does look like it's ready to commit a crime. I'm going to say D for Spring Splasher. What will you say? What say you?
I'm willing to go D+ on it.
You just love the frog beast. Next is Deep Muck Desperado. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/4 Hominid Mercenary at uncommon. And it says whenever you commit a crime, each opponent mills 3 cards. This ability triggers only once each turn. That was the one we used as the example. You could mill somebody out with this.
If you're milling 3 a turn, it's pretty fast, but you could even go further than that. If you have instant speed ways to commit crimes, you can mill 6 a turn. It's 6 a turn cycle.
Turn cycle, yeah.
3 on yours, 3 on theirs. Like that's pretty nice.
And it's a 2/4 for 3 mana, so it's not like it's saying, it's not like it's asking that much, and it's a mercenary as well. So yeah, this card actually seems pretty good. I wouldn't plan on milling people out because at some point they're going to say, okay, I'll just kill that thing. But like, you are not giving up anything for that. The only downside is like if you're playing black green or something, you might be hooking them up by milling a bunch of their deck and then having them kill it. But I just don't think that's a big downside. And a 2/4 for 3 and a relevant creature type all adds up for me. I like this card. I'm going to say C+ for Deep Muck Desperado.
Yeah, 3 mana 2/4 is like that's defensive speed right there, baby.
Yeah, it is. What about Geyser Drake?
This 2 and a blue for a 2/3 flying, and as long as it's not your turn, spells you cast 1 less to cast.
That's a common.
Makes all 2/3 flying for 3. That also gives you a discount on their turn. This card looks great. 3 mana 2/3 flyer is just really burly, and then getting a disc, even getting the discount like once in a game is still pretty nice. Like you get to play a 5 mana spell on 4 mana. So yeah, I like C+ for the Drake.
Me
I think
too. That's sweet. Nimble,
and it really helps cast 2 spells if you have lots of instants because you're getting the discount twice.
Yeah, and if you ever get to trigger it on their turn, that's really nice. Next is Nimble Brigand, which is 2 and a blue for a 1/3 human rogue at uncommon. It can't be blocked if you've committed a crime this turn, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, please say draw a card. Ooh, draw a card.
Yeah, I love this. This one's awesome.
That's sweet, and you don't even have to discard one. No looting here, baby. You just get the cards. This is great.
Yeah, I'm in for Nimble Brigand. This looks to me like looks just like a B. Like if your opponent plays this and you can't kill it, you just feel like you're going to fall pretty far behind because every time it hits and draws a card, it gives them another opportunity to find ways to commit further crimes to draw more cards.
Yeah. Spring Splasher into Nimble Brigand. Taste it. That's really great. Did you say B?
I'd just say B, yeah.
Yeah. I would too. Seize the Secrets is next. 2 and a blue for a sorcery at common. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you've committed a crime this turn. Draw 2 cards. Ooh, are they going to reel you back in?
I mean, I like it. Like, it's divination, but sometimes you can line it up to be Night's Whisper on a turn where it's convenient because it's not like you have to cast this on any schedule.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good to me. I'm into Seize the Secrets. Probably like a C-, but like I bet in the like blue-red double spells deck, this card is a kind of nice way to get all that going.
Yeah, man. Any manaless way to trigger commit a crime just is like going up and up and up. Spring Splasher, by the way. Next is Shackle Slinger, which is 2 and a blue for a 3/2 human soldier at uncommon. And it says, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, choose target creature an opponent controls. If it's tapped, put a stun counter on it. Otherwise, tap it.
So it doesn't give you the whole thing. It's not tap and stun, but it can keep something locked down if it's already tapped, or if you want to remove a blocker, it taps a creature, for that turn, so you can attack past it. Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty good. Like, I can imagine this locking down a creature for multiple turns in a row in a deck that's like when it's really humming, when you've got all your stuff going on.
I think so too. Not super exciting. I'd say C for Shackle Slinger, but it looks like it would be very annoying.
Yeah, I think it's a C, and I think it's kind of a payoff for being in that deck because no one else is going to really want that card.
I like the art too. Those are like shackles. Slick Shot Lockpicker. That'll be easy to say on coverage without like swearing or something. 2 and a blue for a 2/3 human rogue at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. And this thing has plot for 2 and a blue.
So
that's
you have
nice.
to you have to pay for the cost the card to flash back, but obviously you just plot this and then you just play it on the turn you want to play a spell. Looks awesome.
Man, that really unlocks the ability to flashback some pretty expensive stuff.
I mean, this is very close to 3 mana 2/3 return a sorcery or instant from your graveyard to your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yep.
You're forced to play at that turn. Obviously, you have to jump through some hoops in order to make sure that all lines up. But like, that is what it does. Like you plot this on 3, and then on turn 5 or 6, you're just like, okay, play this, replay my spell. It's like you just have to play it this turn. And the cost here is great. It gives you 2 spells. It does all the plot stuff. Looks like a B for me, though.
Me
you do
too.
have to make sure you have spells. Like
a little bit of setup cost, but man, that's nice.
That's assuming you've got some spells to play. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to give a B because you're getting a 2 for 1. Next is Slick Shot Vault Buster. This is 2 and a blue for a 1/4 human rogue at common with vigilance. And it gets +2/+0 as long as you've committed a crime this turn.
Yeah. I mean,
can I give Spring Splasher an A?
I mean, look at that. Look at it this way. You play your 3 mana 1/4 vigilance, and then you just get to chest attack into their 2/2 every time.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
What are you going to do? I like C for Slick Shot Vault Buster. I mean, everything's kind of coming together here, as far as like proactive crime committing, right? Tapping things down, yeah. Unblockable, shrink something down with the splasher. These things are like,
the splasher is really looking good here.
I just said, can I give it an A? I'm upgrading it with every single blue card that we've got here. As I said, though, I am looking for ways to commit crimes that don't cost mana, and cards like Splasher do that, Yeah. And if you surround that thing with these cards, I mean, it's adding up really quick. I like just C for Slick Shot Vault Buster, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would give it a C. I don't think it's not going to be something that's like amazing for you.
Right. Next is Daring Thunder Thief. This is 3 and a blue for a turtle rogue. It's a 4/4 common with flash, but womp womp, it enters the battlefield tapped.
So
falls on his shell.
We're not stealing, but this is a blue 4 mana 4/4 common.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting.
I mean, that's a pretty big game, right?
It is. And it does give you the flexibility. It is it ambushes them not in the way that you'd hope, where it like eats a creature, but it is like things look pretty stable. And then boom, they're going to be hitting you with, a 4/4 haste, if you will, out of blue that you did not know was coming. Kind of interesting. It doesn't seem amazing to me, but it's interesting at least.
I mean, 4 mana 4/4 is pretty good in a color that doesn't usually get good creatures. And I think it seems pretty easy to get some good value from this, especially since it lets you keep your mana up and not play a spell for all the cards that care about you not playing spells.
Right. That's huge too. C- for Daring? C for Daring Thunder Thief?
I would just give it a C. Yeah.
I mean, we gave Spring Splasher a B, so I don't know how you.
Yeah, that's true.
Next is Lone Shark, which is wow. It's 3 and a blue
Jumping the shark a little.
It's 3 and a blue for a 3/4 shark rogue at common, and it says when it enters the battlefield, if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn, draw a card, and it itself has plot for its mana cost, so 3 and a blue.
I mean, this card is going to be very good. Like
it counts itself.
Yeah. So when it enters the battlefield, it's already counting itself. So you're basically just going to get to plot and
just cast
and then
anything.
Next turn play any card and then draw a card.
Yeah. Dude, I like that.
Yeah, of course.
C for Lone Shark for me.
Yeah, I like C for Lone Shark as well.
What about Outlaw Stitcher? Yikes.
3 and a blue. This card's obscene. It's 3 and a blue for a 1/4 human warlock at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 blue and black zombie rogue, and then put 2 +1/+1 counters on that token for each spell you've cast this turn other than the first. And it has plot of 4 and a blue. So,
oh my God.
little mini Grave Titan here. Basically, you turn 5 plot it, turn 6 play a spell, play this, and you make a 4/4 plus a 1/4. But if you have any other spell to play, then you can go even deeper and get like
you get a
even
6/6?
more value from it. Yeah, you get a 6/6 plus a 1/4.
Oh man!
Or you can just play this on turn 4 as a 4-mana 1/4 plus a 2/2. Or if you've plotted something else on turn 3, then you get the 4 thing. That's where the really busted start is.
Oh wow, dude, this card's insane.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Wow, I'm impressed. B+ for Outlaw Stitcher, A-. Dare
I'll
we?
give it a B+. Okay. I think.
Because
I
this
think it
is
very
a
good,
full
though.
stabilizer. Like if you just plot anything on turns 1, 2, or 3, right? You're getting a 4/4, a 1/4 plus the thing. I mean, that is a devastating turn. Ooh, I like that guy. Plan the Heist is next. It's 2 blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It says surveil 3 if you have no cards in hand. Then draw 3 cards. But it also plots for 3 and a blue. So same total amount of mana, but a little easier as just 3 and a blue instead of 2 blue.
And you can set it up to draw cards after surveilling, because you can like play this as your last spell.
Oh, okay.
And because if you have no cards in hand is when you get the surveil 3. So
right. So how do you set that up though? You
just plot it, and then that way you can spend. It's a way to spend the mana on this earlier and then use it later at a more opportune time.
And so you just try to like run your hand down to nothing, draw your card for the turn, play a land, play a spell, and then plan the heist, and you get the surveil.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea.
I mean, draw 3 cards is a lot, man. Like surveil or not, surveil 3, draw 3 is like, that's a game ender, right? That's a setup card to finish the game.
Yeah.
What would you give Plan the Heist? It doesn't do anything else.
No.
It's a lot of mana to not affect the board.
It's a 4-mana draw 3 or 4-mana surveil 3, draw 3. I bet you're going to want to use this card in decks that have like the play multiple spells thing and ways to like make up the tempo from that, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think it's going to be a card you'd put into every single deck.
No, I don't think so either. And it goes back to that thing that I said before about like sometimes these decks will have like the one card, that doesn't do anything else. And that might be Plan the Heist for you, or the uncommon we talked about before. I would give Plan the Heist a C. I know it's a little conservative because it is draw 3 cards, but it's asking a lot of you. And it's not really giving you a way to get around it. You are going to spend 4 mana at some point to do nothing, and you will get the cards back at some point, and you might even get the surveil, but like that, it is still asking a lot no matter what mode you pick. So I'm going to go C on Plan the Heist.
All right. I like C. I would even go C-. I don't think would be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But
I agree. Stop Cold is 3 and a blue for an enchantment aura at common. It says it has flash and enchants an artifact or creature. When it enters the battlefield, you tap the permanent. The enchanted permanent loses all abilities and doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Well, at least for your 4 mana, you're kind of getting it all. Instant speed, take it out, all the way.
Yeah. The losing all abilities part is kind of nice. I think this is probably going to be a C. Like, it's a little worse than the like bounce equivalent, but the losing abilities part helps. It still doesn't get you out of the liability of like, what if they sack or bounce their thing?
Exactly.
Like, it just sits in place. So that kind of probably leaves it at like C- level.
I think so too, because tapping removes most relevant abilities anyway. You're getting a little extra bump.
Not a whole lot left after that. Yeah.
Right. Next is Visage Bandit. This is 3 and a blue for a 2/2 shapeshifter rogue at uncommon. You can have it enter the battlefield as a copy of a creature you control.
That's an uncommon ability. Nice.
Yeah, except it's a shapeshifter rogue in addition to its other types, and you can plot it for 2 and a blue.
I like the plot on this because it lets you, again, this is not like there's some massive combo, except it just lets you prepay for this at a 1 mana discount even, and then have it come in when the time is right.
When the time's right.
It also like lets you kind of get away with like, okay, I'm going to play this instead of like play a 4-drop, hope it survives so I can play this next turn, you can save it up to go do them both in the same turn when your opponent's tapped out, just to make sure you kind of get land your thing or whatever.
Yeah, this would be super amazing, but it does only copy your stuff. The ones that can copy anything end up being like one of the better cards in your deck usually, but cards that can only copy your stuff are a lot more limited than that. Still probably pretty good though.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think this is probably like a C+.
C+ for Visage Bandit. Next is Djinn of Fool's Fall. This is 4 and a blue for a 4/3 flying Djinn. It is common, and it has plot for 3 and a blue. Pretty basic.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. This looks like a C- to me. Probably make the cut sometimes, probably won't other times.
Yeah, I mean, the cycle of 5-drops that with plot 4, I think, are all pretty good.
They're all pretty good, right? I mean, this is a 4/3 flyer that you're going to end up paying 4 mana for, even if you have to wait a turn. That's pretty good. Like these are all cards you can put in your deck. Next is Marauding Sphinx. This is 3 blue for a 3/5 flying vigilance ward 2 Sphinx rogue at uncommon. And it says whenever you commit a crime, surveil 2, and the ability only triggers once each turn. That is an awesome Magic card.
Yeah, this card is sweet.
That is a bad card right there. Wow. I would say B+ for Marauding Sphinx.
Yes. I mean, the Ward 2 means that
Ward 2.
A, that sometimes they won't be able to kill it, and B, sometimes when they do kill it, like you made them spend way more mana than you.
Definitely. You could convince me that cards are rare. Like I wouldn't be, blown away by that. That's really nice. Next is Peerless Rope Master, which is 4 and a blue. For a human rogue at common, it's a 4/4, and when it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target tapped creature to its owner's hand. Oh, so close to a mana war there. That takes it out of the running for me, though.
Yeah, just not it having to be tapped is
I don't mean it's terrible, but yeah, I just, you really need your 5 mana Dirtler to do, kind of exactly what you need it to do, or else it gets bumped out by one of these plot cards or something better. I would assume that bumps it into the like D+ range for Peerless Rope Master. Again, not unplayable. That is still a powerful effect, but the tap part was just a dagger at the very end there.
Yeah.
Last blue card is This Town Ain't Big Enough. This is 4 and a blue for an instant at uncommon. This spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a permanent you control. Return up to 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hands. That is sweet. So you can play 2. What's the card I'm thinking of?
Peel from Reality.
Peel from Reality, is that what it is? Or you can just play 4 to double bounce theirs, or 5 to double bounce their stuff.
Yeah, double bounce for 5 is great, and 2 mana to bounce yours plus theirs is also great. Like, This Town Ain't Big Enough is also a really funny name.
It is a funny name, and it's a very powerful card. I really like that type of ability, and I think that's the right mana cost for it too. I would give that a B. I think you can make that work for you where like you're getting legitimate value out of it routinely.
Yeah. I like B for This Town Ain't Big Enough. Like when you have a low interaction deck, having like 1 copy of this is just going to be a lifesaver.
Definitely. Especially with the way that it looks like some of these decks can accrue value over time, but you need a little bit of a window to take advantage of it. Okay, that's it for blue. Artifacts is next. First one up is called Lava Spur Boots. This is 1 mana for an artifact equipment. It's uncommon. It says the equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has haste and ward 1, and the equip cost is 1.
Yeah, I mean,
that's pretty annoying.
This is pretty pushed.
Mm-hmm. Is it worth putting in your deck?
If you've got an extra slot to spare, maybe.
Maybe. A lot of times, again, these cards get outperformed by simpler cards like creatures or combat tricks, but that is a lot that you get for 1 mana and 1 to equip. Very annoying card in the mid to late game too, where they just top deck something and they're like, equip hit you. It's just like, oh my God, and you have to keep paying this ward cost over and over. I'm going to say C for Lava Spur Boots. Even though everything's right on this, these types of cards just don't tend to perform really well. So I kind of need to see it, beat down. Boombox is next. This is 2 mana for an artifact. It's uncommon. And it says you can pay 6 mana and tap it and sacrifice it to destroy up to 1 target artifact up to one target creature, and up to one target land.
It's a really funny card.
8 mana, though. Is it too slow?
I think 8 mana is probably more than I want to spend here.
I think
2 plus 6 is a lot less than 8, but like you're not going to get an artifact that much. You don't care about killing the land that much.
Yeah.
I don't think this one is the thing you want.
Yeah, it looks like a D to me, or maybe even just an F.
Yeah.
Gold Pan, 2 mana for an artifact equipment. It's common. When it enters a battlefield, boom, you find some gold right away. You get a treasure token. The creature gets +1/+1. Really? You're going to beat somebody down with a gold pan? Okay. And the equip cost is 1.
Yeah.
I don't know. That might actually work.
I'm not sure for what, but yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah. What deck wants to treasure that badly? That's really the question. The treasure is the thing.
I mean, a 1 mana equipment that gives +1/+1, or like equip 1 +1/+1 is not too bad. And if you get a lot of value out of that treasure, then I feel like you're going to be pretty happy with, like, Gold Pan into play something big, a turn ahead of schedule, and it's kind of like left around is not too bad. If you have a way to sack the Gold Pan or something, that would be cool.
Right. Which probably means it's not that great of a card, right?
It's not that far away.
It's not. Also, why are they finding like a diamond in there? Like it's a gold pan. I'm going to go D on gold pan. I think that just
I like D for a gold pan as well.
Peak power level's not there. Next is Mobile Homestead. It's a mobile home. It's 2 mana for a 3/3 vehicle. It's an RV. Look at it. It's uncommon. Mobile Homestead has haste as long as you control a mount. Whenever Mobile Homestead attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped, and it has a crew cost of just 2. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, this reminds me a little of the minecart, which kind of didn't get there, but
that's true. That is true. Crew 2 is a little tough, but I really like that, you can just start putting lands onto the battlefield, clearing away the top of your library. It kind of makes it similar to that other card where, like, if you crew this thing up and attack and they trade off with it, you're like, yeah, okay, fine. I had a, 40% or whatever to hit my land as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I would give Mobile Homestead a C. Like these, again, this is another one like the Gold Pan. These types of cards have a hard time being good in modern limited environments, even though the stats are like serviceable.
Yeah, I think my guess is it's like a little bit worse than a C.
Okay. All right. We'll just have to see. Silver Deputy is next. It's 2 mana for a 1/2 artifact creature mercenary. It is common. It says when it enters a battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card or a desert card, reveal it, then shuffle and put it on top. Ugh. And you can tap it to have target creature you control get +1/+0 until end of turn at sorcery speed, just like the other mercenaries. I'm going to say no.
So I normally don't like this card. The 2 mana 2/1 version of it, I've always really disliked playing. But the fact that this has a nice little activated ability means it's not ridiculous to consider playing this card.
Okay. Yeah. Just how much do you value that ability? Like build good decks with good mana.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think that you end up just having to play cards like this in order to make your deck work, and I don't think that's the end of the world.
Yeah, maybe a desert deck wants it to just, ensure desert drops or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
It's like a D though, right? Like
I think it's probably like a D. The thing is the desert decks probably can't make use of the mercenary that much. So yeah, it probably is not the thing you want, is my guess.
Tomb Trawler is 2 mana for a 0/4 golem. It's an artifact creature at uncommon. Has activated ability 2. Put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Just going to say no.
Yeah, I would hope not.
I mean, we will find out in a few weeks if there's some cool.
If there's a deck that can use that, that's a different thing,
But I would not start off caring about that card. Next is Bandit's Hall. This is 3 mana for an artifact at uncommon. It says whenever you commit a crime, put a loot counter on Bandit's Hall. This ability triggers only once each turn. It just straight up taps for 1 mana of any color. So 3 mana rock straight up. But you can also pay 2 mana and tap it and remove 2 loot counters from it to draw a card. I mean, look, this is a nice design. Like, I think that over the course of a normal game, you will be able to get those loot counters going. You will be able to start drawing cards. The real question is, do you want a 3 mana rock? And from what I've seen, I don't think so, but maybe there's a deck that I'm unaware of that could use this routinely. The pieces are here. It's just you have to answer that question. Which deck or who wants a 3 mana, add 1 mana of any color mana rock?
Yeah. You know? And the thing is, this isn't guaranteed to work immediately anyway.
What do you mean?
Right? Like you could make 2 loot counters from this and still not have the time to use it.
Oh,
like it's
for
just,
sure.
It's just not like you could stack this up with 5 loot counters on it over 2 turns and still, or 3 turns and still not feel like you could use it. Like I just feel like you have to spend effectively 3 mana to get a card off of it because it also is tapping for mana.
Right.
It's
so
not
you
like
really
every
have
2
to
loot
want
counters you draw a card.
Yeah, you have to want fixing like badly. I would say D for Bandit's Hall, and then show me the deck where it goes, and it could be a C+ or something.
Yeah.
Oasis Gardener is 3 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature Scarecrow at common. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life, and it taps to add 1 mana of any color. So kind of similar to Bandit's Hall. You know, it's like, is this an effect that is needed or wanted by 1 or 2
I like
archetypes?
The 2 life.
Yeah, it's a fine card.
This I like a lot more because you get a 2/2 body out of it, and you get 2 life. Like I feel like there's a pretty decent chance you get to get good value from this card.
Yeah. The downside, of course, is that it is just a Scarecrow. Like there is no, like,
there's no
nothing
synergies
cares about
going on
artifacts. Here. Right. It's just straight up what you see is what you get. I would say D+ for Oasis Gardener. It just doesn't synergize with anything, obviously. So I kind of need to find out where
you want to know one big strike against it?
What's that?
All the 5s in this, or like there's a ton of common 5s that you can just plot on 4. So playing this, like why didn't instead I just play a regular 3-drop and then play a 4-drop and then play this and then do that, you know?
And you're right. That's a big knock on these because normally you do get that turn 3 into turn, 5 mana thing. Red Rock Sentinel is 3 mana for a 2/4 artifact creature golem at uncommon. It's got Defender, and you can pay 2, tap, sacrifice a land to draw a card and make a treasure token.
I mean, I like the treasure token. That it means that you don't lose that much value from
short-term investing.
From sacking the land.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty neat.
It is. And you feel like you could probably close out the game with the extra card plus just the mana, that's left over. But again, where does Red Rock Sentinel fit? I cannot see anywhere just obvious. And these type of cards
that are game deck.
Yeah, something with a long game, maybe you just throw it in there. I mean, it is a 2/4 for 3. It's not bad. I would say C- for Red Rock Sentinel. Again, the pieces are there. It's just finding the product market fit, if you will.
Yeah.
Next is Sterling Hound. This is 3 mana for a 3/2 artifact creature dog at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you surveil 2. See, I would not play this one. Like this one, I think is below par compared to the last 3 that we just said, where you're like, okay, sure. Because this one really doesn't fit anywhere. And it's like not really serving a specific role. It's just kind of a generically reasonable card. And I don't think that we have room for those in like synergistic decks anymore.
Yeah.
Like pure filler, sense. D-, something like that. Last artifact is Luxurious Locomotive. It is 5 mana for a 6/5 vehicle at uncommon.
You know what they say about that locomotive? It is luxurious.
It is a 6/5 vehicle. And it says, whenever it attacks, create a treasure token for each creature that crewed it this turn. So the crew cost is what? 3, 4? It's 1. But you can activate it only once each turn. So it's a little weird, but who cares? You can crew this thing for 1? It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's sweet.
This thing's huge. It spits out treasure, doesn't churn them out, but it'll drop one on the side of the road every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the locomotive, like you can crew it with like 3 creatures attack and make 3 treasures. Like that's pretty sick.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, you can only crew it. You can only activate their crew ability once. So to make it so, but you can pile them all in one crew. They all get into locomotive and get you a treasure per. That's why it says for each creature that crewed it.
But why does it say activate only once each turn? Like what's
so you do it all in one fell swoop.
Okay, that's a weird thing.
I mean,
okay,
otherwise it wouldn't really
so
make
it actually
sense,
does
right?
just straight up spit out.
Yeah.
You're already at 5 mana, so those treasure tokens have value, but how much, it's a little hard to say. But you could do some cool stuff with this. Tap 4 things to crew it, attack with it, play a 4-drop after, do weird stuff like that. What do you want to give it? I still don't want to give it like a high grade. Vehicles just kind of stink.
I think it's probably like a D. You're not getting that much out of it. Yes, you can make 3 treasures the next turn if you have a bunch of creatures to tap. How good is that? I don't know.
It's mediocre. Did you see these basics, by the way? With the mana symbol into them?
Oh yeah, I think it's cool.
Those are really nice. Okay, so we've got just a few cards left here. First up we have, is there all 10? 4, 7,
yeah, there's
10.
all 10.
So there's all 10 of the desert, so 1 for each color pair. We're going to use Lonely Arroyo as our template, but they all fit the same mold. They tap for 2 colors. They are land type desert. They are common. They enter the battlefield tapped, and when they enter the battlefield, they do 1 damage to target opponent. And as Luis has mentioned throughout the course here, that does trigger a crime. A crime has been committed when you do that. So you're getting a lot out of these lands. And then there seems to be desert payoffs as well. Not that many, but a few of them. What do you think? Where do you want to pick cards like Lonely Arroyo and its friends?
I think they're probably pretty high picks. Just because the baseline of I want to fix my mana and just deal a point of damage, even if you don't care about committing the crime part, like you care about getting a point of damage in, that's free. And paying the cost of having come to play tapped is not a big deal. Plus, there are some cards that care about deserts that you would put in your deck even if you weren't the desert deck. So when I look at that, I'm like, wow, a regular deck with not that much going on is going to be pretty happy playing these. This is probably like the kind of card that is going to go really high pick.
C+ level?
I think like C+ level, yeah. So we're like, basically you should probably take the desert, one of these deserts, over like above average to above average playables in your colors.
I think so too, especially when you're talking about commons, as we've seen, they've packed them very close together. They had to up the floor on all commons to make the play boosters work. That means that the differentiation is even narrower than it was before. And it was already pretty narrow. And that really does open the door for using picks on lands like this to be a way that you can get ahead. So I like that. And these cards look great. There's a few more deserts to do here. First one is called Arid Archway. It is a uncommon desert, and it enters a battlefield tapped. It adds 2 colorless mana, and it says, when it enters a battlefield, return a land you control to its owner's hand. If another desert was returned this way, surveil 1. This does set you back a lot.
I mean, it's a bounce land, right?
A Karoo, it's just, if you will.
A Karoo, if you will, yeah. So like you are basically just playing a tap land. Like your land comes back, but this taps for 2, so you're actually up a card. If you haven't run into these Ravnica bounce lands that this is kind of modeled after, or Karoos even earlier, just to explain, just imagine the simplest scenario. You have an opening hand of an island and an Arid Archway. You go turn on island, turn 2, Arid Archway, bounce my island. Turn 3, you have 3 mana, but it's just out of 2 cards. Those same 2 cards produce 3 mana. So you are up a card on the whole exchange. The downside is you have to play a tap land 1 turn. That's great. The other downside is it's colorless.
Yeah.
But like, I would play this in almost every deck. Like, you'd have to have some pretty severe mana issues before this wasn't good enough.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, bounce lands are fantastic. And if there's just one bounce land in the format, you'll take a hit like colorless to make that work. I mean, these things usually play out at like a C+ B- level, right?
Yeah. They're very good. Like,
and people take them at the B level.
The fact that this is colorless is a knock against it. Like the bounce lands that were blue-green in your like blue-green deck were just felt like, absurdly good, but I still would be very happy playing this card.
So yeah. So take play this card at a high level. It unmulligans you. Like these type of cards do a lot of work. Next is Bucolic Ranch. It's a desert at uncommon that adds colorless. You can tap it to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a mount spell. And you can pay 3 mana and tap it to look at the top card of your library. If it's a mount card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put it into your hand, you may put it on the bottom of your library.
So you end up here with a land that really doesn't pay you off unless you're playing mounts. You could play this as just a surveil land or scry land because you can pay 3 tap. Assuming you have 0 mounts in your deck, you can choose to put the cards on top or bottom. So it's like,
but who has time for that?
Nah, you don't really. Yeah. Overall, it's like a build around C where like if you've got some mounts, it's worth playing. Otherwise, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I think I would just avoid Bucolic Ranch unless you're mounting. Next is Conduit Pylons. This is a common desert, and it says when it enters the battlefield, surveil 1, it taps to add colorless, or it filters. You can pay 1 mana and tap it to add 1 mana of any color. It's untapped, and you get a surveil 1 out of it. And it's a desert. That's okay, right?
Yeah, I mean, this card I think is going to be good enough in most decks because like it's good at splashing if you have cheap cards of an off color to go get, and the surveil 1 in a deck that can just play 8/8 plus 1 of this, it's probably better than just playing on the 9th basic of either kind.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the fact that it's a desert gives you a little bit of extra value too.
What would you give it?
I'm going to give it a C. Like, I don't think this is an above average card. Like, this isn't like the deserts that ping. Those are great.
Those are really good. But I will say surveil 1 on a land is nice. Like that does smooth things out a little bit. But yeah, Mirage Mesa is a common desert. It enters a battlefield tapped, and as it enters, you choose a color, and it adds 1 mana of the chosen color. Nice.
Yeah,
that's really good too.
I mean, this is your Desert Evolving Wilds, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, Desert Evolving Wilds. That's pretty good. I would give that a C+ for Mirage Mesa. I don't know if splashing is a thing in this format, but it would go up if it were. And then our last card is Sandstorm Verge, which is an uncommon desert that taps for colorless. It also has activated ability 3 and tap it. Target creature can't block this turn. You can only do that at sorcery speed.
I don't think you'd want to put this.
Do these ever work?
I don't think you're going to play this card unless you're playing a desert deck. If you care about the subtype desert, this card's probably fine to play. Like, or if you're mono red or something. But yeah, they're not really that good.
Yeah, I mean, people just overlook the cost of having a just straight up colorless land in your deck like this. It adds up. Like, anytime you have double mana spells, it really stings you.
My baseline is not to play this card in my deck.
Agreed. It looks like a D to me. And it's an early candidate for a card that I never play, but that kills me sometimes. That will probably happen. All right, that's it, Luis. That's every single common and uncommon from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. What do you think?
This start looks really fun. There's a lot of cool stuff going on for sure.
I think so too. I'm as always stoked to try it. I'm certainly steeled up for the case that it might be a fast format, but that's okay. Like I played the heck out of MKM and I'll play this one too. I don't care, but hopefully we can start to see a little bit of correction on that coming up. That will do it for this episode. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We know these shows are long, but hopefully they are also informative. If you want to support us, you can do so. It's patreon.com/limited resources. And as I mentioned, you get a thank you card and a sticker in the mail no matter what level, and you get access to the Patreon feed. And you also get access to watching us record this live, where you can comment. Thanks to everybody who's in the chat right now. We appreciate it. For supporting us in that way. You can also support us by going to our sponsor. It's Ultimate Guard. You can check out ultimateguard.com, check out all their great products, and you can order them from your local game store or your favorite online retailer. Thank you, Ultimate Guard. We appreciate your support of the show. If you want to find us on social media, Marshall_LR and Luis's LSV. You can find everything related to the podcast over at LRcast.com. That's going to do it for this one. We'll see you next week.
So I've been watching The Three Body Problem on Netflix, which I'm sure many people have. It's been a fun one. I read the books, and I would encourage you to give it a try if you like sci-fi or murder mysteries or any. Basically, if you are into like shows where people do a lot of talking, there is a lot of talking.
I like talking.
I have found it to be really good.
Is it scary though?
I mean, it's not jump scary. Like
no, I don't care about jump scary. Is it like creepy paranormal scary?
No, I wouldn't say it's like that either. That's not how I would describe it. I do think it's very good. Okay. And I think it's worth watching. It's a cool adaptation, and it's funny. This is part of why I bring it up. It is adapted by the two guys who did Game of Thrones, D&D. I don't remember what that stands for anymore, but they left Game of Thrones in like the worst way possible. Like Game of Thrones went from like this cultural phenomenon to something people only talk about in the context of talking about how it sucks, like which is obviously a huge fumble. But when it was good, it was really good. And these guys are very good. So I am, so far I've really liked it. And, they're working off source material. Turns out if you give them good source material, maybe they're good. They got to get a little ahead of their skis on Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And so maybe they're back to their wheelhouse here of like, all right, let's do the thing that we're good at doing. So I have really enjoyed it. I would highly recommend it. And I'm willing to give them another shot.